to colleagues from both the Portfolio Committee in the National Assembly and the Select Committee as well, in the NCOP. I will be chairing the meeting because the chairperson, well, I'll be chairing the meeting, the joint meeting on my own, as the chairperson, Chabeleng, from the NCOP is away on official work of Parliament. So please don't think I'm hogging the seat of the chair, seeing as this is a joint committee meeting between the Select Committee and the Portfolio Committee as well. Welcome to all the guests from the department led by the Deputy Minister Puti Manamela. We've received an apology from the Minister. I just want to open the apology from the Minister. Apologies. So the Minister will not be present due to a presentation he'll be making to the Cabinet Committee on Economic Sectors, Investment, Employment and Infrastructure Development. And such, he has asked the Deputy Minister Puti Manamela to then lead the delegation this morning. We are also joined by the newly appointed Director-General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Ms. Nkosinathi Sishi. Welcome, DG. This is a mammoth task that you have. The Department of Higher Education and Training has a great task to fulfill in the country to ensure that young people have the adequate skills and knowledge to become active participants of our economy. And I think you're well aware, even though I think prior to whatever induction or orientation you may have received, you're well aware of the many issues that the sector is embroiled with, and the many issues we have to try and resolve within the department itself and in terms of its mandate, our various entities as well, the institutions of which you hold to account, and we also hold to account. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done, DG, and really we are really excited that your appointment may perhaps bring the type of progress that we want to see in the department and bring the type of stability and growth that we want to see in the department. So we wish you well, DG, and we look forward to working with yourself. We also would like to welcome all leaders of entities, chairs and CEOs this morning, as well as the delegation from the AG's office led by Ms. Komape. It's really been a long time, and it's been an intense month, I think, for many of us as members of Parliament who have embarked on our various party campaign trails or election trails. And I think many of us, as we did our door-to-doors, community engagements, whatever interactions we had with our communities, it's without a doubt that there's lots of work that needs to be done in our country, but also that one would assume that there's a lot that was surfaced in terms of our particular portfolio, in terms of access to higher education, or maybe where science and innovation can become a tool that we can use to address some of the issues that are faced by the societies of which we come from and which we lead. And I really want to stress the fact that we have a very tight, fourth term in terms of the program of the committee and even the program of both houses themselves. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And so it will really need patience, cooperation, and zeal from ourselves as members for us to get through the amount of work that we need to get done. And even with this BRRR process, we'll be sitting from now until 6 o'clock, which is going to be really testing for us in terms of our engagements. And I think we'll all be as active and as possible to make sure that we're able to contribute to this process meaningfully. So as well as I think members would note that we now sit on Wednesdays and Fridays, going back to the original slots we were given at the start of the 6th administration. But we had, of course, tried to use Tuesdays and Wednesdays, noting that Fridays at times are used for plenary, but also noting the copious amount of work that needs to be done within our committee. And so we note the challenge that may come with the shift of us having to go back to Wednesdays and Fridays, and it's something that we're trying to really find a way to work around as the office of the chair of a committee. But also we know that many members sit other members sit in different committees as well, and so that must also be taken into consideration. Nonetheless, though, today we'll be dealing with the annual reports from the portfolio on higher education. We'll receive briefings from the AG, briefings from the department itself, from NSFAS, as well as the entities, South African Qualifications Authority, the Council on Higher Education, as well as the QCTO. So it's now 8:38. So essentially, we would start our presentations from the AG's office at 8:40. I would like to allow the AG's office about 40 minutes to make their presentation. And then members will then ask their questions. We'll try and give members about 30 or so minutes to do so. And then the AG's office can be given about 10 minutes to respond. Colleagues, I will be quite strict on time due to the really tight schedule that we have. And I would like to allow colleagues body breaks from time to time. I know we have lunch, I think at 13:40 until 2 o'clock. But let's just see how we go. So if I do stop you, and please don't take any offense to it. Really, what we are trying to do is get through the bulk of the work that we need to get done this morning. And also, we trust that members would have read through or gone through the presentations, many presentations indeed. So when I do stop you, please don't take offense to that. Let's hope that members would have read, and you can also try to find a way to address certain issues when you come back and respond. So I'll just hand over directly at 8:40, well, it's 8:39. I'll hand over to Ms. Komape, who's the business unit leader from the AG's office, to take us through their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, both from the NCOP and the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister on Higher Education and Training, the DG of the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the colleagues from the various entities. Really good morning again. Chairperson, as the AGSA, it is a privilege to be afforded an opportunity to engage with the committee on the work that we do and the work that we covered in your portfolio in particular. This morning, we're bringing to you a presentation on the audit outcome for the Department of Higher Education and Training. We also had the presentation separately on science and innovation, but we'll hold it back for this session. I'll take your lead and indication in terms of whether you would like us to still cover it in this session today, or whether we'll cover it in another sitting. But nevertheless, we've already shared both of the presentation so that the committee can engage on it. As part of the delegates, I am accompanied by my deputy, just so that everybody gets to see who she is, Michelle Mageman. She's a deputy business executive as well in the AGSA. I also have Mr. Ashley Olkers, the deputy that's directly working on the NSFAS. Ashley, if we can just see your face so that the committee can appreciate you. Mr. Olkers is based in the Cape Town office, as I indicated, directly working with the NSFAS. The presentation chairperson will be done by our senior manager, Ms. Zama Mdija. Zama, if you can also just switch on your camera and also put the presentation on. In the presentation, Chair, you will see that we are covering about 3 categories within the higher education. We have a full presentation on the entities, the public entities, mainly dominated by the SITAs, including the department itself. We also have a section where we are particularly talking to the TVETs as a sector, across all 50 of them, across all 9 provinces. And we also have a section on the universities. You would remember that as the AGSA, we do not audit the universities. They are what we call section 4.3, so they're being audited by the firms. But we nevertheless just uplifted the audit outcomes that are sitting in their annual report, just so that the portfolio committee can appreciate what would have came out of it. Obviously, if there's more information, I think the department will be in a good position to also talk to that. But the last part of the presentation will just highlight really our key recommendations that we had put through to the minister and the portfolio. And again, some of the root causes that in our view would have given rise to the picture that we are sitting with. We are also sharing some of the recommendations that we are hoping that the portfolio committee can support us as we do the work that we do as the AGSA. You'll see some of the part will cover the amended PAA, meaning we'll uplift the entities that we selected for the financial year 2021 in particular, simply because the AG is following the phase-in approach. So we didn't take the entire public sector. So we selected few in the higher education and training portfolio. We are intending to take again a bigger portion of it in the 2021-2022 financial year, up until a situation where we are able to cover the entire portfolio on the newly amended public audit. Chairperson, if I could allow Zama just to try and start with the presentation. It's quite a lot. So we're going to try and push it within the 40 minutes allocated. Just indicate to us if there's another area that you just want us to go back to, because for the 40 minutes that we're sitting with, we're going to try and skip some of the slides so that we still afford the members an opportunity to engage with us on some of the nitty-gritty. Thank you so much again for the opportunity that is given to the AGSA. Zama, if you can start the presentation, thank you.
Thank you, Khabo. Good morning to the Honourable Chairperson, the Honourable members of the committees, both committees, and then the delegates from the department led by the Deputy Minister. So I'll take you through the presentation on the higher education and training portfolio. To start off my presentation, I'll take you through just our mission and vision as the Auditor-General, that we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through the audit work that we do. Thereby, we're building public confidence. And then our vision is to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. To highlight our mandate, the mandate of the AGSA, and then just also of the portfolio committee. Firstly, our mandate as the Auditor-General is coming through from Section 188 of the Constitution.
Can I humbly interrupt you, Sis Samahlang?
Yes, Chairperson.
Can I request that I want to trust that, considering time, I want to trust and believe that members would have read through that lot of your presentation. And then maybe we move to the crux of, in relation to your auditees. So maybe if we take it from slide 9, I don't know if this is, if the presentation I have, So maybe if we take it from there, let's just trust that members would have familiarized themselves with your vision, mission, and your mandate. I don't want us to not get to the meat of your presentation. Okay.
Noted. Thank you, Chairperson. So what I'm going to be covering on the presentation would be the Department of Higher Education and Training, the 21 SETAs, the 6 public entities, and the 50 TVET colleges. We also have the public universities that fall under this portfolio, and then the CETs. However, the universities, as already highlighted by Ms. Komape, that the universities and the CETs are not audited by us. However, I'll just briefly take you through the audit outcomes of the universities. Now, in terms of, so we've broken the presentation into, firstly, the SETAs, the department and the public entities, then I'll take you through to the TVET colleges. So in dealing with the department and the public entities, you'll see that there's a slight improvement within this particular portfolio. If you look at in the prior year, we had like 7 that were unqualified with no findings. In the current year, it's 8, together with those that are unqualified with findings, which would be just a slight increase there. However, you see that we had 3 that were qualified in the prior year. Now it's only 1. So there's 2 that moved up, which is construction SETA and the NSFAS, which are now sitting on the category of unqualified with findings. So those are the improvements that we've seen in this particular portfolio. However, what we wanted to just maybe stress, Chairperson, is just the concern relating to the adjustments that are being affected on the financial statements, which basically means the financial statements that we get when we're doing the audits, when they are submitted for audit, usually contain material misstatements on them, which results in them having to process adjustments to the financial statements for them to actually get to an unqualified audit opinion. So we're raising that as a concern in terms of this particular sector. Services SETA is also a concern because they've still remained at a qualified audit opinion, mainly on commitments and the prior period error note. We were saying that they don't have adequate systems to process and maintain records relating to the projects that they have. And there were instances where we're not able to obtain sufficient audit evidence that actually transactions were accounted for appropriately. And then the National Skills Fund also is a concern because they have remained at a disclaimer of opinion. Now, if I take you through the National Skills Fund in more detail, the main issue or the main area of concern relating to the National Skills Fund would be relating to skills development funding expenditure, as we're saying that they are not able to provide underlying supporting documentation to substantiate the expenditure incurred relating to the skills development. And that speaks and now has an impact on other accounts on the financial statements, which would be like accruals from non-exchange transactions, receivables from non-exchange transactions, deferred expenditure relating to skills development funding. These areas were also now formed part of the basis for the disclaimer of opinion because we also experienced limitations in terms of underlying supporting documentation to support the amounts that they have on the financial statements for these accounts. Another area that was had material misstatements on the financial statements of National Skills Funds related to provisions where they didn't recognize all the provisions in accordance with the reporting standards, which is the GRAP standard. TVET college infrastructure assets, where they didn't recognize all the additions to the TVET infrastructure assets. And then also they didn't account for the impairment to the TVET college infrastructure assets in accordance to the reporting framework, which is GRAP. And then the last area was the prior period error note, where we found that they didn't disclose all of the prior period errors in terms of GRAP, which was on note 24. And then in certain instances, they were not able to substantiate with supporting documentation the adjustments that have been made to the prior period, to the prior figures, which resulted in having a scope limitation in terms of the prior period error note. So those are the areas that we had identified material misstatements or limitations on the National Skills Fund. So the recommendations that we actually putting through in terms of the National Skills Fund, we're saying that there's a need to improve record management systems to ensure that the information that is coming from the different service providers is actually verified for reliability and relevance, and that it's collated to actually support what is sitting on the financial statements and on the performance information. In addition, we're saying that there's an opportunity for NSF to strengthen the alignment between the framework and the MOAs that they have with the different service providers, which will ensure that there's appropriate record keeping and monitoring of the activities. There needs to be project management activities that are strengthened, which will ensure that the service providers are actually held accountable for the learning activities that are actually contracted for. In terms of the compilation of the financial statements, we've identified quite a number of material misstatements, which actually prove that the financial statements were not in terms of GRAP. So we're saying that there must be a review of the financial statements, which must be thorough and happen on a timely basis. And then lastly, our recommendation in terms of the National Skills Fund is that there needs to be a responsive action plan that must be developed, implemented, and monitored, which will address the root causes that for the deficiencies that we would have identified. And there needs to be in-year monitoring, which will ensure that there needs to be in-year monitoring at the institution, which will ensure that the root causes are actually addressed for the deficiencies that we would have identified. Now, in terms of the quality of the financial statements, just to take you through our key focus areas. The first one relates to credible financial reporting, where we look at the submission of the financial statements on the legislated time. So in this particular portfolio, there has been an improvement in this regard. In the prior, there was one entity that didn't submit on time. In the current year, all submitted on time, which is an improvement. Financial statements submitted without errors, we are seeing a regression in this area because in the prior there was 13, now it's only 10. But not only just looking at the regression in relation to this area, but we also are quite concerned with the number that is coming through to say that a majority are still submitting financial statements that have errors. If only 10 out of the 28 are submitting financial statements without errors, that means that is a concern on our side. The quality of the financial statement after audit is the 93%, which is 26. Which then proves, like what I was saying, in that majority of them have to go through a process of making adjustments on the financial statements through the audit process for them to actually end up being unqualified, either with findings or with no findings. Material misstatements, so the root cause analysis or the areas that we're actually picking up most misstatements on the financial statements relate to the disclosure items, payables, statements of cash flows, expenditure and accruals. And this speaks to inadequate reviews of the financial statements that we're actually picking up. There are also repeat findings that are actually an indication that the action plans that have been put in place are not actually responsive to the root causes of the deficiencies that we would have identified. There's inadequate contract management processes in place to determine accurately how much the SETAs have been committed, which will then enable them to plan for future expenses more accurately, which is something that we're picking up, would have indicated that for services SETA, the qualification that they actually had relates to commitment, which speaks to contract management. The recommendation that we're putting through relating to this particular sector is that there needs to be daily and monthly control disciplines, such as reconciliations, which must be reviewed and improved upon, which will ensure that the errors are identified and corrected timelessly. There needs to be credible in-year reporting, which must be performed to ensure that the underlying supporting schedules are actually credible, because we're picking up that the underlying schedules which support what's sitting on the financial statements, there's usually misalignment and misstatements or differences between the two. So if there's credible in-year reporting, this can actually be avoided. And the development of action plans must be thoroughly reviewed to ensure that they address the actual root causes, specifically to the entities where material misstatements were identified. The second area of focus, dealing with performance reporting, where we look at the performance report that was submitted without errors. In this instance, we are seeing a regression in this area because in the prior year there was 12. Now in the current year, only 10, which is also a concern if you look at just the number of entities that are producing or submitting performance reports that don't have errors. So there's usually a need for them to actually process adjustments to these performance reports as well, so that they actually are reliable reports. In terms of root cause analysis, there's 5 entities that we've identified that the indicators were not well defined. Your INSETA, LGSETA, MERSETA, NSFAS, and services. In the department, we also had an issue in terms of usefulness, because we said that there was a lack of measurement definitions and processes for one indicator that they had on program 4. And then there were also instances where for 7 entities, including the department, where the supporting evidence for the reported achievements was not always provided. And then in some instances, the supporting evidence that was provided materially differed to the achievement that would be reported in the annual performance report. So the recommendations in this area, so what we're noting though is that most of the entities actually have performance reports that are useful. It's just that we are recommending that there needs to be standard operating procedures and policies to be designed, which contain processes to record information and store supporting evidence. And then we're also saying that the auditees need to make sure that the reported achievements in the performance report are actually supported by adequate supporting documentation. So that's the second focus area that we look at. The third focus area would be compliance with legislation. This area is still a concern from our side, because you see that majority of the entities are sitting with material non-compliances with legislation, and there hasn't been a movement in this area. It has remained stagnant, 20 in the prior year and 20 in the current year as well. The key areas of non-compliance that we pick up would be relating to financial statements. We'll be saying that the financial statements had material misstatements, or there were limitations to the submitted financial statements, which is contravention of the PFMA, as the PFMA requires that the financial statements should be fairly presented. So those 18 entities that are listed, they had material misstatements or limitations in the financial statements that were submitted for audit. Expenditure management, which speaks to irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was not prevented. You've got those 11 entities there where they've actually incurred irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which again is a non-compliance with the PFMA. The third area would be relating to procurement and contract management, which would be your supply chain management processes. So there's 4 entities that we had material non-compliances with either the treasury regulations or the instruction notes. First one being construction SETA, where they didn't comply with Treasury Regulation 16A6 in relation to a participation in a contract. WNR SETA, where contracts are modified by incorrect delegations. EW had instances where declarations were not submitted, or also had instances where they didn't comply with the Treasury instruction note relating to purchases that they made on PPE in terms of pricing. Also, the department didn't follow competitive bidding processes in certain instances. The fourth area relates to consequence management, which we've got 3 entities where we're saying that there's lack of evidence that consequence management was actually implemented against individuals who committed irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And again, this is a non-compliance with the PFMA because it's required that there must be adequate consequence management that is actually put in place. So I'll just go in a bit more detail relating to expenditure management, procurement and contract management, and consequence management in the next few slides, Chairperson. First one relating to under expenditure management, I'll take you through irregular expenditure. So irregular expenditure in this portfolio, which is the entities and the department, it's currently sitting at 35.7 billion, which is quite a big amount. That is quite a concern from our side as the AG. In the prior year, it was 45.5 billion, but the value is actually quite big, even though there's a decrease of 22%. Just to highlight as well that majority of this irregular expenditure is coming from one entity, which is the NSFAS. Both in the current year and in the prior year. And the main contributors or the main non-compliances that actually led to this irregular expenditure would be the indicator relating to them not gazetting the funding rules and guidelines, the concurrence that was not obtained for the salaries of the administrator and his advisors from the Minister of Finance, and then also the shifting of fund without the approval of the National Treasury. So these are some of the non-compliances that would have led to this irregular expenditure. But the main contributor to this big amount would be the NSFAS. Now, if I take you through fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chairperson, and honorable members, fruitless and wasteful expenditure is still a concern from our side because we're seeing an increase in the value of fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the portfolio, where there's a 55% increase in this particular area. And the main contributors to this big amount would be, firstly, construction SETA, where they paid an incorrect rate to a service provider, which resulted in overpayment. And then there were instances where they had to pay a service provider for reperformance of work, which then resulted in them incurring the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then also services SETA has like 12.3 million worth of fruitless and wasteful expenditure relating to interest and penalties on litigations and claims. So those are the main contributors to this amount that we're actually seeing in the sector relating to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Supply chain management. So we haven't seen, it's quite stagnant as it was in the prior year. I've already taken you through the common findings on supply chain management. So I'll just take you through our recommendations in terms of the sector. We'll be saying that there needs to be preventative controls, which will then that must be implemented to ensure that irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure are actually not incurred within the entities in the department. And then there also needs to be close monitoring of the supply chain management processes, which will then result in a deterrence of this non-compliance, and while still ensuring that the role players are still able to discharge their responsibilities. And the last area of focus would be relating to compliance with legislation, relating to consequence management. We have already indicated those three entities. Our recommendation in this particular instance is that there needs to be disciplinary action taken against those who are found responsible for irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then what we're saying as well is that there needs to be the necessary recovery of any losses that have been incurred by the different institutions. Assurance providers, we do an assessment of the different assurance providers from the first level to the second level, and they're basically an indication of the state of affairs of the institutions in terms of financial reporting and performance reporting, and also relating to compliance with key legislation. Hence, you'd see that majority are still showing that providing some assurance, and then the ones that would be modified in terms of the audit opinion would be the ones that are providing no assurance or limited assurance. And then take you to also just our assessment of the internal controls in terms of specifically this particular portfolio. Where we're saying that effective leadership, we're actually not showing much of a concern in that area. So the tone at the top at these institutions is actually good. The areas that are of concern that are needing attention relates to financial and performance management, which then speaks to the record management processes that they have, the daily and monthly processes, which will then result in them being able to produce credible financial statements, the review and monitoring of compliance with key legislation. So those are the areas that are needing attention, where we're picking up a lot of the deficiencies within the internal controls. So it's either of concern or intervention is required, majority of the entities within this portfolio. Now, honorable members, if I take you through the audit outcomes of the TVET colleges, in this portfolio as well, we're seeing an improvement compared to the prior year. And you'd see now that in the current year, actually more than 50% of the TVET colleges are actually now sitting with unqualified audit opinions, which is an improvement from where we've actually, from the past few years in terms of the audit outcomes of the TVET colleges, because we are now at a stage where we actually are moving away from the disclaimers that we historically have had in the TVET space, and there's been an improvement in that area, even though we're still concerned about the big number that is still sitting on the modified audit opinions. We're also saying that there's undue over-reliance on the auditors in terms of identifying errors on the financial statements, and this then remains a threat to the sustainability of the financial management processes within the TVET colleges. So it's very important that the finance divisions of the TVET colleges are strengthened, so that the credible financial reporting is actually stabilized within, and making sure that actually their financial statements now speak to the framework that they're using. We do comment that there is 5 TVET colleges that have obtained the unqualified with no findings opinion. And then also just to note that Coastal TVET College submitted their financial statements on the 19th. So that audit is still ongoing. So they're not part of this audit outcomes that I'm presenting today. Now, in terms of focus areas, in terms of now the TVET colleges, in terms of the credibility of the financial reporting, we're seeing a regression in terms of the submission of the financial statements by the legislated time. We now only 40 of the 50 TVET colleges submitted their financial statements on time compared to the prior year. So we're seeing a regression in that area. The financial statement submitted without errors is quite small in the TVET space. And we actually even seeing a regression, because in the prior year there was 8, now it's 5. But then also just the number is actually quite small compared to the big number, or the number that we have of the TVET colleges in the country. The quality of the submitted financial statements after audit, like I said, now 51% of them are actually able to make the necessary corrections, and then at least 25 of them were able to have financial statements that were fairly presented, which resulted in them having unqualified audit opinions. So I just wanted to highlight also, I'll take you through on slide 31, where we're just indicating that some of the TVET colleges didn't have internal audit and audit committees for part of the year, which is quite an important layer that would be missing during the financial year. And you note that when you look at the different assurance providers, there's a certain layer of review that is actually done by the internal audit and the audit committee. So with those layers missing, it creates a gap, which then results in the findings that we actually have, or the actual audit outcomes that we actually have with those particular TVET colleges. So there's particular areas where we pick up most of the errors on the TVET colleges would be on property, plant and equipment, including infrastructure, payables, accruals and borrowings, receivables, expenditure and disclosures. And again, this speaks to the just inadequacy of the review of the financial statements by the different assurance providers. And then most of the findings that we raise are recurring, which means that they don't have the preventative controls established in place, and that their action plans are also not talking to the root causes. Recommendations that we are putting in place is that there needs to be adherence to the daily and monthly controls, which must be implemented within the colleges. And then they need to also leverage on the recommendations of the audit committees. There needs to be adequate reviews of the financial statements so that there isn't so much reliance on the audit process. The process needs to ensure that record keeping needs to be developed and implemented. And then also there's also a need to capacitate or strengthen the internal audit and the audit committees of this particular portfolio. Compliance with legislation is also quite a concern in terms of the TVET colleges, because majority of them have material non-compliance with legislation, but the major non-compliance in this particular area relates to the credibility of the financial statements, which is not in line with the CET Act. And we're actually seeing a regression in this particular area as well. If I take you through to the irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the TVET colleges, we're seeing an increase in the value of irregular expenditure, which is a concern. And just to note that the actual majority of that 6.3 million comes from one TVET college, which is Sibanda, where there were approvals of contracts or other expenditure by officials that were not as per the designated officials in terms of their delegation of authority, which then resulted in them not complying with their policy and resulting in irregular expenditure. And then there's fruitless and wasteful expenditure in terms of the TVET colleges. It's sitting at, the closing balance is sitting at 1.4 million. And then the major contributor to that fruitless and wasteful expenditure in this portfolio would be South Cape TVET College, which is sitting at a closing balance of like 1.3 million. So they are the ones that are actually causing this high value of fruitless and wasteful expenditure within the TVET colleges. In terms of the governance, the assurance providers, just to highlight what I indicated earlier on in terms of the internal audit, there would be those 5 TVET colleges that didn't have a functioning internal audit throughout the year, and they, like in some areas of some parts of the year. And then the audit committee, there were 2 TVET colleges that had those layers missing in terms of the audit committee as well. In terms of status of internal controls, it's like how I explained with the TVET with the entities. Our assessment is basically based on just the status of the internal controls, the deficiencies that we're actually picking up. If you look at this picture, it's actually a representation of the picture that I showed you when I took you through the audit outcomes of the TVET colleges. The entities that are not audited by us as the Auditor-General would be the universities. So just briefly, the universities, we're seeing a regression in the outcomes of the universities. You'd see that there's like only 2 improved. However, 5 of them actually regressed in terms of audit outcome. In terms of credibility of financial reporting in the TVET colleges, in the universities, a majority are able to produce financial statements without errors. There is one TVET university that is qualified, which is the University of Fort Hare. In terms of performance reporting as well, majority of them are able to produce performance reports that are free from material misstatements. Even with compliance with legislation, there are still a lot that have material non-compliances with legislation relating to specifically your financial statements and also strategic planning. So those are the areas that we're actually picking up majority of the errors, material non-compliances on the university space. In terms of the amendments to the Public Audit Act, so we've got the concept of material irregularity. So I'm not going to go in much detail. I think when Khabu was opening, she actually went in detail in terms of the slide. But I just to highlight in terms of the higher education and training portfolio for the 2020-21 financial year, we had selected the department, then NSFAS and NSF for the implementation of the amendments to the Public Audit Act. And then for the 2021 and 22 financial year, we're going to be scoping in or bringing in some of the SETAs, which will communicate to them before we actually start with the audit. So maybe to briefly take you through the material irregularities that would have been identified. We have identified material irregularities at the NSFAS and the NSF. At the NSF, we had instances where there was payments made for duplicate unit standards relating to a security officer learning program that the NSF has with a service provider. We'll be saying that they approved and paid for 3 credits of these modules, which ended up being a duplicate payments basically for these particular models. Which is then a non-compliance of Section 57 of the PFMA, as they did not use the resources economically. And the status relating to this is that we have issued a notification to the accounting authority, and then the accounting authority has indicated that they have appointed the internal audit to do an investigation into the root causes of the transgression, identify employees responsible for the MI, and the necessary action that must be taken to determine if there's any loss that was suffered by NSF and what is the process to actually recover the funds. So this particular MI is still under being further evaluated by us as an office. In terms of the NSFAS, we had 3 material irregularities. First one relating to disbursements in excess of contract amount, where they dispersed tuition fees and allowances to students above the maximum amount, which is stipulated in the written agreements with the relevant students, which then resulted in overpayments, which started like from the year 2017-18 up to the 2020-21 financial year that we're looking at. The second MI relates to interest that was not charged on student loan accounts. According to the entity's policy, they're meant to be charging interest on loan accounts 1 year after the student graduates or exits a tertiary institution. So they didn't have an up-to-date information on the students, which resulted in them not being able to or not actually charging interest for some of the outstanding loans with the students. The third one relates to collection of money owed by tertiary institutions, where there's money that is owed to NSFAS by the tertiary institutions, which would be your universities and TVET colleges, for monies that was not used by students due to students maybe deregistering, being awarded bursaries, or due to other disbursements that are exceeding the total cost of study of the students. So this resulted in now the entities or the institutions owing the NSFAS, and the NSFAS hasn't really collected these monies from the different institutions. So all 3 relating to the NSFAS, the status is basically that, okay, we have issued the notifications to the accounting authority, and the accounting authority has has appointed external service providers to either do an investigation or perform a reconciliations to actually respond to the different MIs that you would have identified. And the planned date for all 3 of them is that this should be finalized by March 2022. So as a portfolio snapshot, honorable members, looking at the portfolio as a whole, we're seeing a regression in terms of the unqualified with no findings. In the prior it was 15, now it's 13. Financially unqualified financial statements is an improvement in this area. The entities that don't have findings on performance reports, we have a regression in this area. Now, entities with no findings on compliance with legislation, we also have picking up a regression in this area. We do see an improvement in terms of irregular expenditure because the amount of irregular expenditure, if you compare to the prior year, has actually reduced. The key root causes in terms of just the portfolio, we're saying that the entities didn't implement effective preventative controls over the preparation of the financial statements and the annual performance report, which then speaks to the number of findings that we identified in terms of the misstatements on the financial statements and the annual performance reports. And then we're saying that the action plans were not always effective to address the root causes for the deficiencies in the internal control environment, which is why I would actually pick up repeat findings in certain areas. Entities did not always put in adequate controls to prevent non-compliance with procurement legislation. Our overall message in terms of this particular portfolio is that there needs to be action plans that are developed to address the preventative controls rather than focusing on the audit findings that have been raised. And there needs to be an adequate analysis of the root causes that would have been identified so that they can identify the actual root causes, and then the actions must be taken so that the deficiencies do not reoccur. We're also saying that due to the current economic circumstances, the SETAs should further tighten the spending disciplines to be able to intensify the skills development interventions with the available funds that they have, because the TVET the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing, and it's also impacting the companies. Thereby, the skills levy contributions also are impacted. Critical that the SETAs ensure that there's adequate contract management processes in place. We're saying there needs to be urgent attention that is required to address all the control deficiencies identified around skills development grant spending at the National Skills Fund. Also, there's a slow response in terms of addressing the high vacancy rate at the National Skills Fund, and these significantly contribute to the absence of critical layers in the internal controls, which supports the operations of the entity. There needs to be adequate review and monitoring controls over the preparation of the financial statements. There needs to be effective monitoring of the implementation of the action plans. They just need to ensure that there's synergy between the financial reporting divisions and the other divisions within the different institutions, and that the TVET colleges will benefit from continuous close monitoring and support, and with key attention being given to the finance units of the TVET colleges, and that performance management processes should be strengthened to ensure that the role players actually discharge their responsibility. Lastly, the person and the honorable members, the recommendations that we're putting through for the committee is that there needs to be monitoring and regular follow-up with the executive authority and the accounting officer or accounting authorities on the progress on the audit action plans that have been put in place by the department entities and the colleges. There needs to be a follow-up with the entities that incurred irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure to ensure that there's remedial action as well as consequence management processes that are implemented. The follow-up on commitments made by the accounting authorities on addressing the material irregularities that are reported, which would be for the NSF and the NSFAS. And then the implementation of preventative and detective controls. And then just overall, we're just saying that there needs to be a culture of consequence management that should be enforced in the portfolio. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll hand over back to Khabo.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think we'll pause here and just appreciate some of the comments that may come through from the committee members. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the AG's office. Thank you very much for that. I think we have been able to make it within time. Can I kindly request that members begin to indicate their intentions to engage with the presentations or with the presentation from the AG's office? Mekomape, I'd like to agree with you that we are going to receive your presentation on the DSI's outcomes on Friday, considering our time constraints. So we'll just focus on higher education this morning. right? I've noted the hand of Honorable King, Honorable Litsie. Can I note hands? So Honorable King, Honorable Litsie, you guys can continue in the meantime, and I will then continue to note hands of colleagues as they come up. So in that order, Honorable King and then Honorable Litsie.
Good morning, members of the panel and the guests and the Auditor-General. Thank you for your report and your honest approach in dealing with these matters. So my first question would basically be, when we consider that we have some of these entities in the department that year on year regress or actually don't comply to the action plans that they've put in place, from the Auditor-General side, what steps can you then put in place to ensure that penalties are enforced on those entities who do not adhere to their own action plans, which are set up for remedial action, and which year on year are showing no signs of improvement? Then also, I've noted in your report that 8 out of the 21 SETAs have received unqualified audit opinions without finding, which is very commendable on those 8. We've also seen that the services SETA received a qualified audit opinion again, which is very alarming. So when we raise concerns on the SETAs not adhering to legislative compliance, non-compliance to SCM procedures, its credibility on financial performance, and their inability to establish contract commitments. Has the Department of Higher Education raised any red flags to the SETAs regressing, which is alarming because they are there to ensure that skills development is actually taking place? And then also, I've noted that the Energy and Water SETA purchased PPE, which was not in line with Treasury's Note 8. Was this due to the inflated prices, or why was this then actually, why did the PPE 10 procurement raise some concern? Then the remuneration and allowances. We've noted that the minister have ensured that the administrator has an increase in his salary, and this was done without getting approval from the Minister of Finance. How will this have a bearing on the actual finances because of legislation that was not adhered to in this regard? And the last question that I have, when we consider that NSFAS has not complies now since 2018, I think, with legislation when it comes to the act that was not even changed to be in line with free higher education. What implications would this then have on NSFAS audit outcome in the long term? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Honorable Litsie.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I was just trying to put on my video. I think my network is not particularly good this morning. Hopefully it will improve as time goes by, and hopefully when we deal with the department, it will be fine. Now, let's welcome the Auditor General's presentation. And commend them. You know, as always, they're always on point with the issues that they want to raise. But I just want to go back a little bit. On the 10th of February this year, we had a meeting with the Auditor General when they were giving, with the Auditor General, the department, the minister, and NSFAS on the audit outcome of NSFAS, which was obviously submitted late last year, and so we're happy that NSFAS has done submitted on time this year. But on that meeting, AG had highlighted the top 5 qualification areas for NSFAS, which were contingent liabilities, regular expenditure, prior period error, amounts owing by institutions, exchange and prepayments to institutions, which were the top 5 at the time. And I see and this one will ask to NSFAS, but I see again those things reappear again as the top 5 qualification areas. Obviously, these were not the only issues. AG, we had a very long meeting that day, if you remember. And you had the recommendations on, because some of them were repeat occurrences. Out of all of these things, at least on the NSFAS report, which obviously here you are dealing with it at a high level, but we are dealing with NSFAS at the later stage. So I just want to understand, some of this so that we can be able to ask them direct questions later on. For an example, on performance reporting, you had indicated that on the reliability of the information they gave you, they had regressed from 86% in the 18-19 year to 36% last year. And the usefulness of performance indicators and targets, that also regressed from 86% to 9% last year. So what is the picture looking like on performance this year, so that we're able to ask them direct questions? Because on your high level presentation, you are really not covering that much. And if on some of the issues that you had raised last year, do we also have repeat occurrences also on the audit? You remember you had raised a lot of issues, material irregularities, that you had invited, money is owed by universities and TVET, disbursements exceeding student study of cost, amongst others. I see those 2, at least I've picked up that they're recurring, but are there any ones that are recurring so that we're able to track? Well, lastly, I think on NSFAS, again in that meeting, you had said NSFAS had cash reserves of just under 6 billion, if you remember. I think it was 5.8 billion or so, which had increased from around 3.8 the previous year. What is the situation like now? Do we still have reserves? And if not, what happened to those? And then on NSF, you provided an opinion that NSF did not provide supporting documents on what obviously you requested, and that is why they've got a disclaimer. Why is it so? Did we get the right people there? I'm not sure when you're doing audit if the former CEO or the CEO who suspended was still there. Is it the one who was providing together with his team of management, or it was some people? And why did we not receive the supporting documents that we needed? And I think just a comment to members, that's all to AGSA, but just a comment to members that maybe there is a need for us to visit the NSF, and maybe that TVET college that did not submit for audit. The reason for us to visit NSF, I think, Chair, is because AG makes an opinion that we have not really, or NSF has not noted the TVET infrastructure assets, that covers the PPE, those the property and all of those things there. Maybe people are are playing nigga there. You take this one, I take this one, and that is, of property and PPE belonging to the state. So I think maybe we may need to visit that institution. And at the later stage, maybe when we were dealing with NSF chair, I'm sure I'm going to suggest that we also have a forensic investigation there, because really, if these things are not recorded, it's a serious cause for concern for me. Thank you very much. So those are the few that I wanted to ask. The rest obviously will be directed to direct institutions. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Itie. We then noted the hands of Honorable Christians, Honorable Sibia, and then Honorable Koza, in that order. Thank you. Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm also going to leave my video off as I'm experiencing load shedding at the moment. My questions is just around, first of all, the TVET sector. Now, we have noted on the AG report that the TVET college infrastructure assets have not been completely recorded. Now, this is also a recurring finding. And historically, TVET colleges have been battling with infrastructure issues as it is. So that is particularly concerning, that they haven't managed to get the recording of their infrastructure assets under control. So, you know, what controls were being implemented? I think we need to have a look at the recommendations from the AG and whether that was actually monitored and implemented. So that is particularly to the TVET college infrastructure. And of course, it's a question that we may need to interrogate with the department when they come up later on. The irregular expenditure as well in the TVET sector. The amount at the Geertsibandi TVET College and the South Cape TVET institutions were huge amounts of irregular expenditure. Again, you know, what are the implications there in the recommendations from the AG, and how will we monitor going forward, monitor and control that, and see to it that obviously there's adequate consequence management in regard to that. Also, just a comment then, moving on to NSFAS, once again, non-compliant in a number of areas. Of particular concern is the remuneration and allowances paid to advisors without approval by the minister. Again, how will we interrogate the recommendations there, monitor and control that? Again, a question that I suppose we would have to put to NSFAS. I would, of course, like to hear what the AG has to say about the recommendations there and how we will monitor and control that. And then just further comments that I would like to make is that we can see then at these entities, TVET colleges, NSFAS particularly, that there is inadequate consequence management, you know, which should be rightfully addressed by the Department of Education. What assistance is given by the department as preventative controls? And obviously with regard to TVET colleges, some of them have not handed in their audit reports on time, and they will obviously benefit from continuous and close monitoring and support by both the department and the AG. Those are just my comments. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for a presentation. I think most of the questions are covered by the previous speakers, like the irregular expenditure over 2 years for NSFAS and non-compliance of NSF, and as well as disgraced universities. I think I can't repeat what has been said. I'm covered, Chairperson.
Siyabonga, Mam Sibia. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think I'm mostly covered by Honorable Litsie, and one wants to as well agree that we need to conduct our oversight visit to NSF and as well these colleges that we are seeing them, that they are repetitive offenders in terms of non-compliance. And I just want to check with the AG as well to say, for those who are submitting their financial statement late, what is it that the AG is assisting for to ensure that everybody actually does what they need to do in terms of compliance? Because for me, I don't take it light that it is fine that we always get the report indicating that people are non-complying in terms of the legislation. So surely, perhaps these people, they might not be equal to the task in terms of their roles and responsibilities on their job task, or perhaps they are misplaced in terms of skills requirements. So I just want them to just indicate to us what is it that as AG they are doing to ensure that everybody who's in charge in terms of ensuring that internally they have controls of these auditors prior to them having them, they have been getting assistance in terms of capacity building. And it is indeed that the issue of the oversight to NSF, it's a long overdue whip. Chairperson, sorry, we need to make sure that we fast track that we go to this institution so that we are able to give a strategic recommendation in terms of what needs to happen for us to go forward as a department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. I see the hand of the whip, Mahlatsi, has gone up, and Honorable Yabo. So Honorable Mahlatsi, then Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues and guests and the Office of the AG. Chair, my network is quite bad, and I therefore request not to put my video on. Let me welcome the presentation by the Auditor-General. First and foremost, I would like to speak on 3 issues. First being the irregular expenditure. Slalo, it is quite impossible for one to appreciate the 22% decrease in as far as the 35.7 billion irregular expenditure that one is seeing on the presentation, because this amount is quite alarming. However, one also sees that the 33 billion comes from NSFAS. I would want to check with the Office of the Auditor-General and maybe with the department as it comes later, that given that this is an irregular expenditure and it was incurred primarily because of non-compliance with approval from National Treasury, didn't the department, couldn't it have been that the department would have taken steps to mitigate this particular irregular expenditure through budget adjustment and proper legislative processes? Because had they done that, most probably the irregular expenditure could have gone down. And given that they were unable to get prior approval from Treasury, was this not later dealt with to ensure that we decrease that 33 billion irregular expenditure? On the fruitless expenditure as well, we see that the chunk of the money comes from penalties and interest. In terms of, I want to believe, in terms of financial standards, ordinarily your penalties and interest would come as a fruitless expenditure. From which penalties? Was this legal fees, or where do these penalties and interest emanate from? Because that will also give us a clear picture of what has transpired. And also when you look at the penalties and interest as per the fruitless expenditure. 10.7 million comes from the prior years. Did the department not have an action plan to recover these amounts from the previous financial years? Financial year? And if not, if yes, have they been able to recover? If no, what was the explanation of the department in relation to this particular fruitless expenditure? When you look at the presentation, Slalo, you would see that most of the qualifications, they emanate from the fact that there were misstatements in the financial statements. And I'm quite happy with the presentation of the AG, primarily because they indicate the limitation in as far as capacity of these institutions in as far as financial management and auditing. And looking at the fact that when you look at other presentations that are still going to come, of course, we've looked into them prior to this meeting. 90% of the total budget of the department goes to entities through transfers and subsidies, clearly indicating that the department is seated with a problem of concurrent function, where they receive money and transfer money to these particular institutions and have absolutely control in terms of how these institutions are utilizing these finances, but are expected to account on their behalf. Therefore, maybe as the department come later, we would need to speak to this particular issue of concurrent function. And I would also want the AG to advise us on this particular issue, because it's not only in this department, but
I'm not sure if I'm the only one that's lost the whip or if it's my network.
No, I was also worried, Chair, the whip.
Am I audible?
You're back, Honorable Whip. You can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. At what point do we deal with this concurrent function to make sure that the department accounts on the finances and the monies that is given to them without necessarily having to extremely be reliant on the entities that they are transferring this money? Not that we are exonerating the department from this particular responsibility, but I think if we were to tighten those particular issues, we would be able to say the department must be able to fully account on these issues. Lastly, Slalo, one of the critical elements that the AG's report might not necessarily zoom into is the risk management. And I think this is a critical aspect when we are speaking about audit and mitigating possible irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where you are able to acknowledge and see that there is a challenge, and how do you go about it to ensure that you do not have challenges of reporting and being able to account fully in as far as the monies are concerned. And equally, Slalo, one must not necessarily be happy with the progress made in as far as TVETs are concerned as per the presentation. However, it is important that we tighten these controls in as far as financial management, in as far as your supply chain management is concerned. And also, maybe my last point, Chair, is on the possibility of ensuring that, okay, the issue of capacity in as far as finance, I just want to find out, much as I've noted that the AG says it does not audit universities and so on, but they get information as it is. How best can we ensure that we build this capacity within these particular institutions so that we are able to account properly. And also, Slalo, to speak on let me rest here as chair for now. I think my other questions will be subjected to the department when it comes through, because I think the department is best suited to respond to some of the issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Yabo, you had your hand up. I can't see it now. I don't know if you're covered or we lost you due to network. Honorable Yabo. All right, I think we may have, oh no, there he is. Your hand has gone down. Have you been covered?
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip, Chair. I think I've been covered. I would have wanted to also join the chorus of those who would have spoken around capacity building, but I think the message has been driven home quite a number of times, so I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Yabo. We'll now hand over to colleagues from the AG's office. It's now 9:47. We're all pretty much on time, so maybe we'll just go over by 2 minutes. So we'll give you about 10 minutes to then respond to issues particularly relating to yourselves. I think some of the queries or comments or questions that came from members can also be directed to the department. So I hope the department DG, DM, I hope you're paying attention so that some of those issues you can assist in clarifying. So Ms. Komapa, you can continue.
Thank you so much. Perhaps in the interest of time, let me afford my team an opportunity. Ashley, if you may please respond to the questions on NSFAS. Michelle, respond to the questions on the CETAs, and then I'll close some of the overall on the role of the AGSA. Ashley, go ahead.
Thank you, Khabu, and thank you, Honorable Chair. As with regards to NSFAS, Honorable Lexi has asked question about the qualification areas. Now, that was reported in the prior year where we qualified NSFAS on those areas relating to irregular expenditure, amounts owing and amounts and prepayments and some of the others, contingent liabilities. But this year, the entity has not been qualified on that, which means that they have been able to fix the qualification areas for the current 2020-2021 financial reporting period. So they put the necessary actions in place to move the entity from a qualified audit report in the prior year to the current year's unqualified audit report. So I just wanted to indicate that to the honorable member. In terms of the challenges, yes, the entity still experiences challenges in the area of performance information. That's mainly due to the entity not monitoring the actions that they have in their action plan more robustly. Management is not paying sufficient attention to refining the usefulness of their performance indicators and also the standard operating procedures that they need to implement to collect information to make performance reporting reliable. That is not done sufficiently by the entity. Hence, we still have areas of misstatement in the report on predetermined objectives. As far as the cash reserves is concerned, the NSFAS entity is last year, I think the closing cash balance was around 5 billion. This year, the entity's closing cash balance is about 12 billion. So there's been an increase of about 7 billion in their cash balance closing, which means that the entity is in a healthy financial, cash reserve position. So that's to answer that question. And then in terms of the member questions relating to the non-compliances as regards the remuneration for the accounting officer or the previous administrator, what has happened there, the Minister of Higher Education has approved the allowances and the remuneration of the administrator and his team. However, the Minister omitted to forward that approval to the Minister of Finance for his concurrence and also approval of the allowances that was paid to the administrator and his team. And so we picked that up as an audit team, which resulted then in the non-compliance, because the Minister of Higher Education had to basically forward or the approvals to the Minister of Finance, get his approval, and then only pay the allowances after that. But the minister went along and the allowances was paid. He approved it, the Higher Education Minister, and in the end it resulted in the irregular expenditure that was disclosed in the financial statements. Then in terms of, I don't want to expand on the irregular expenditure, but the irregular expenditure for, I think it's Honorable Member De Bello, that irregular expenditure, there's a couple of non-compliance areas that comes, it's legacy non-compliance areas that come from the prior year. It relates to, the conditions that we've already set in the presentation that has not been gazetted. Now, NSFAS was qualified on the completeness of irregular expenditure in that area. For the current year, they investigated that irregular expenditure and made full disclosure of the irregular expenditure, whereas in the prior year, they couldn't, or there wasn't sufficient time, or they couldn't disclose all of the irregular expenditure. Hence, this year they went out on that process, and the qualification disappeared on irregular expenditure because they made full disclosure this year of the irregular expenditure picked up in the prior year. So that was the one area that we had irregular expenditure, and then the payments to the administrator was included there, and there was also overpayments in relation to bursary expenditure, not in terms of the agreement with students that caused irregular expenditure, but that's legacy issues that they have disclosed now fully and that they are addressing as part of the action plans. As you would see, them addressing some of the areas also in terms of the material irregularities that we raised, which coincides with this. So that is my answers to the honorable members. I hope I've covered all the areas for the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Gabi.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Michelle?
Thank you so much. I will then start on the EWCTA. So the EWCTA in terms of the PPE, so they paid prices over and above what National Treasury had given us. As you recall, when we started with COVID, National Treasury did go out on a tender and looked at the prices and made sure that they give a direction in terms of what are the limit of the prices that needed to be paid. I'll give you an example for EWCTA. Some of the surgical gloves, they purchased at R1.56 per glove, whereas the National Treasury Guide was about 46 cents per glove. So you can see that there was a glaring difference in that regard, and that's why we've raised it to them as well. In terms of the NSF, the EO was there for the year, but we did not necessarily finalize the audit with him. He had already been suspended at that time. But just to give you the context, for us, it is important that we make sure that the expenditure for learning, we follow it through to make sure that learning activities did take place. So it is important for us to make sure that there's proof that there was attendance registers, there's proof that the learners were there. There is proof that the stipends that are paid into the correct account of the learners. So that kind of support is very critical for us to make sure that that expenditure has reached where it should have been paid for. So those are the kind of documents that we didn't necessarily obtain from the NSF. We did raise it in the prior year. However, not much had moved in the current year. We do follow through right up until we do request that information be provided to us. We also request that the NSF can get it from the service providers, or we are able to also visit the sites. But however, we did not receive the documentation that were required for us to be comfortable that learning had taken place, which is a key activity for the NSF. In terms of the TVETs, we have given them recommendations primarily on on ensuring that underlying schedules agree to the financial statements, and that's where they are failing in preparation of the financial statements. So asset registers, debtors listings, those listings are not prepared and don't necessarily always agree to the financial statements. And one of the key recommendations as well was that there must be daily controls that are developed and implemented. And what is key to that is that the management of the colleges must enforce these controls. So they must make sure that these reconciliations are done. They must do adequate reviews. So we provided them with those recommendations, and they should have those action plans to make sure that they improve the audit outcomes. In terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for both the services SETA and the construction SETA, just to give some background, is that it is very critical that the SETAs manage the service providers, because in some instances, service providers do the work and you're not managing them. And therefore, when payment comes, you want to try and now argue the service that needed to be provided. It can be a bit late, and you'll see that for services SETA, they were taken to court. The service provider felt that they had breached the contractual terms and were not paying them. Unfortunately, services SETA did not. The court ruled against them, and they were required then to pay. They were required to even pay for loss of time that the service provider was standing and not paying their own employees. So there was quite a lot of payments that services SETA had to do. This is similar to construction SETA, not that they went to court, but for them it was mainly that the rates that they used to pay the service to calculate for the invoice used to calculate the rate was incorrect, and there was also defects in some of the work that the service provider had done. But in the main, if you look at these two, it's just about making sure that you are managing your service provider, you're managing them throughout them providing the service, making sure that it is the quality that you are required. And also when you do get the invoice, it's about paying it on time. And if you're not paying it on time, having that communication and enforcing your contractual obligations between yourself and the service provider, so that you avoid the court litigations, you avoid the interest that is being paid. What we do is we do give them those recommendations. We do give them some support. We make sure that the action plans include the recommendations. But it really is the SETA to make sure that they are managing these service providers and making sure that they are paying the invoices on time. I think I've covered all the questions on the SETAs and the NSF. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, with the last 2 minutes that is left for us, let me just talk to the question that says, what are the penalties that the AGSA impose on the late submission? And I'm going to combine that question with what is it that the AGSA do to ensure that there's submission? And you would identify that in terms of how we structure, the law is quite clear that the AGSA should not find themselves being the accounting officer and also the checker at the same time, the referee and the player. But nevertheless, we do not necessarily impose penalties. We can't. It's not our space to. So that is the space of the accounting officer, the department, obviously, with the National Treasury. But what we do, we will then report it in the audit report, and you will see the material non-compliance that we push. The key reason why we do that is so that when we come to a committee like this one, you are able to then facilitate an accountability process and try to ask the right question to the same people, the very same people that you had hoped that they do the financial statement, they do them correctly and they do them on time. But part of the capacity building, or rather the intervention that the AGSA do, as much as we are trying to make sure that we still maintain our independence, we do what we call the status of the record, right? Which means that in some of the entities where we see the red flags, we are able to highlight to the accounting authority or the accounting officer that as we look at what you are doing, it's likely not going to give you the reliable reporting, is likely not going to enable you to report in time. And we combine that with the work that their own internal audit does, just to try and make sure, to the point of Honorable Mahlatsi, the risk is managed and it's managed on time. I want to go to the question, I think Honorable Mahlatsi, you asked a question to say, couldn't NSFAS have taken the steps to then at least make sure that this irregular expenditure is reduced? And I'm sure when they present it, they'll touch on it. But from the law perspective, if you do incur irregular expenditure, the law has got an opportunity for you, once you investigate it and you're clear that, look, there isn't much that anybody could have done, or there isn't a responsibility that somebody, or there isn't a responsibility that pushed the entity to recover the money from somebody, you then have to go to the National Treasury and request a condonation. And once Treasury had evaluated and they're comfortable that you've done everything that the PFMA asked you to do, then they may just allow you and then condone. And I'm sure NSFAS will talk to how far they are in that process, both for the administrator salary and for the other irregular expenditure that come from the gazetting process. That's just what the law provides for. So I thought maybe let me just pause here. Honorable Chair, I think my 2 minutes is exactly there. And really just appreciate the valuable inputs that we got from the committee members. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Komape. You know, I want to take you back just a little bit to slide 37. There's something I'm seeing that I'm not really sure, maybe I'm not reading it correctly. It says 12 auditees submitted financial statements that did not contain material misstatements, and we wish to commend these entities. Then the second bullet says 20 of the auditees submitted financial statements that did not contain material misstatements. Can you just clarify to me the difference between those two bullet points just before you head off? Ms. Komape, were you able to get that?
Sorry, I think you are cutting off from my side. May you just go again, please?
Okay, I'm gonna switch off my my video just so that I can strengthen the audio. So if you look at slide 37 of your presentation, under quality of submitted financial statements, there are 2 bullet points there. The first one says 12 auditees submitted financial statements that did not contain material misstatements, and we wish to commend these entities. So you list them after that, which are those institutions. Then it says 20 of the auditees submitted financial statements that did not contain material misstatements. So can you just explain to me what the difference between the 12 in the first bullet is and the 20 in the second bullet is? Ms. Komape, I don't know if my network is still bad.
We can hear you, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, if you can just allow me to respond. I think Ms. Komape might be having technical. Can I go ahead? Okay, for the difference between...
Oh, no, it's fine. Go ahead, Zama. It's fine.
Okay, the difference between the two points there, the 12 would be, they didn't have material misstatements on the financial statements, and then they also didn't have any material non-compliances with legislation. Hence, they are classified as a clean on the green there. But 20 of those TVET colleges had did not have material misstatements on the financial statements, and they might have had other non-compliances. So that's the differentiation between the 20 and the 12. 12 had no misstatements on the financial statements and also didn't have any compliances with legislation, but then 20 of them had other areas of non-compliance with legislation that we would have picked up.
Okay, thank you very much, Sister Mahlangu. I think we can then just close that. Thank you, Mekomape, Sister Mahlangu. I'd like to really thank the Office of AG for the work that you do in assisting us in holding the department and its entities and institutions that fall within it accountable. We have taken into consideration the recommendations that you have brought forth, you know, particularly speaking to these, to the department and its entities, but also the recommendations that you have brought forth to the committee in terms of how we can strengthen the role we're meant to be playing in terms of the oversight and accountability role that we have to play on the department and its entities. I think we also note from members the fact that members would like for us to continue to look and zoom into the entities that have recurring issues, to entities that have now come up to be problematic. But also for us to maybe pay visits to the NSF and the coastal TVET as well, that has been of an area of concern as well. But I think for time purposes, we'll move into the observations and recommendations coming out of the AG's presentation and deliberations from your presentation, as well as others towards the end of today's meeting. So we'll now move on. It's 6 minutes past 10. Thank you so much, Ms. Komape. I know you had asked that if you guys—
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know you had asked that if you could remain in the meeting. You're more than welcome to remain in the meeting. These are public meetings. So you are more than welcome to stay in the meeting and just observe the rest of the deliberations of today. It's 7 minutes past 10, and I think we can now move on to the presentation of the annual report of the Department of Higher Education and Training, led by the Deputy Minister, Futima Namela, as well as the DG, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi. DM, I'll hand over to you if there are any political remarks or opening remarks that you'd like to make, and then you'll hand over to the DG and his team. I'd like to just remind colleagues that please, if there are any responses from a particular unit, particular department of the department, please do wait till the end, when the DG will then allocate you time and an opportunity to then clarify members once members have raised their questions. So ultimately allow yourselves to be led by the leaders of your delegations. So you just wait until the end. So DM, I'll just hand over to you for your remarks. It's 8 minutes past 10. We have an hour given to yourselves. But at 11, I will try and start to ask the department to wrap up. Thank you, DM.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I may be allowed to keep my video off, the platform has been kicking me out once or twice, so I don't want to risk that. But thank you so much for this opportunity for us to present the annual performance plan 2020-2021, but also we presented the annual report on the targets we've set for ourselves over the 5-year period. And for us, this is an opportune time for us to share with members of the two committees the progress on our mission to building an expanded and responsive post-school education and training system, as we've articulated it in our white paper. And like many others, Chairperson, the post-school education and training sector has obviously been affected greatly at all functional levels by the COVID-19 pandemic. And we had to reassess and recalibrate our services at all levels and across all programs and within all institutions during the year under review. And all of that had to happen under marked budget cuts, as you will see in the presentations, which was across all of government. We established a COVID-19 responsive grant to support the implementation of a multimodal teaching and learning interventions. And working with Higher Health, we've also provided appropriate support and advice to ensure effective management of the impact of the pandemic within the sector. And we did this to save lives, but also to save the academic year. Let me share, Chairperson, some of the key developments during the period under review. Firstly, and I think what's crucial, is the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, where we, in support of this plan, we sought to respond to the devastating impact of COVID-19 on the economy. Our department has developed a skills strategy to ensure that occupational shortages and skills gap are not a constraint to its implementation. And the Minister presented the strategy to the Cabinet earlier this year. The skills strategy has gone through an extensive consultation process with numerous stakeholders, including but not limited to the economic sector, cluster, the NADLAC, CETAS, University South Africa, and other public and private sector forum with common interest in its outcomes. The second area of key development that I want to highlight, Chairperson, is the establishment of the 2 new universities. We've set up a high-level plan in relation to the feasibility study for the construction of 2 new higher institutions and innovation, new higher education institutions for science and innovation in Ekurhuleni, and another one for crime prevention in Hammanskraal, both in Gauteng. A project manager has been appointed to manage the activities related to the feasibility study, including to assemble a team of specialists required and manage their inputs. The steering committee has also been established to oversee this work, and it meets on a monthly basis. The third area is on student housing infrastructure, and the program is underway, and it seeks to ensure that the shortfall in the number of student beds in all provinces is addressed, and it is made possible through a memorandum of understanding between our department, National Treasury, and the Development Bank of South Africa. And in terms of this program, the first phase, where we saw 1,800 beds procured by VUT, completed about 200 beds at NMU, and also 11,400 beds student village at the University of Fort Hare Alice campus in 2020. Currently, there are some developments, numerous 8,000 beds in the Northwest University, SMU, and UWC, but also some in King Hintsa TVET College, about 840, and 3,500 beds in the University of Limpopo, which are in a planning stage, and a feasibility study for 3,500 beds in Mizulu is currently being carried out. And so about 3.5 billion investment with 1.6 billion debt funding by the DPSA to attract debt funding. And in summary, phase 1 will realize close to 20,000 beds and has created over 3,000 job opportunities. Phase 2 also will see feasibility studies have been completed for 9,500 student beds. These are both in TVET colleges and also at UKZN, and will enable an investment of about 3 billion. And also feasibility studies are at final stages for 15,000 beds in various TVET colleges and some of the universities. So phase 2 constitutes in total about 24,000 beds and about 7.2 billion investment with debt funding of approximately 40%, and could possibly create over 4,000 job opportunities. Phase 3 of this student housing project will see 11,000 beds, mostly at DUT with 7,000 and UCT with 4,000. And these are currently at procurement stage. And the demand analysis for the procurement of the remaining 34,000 bed is currently at data gathering stage, and breakdown per institutions will be available upon the conclusion of the demand analysis. The fourth area of development, Chair, that I want to highlight is the regional multipurpose centers, which are focusing on skilling our communities through education and training and innovation and science. And this was done through the development of the Imbali Education and Innovation Precinct, which continued throughout 2020 and will be made up of an interconnected network of education and support institutions that will work together in a locality for the mutual benefit of all involved, and in order to create seamless, enhanced quality education pathways from early childhood education to higher education for the community that it serves. And we see this as a pilot and precedes envisaged development of similar precincts that have been targeted in other areas, such as Limpopo in Kiali. The fifth area, Chair, is with regards to the TVET college sector, where in collaboration with CETA and Umalusi, we've been working hard to eradicate the certification backlog. And it's quite pleasing that significant strides have been made in the reduction of the backlog. And as a result of the rigorous work undertaken, 95% has been achieved and certificates have been dispatched to colleges. But this will remain our area of focus until we achieve zero backlog in respect to outstanding certificates for our students. Now, we've also targeted lecture development as a key intervention in the TVET college sector, where about 190 lecturers, of whom 161 are attached to public TVET colleges, have graduated from the Nelson Mandela University with an advanced diploma in technical and vocational teaching in December 2020, and more than 150 lecturers who were previously professionally unqualified have registered with NMU, TUT, VETS, UJ, and VUT to study the advanced diploma in technical and vocational teaching. Implementation of the college infrastructure efficiency grant is progressing. 60% of the 10 campuses are now occupied by the beneficiary colleges. Percentage completion for the remaining 4 sites ranges from 65 to 98%. And as part of program offering and ensuring the responsiveness of TVET colleges, digital skills knowledge is being integrated into current programs. For instance, if we look at the curriculum for the National Certificate Vocation, or NCV, this will include a new stream focusing on robotics, which is currently being quality assured by Umalusi for implementation in 2022. We are also reconstructing engineering programs to make them more responsive to the changing industry environment, and most importantly, to align with the standards of professional bodies. And as part of the groundbreaking skills development initiative that aligns to support the artisanal skills needs of industry and the economy at large, 6 colleges have been accredited to be trade centers for occupational qualification. Now, with regards to the university sector, the system continues to improve its efficiency as outputs are increasing at a substantially higher rate than inputs, which are enrollments, and at universities in particular. Graduations at public universities have been growing at an annual growth of 4.2% over the past 5 years to 2019 as compared to 2.1% average annual enrollments over the same period. We are monitoring the 2021 academic year. A new monitoring tool has been developed. Directions have been pushed to support universities in the context of COVID-19. Our minister established a task team to look into the agent policy review of student funding policy, which also to a large degree affects the TVET sector, and work is already underway in this regard. And that also the ministerial task team, the ministerial committee actually of inquiry into NSFAS that the minister established in May to determine the root causes of the problems experienced with the rollout of the student-centered model at the NSFAS submitted its report in February this year, and we are considering the recommendations for the future business processes, systems, policies, and capacity necessary at NSFAS to administer student financial aid effectively. Now, with the CET college sector, there are a few developments which should be noted. Funding has been secured to develop a sustainable funding model for CET colleges. Work will commence during this financial year and is envisaged to be completed in 2022-2023. Our department is also working with the Quality Council of Trades and Occupation for implementation of responsive skills program. We also entered into a memorandum of agreement with the Small Enterprise Development Agency as part of introducing entrepreneurship programs in our CT colleges. Through this partnership, CT colleges will be capacitated and strengthened to provide entrepreneurship programs in the 2021-2022 financial year. These are some of the key developments, Chairperson, that we think should be noted by both committees, given the unpredictable impact of COVID-19 pandemic in the PSET sector and other sectors of the economy, the lower than expected performance of 34% at a system level is acknowledged, whilst on the other hand, the achievement of 70% in respect to the direct outputs of the department should also be commended. Our senior management of the department, led by the DG, will provide the details of the annual report, including the financial performance during the year under review. So I'd like to, Chair, take this opportunity to hand over to our brand new Director-General, and it's his first appearance at this select committee, joint portfolio and select committee, and so we hope that it would not be, it would be a baptism full of roses, Chair, as he eases into his role. But he's a soldier, he's been around, he's not new to the system. So if we could welcome him to lead the presentation together with the other DDGs who are present. DG, with your permission, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM. The DG can have his maiden presentation to the committee. Welcome, Dr. Sishi.
DG, I hope yeah, I think he has network issues, Chair, because both his mic and his video are on.
Yes, one of your colleagues did indicate that the DG was having challenges logging in, but I saw he did come in, so I don't know if it's now network challenges. But if there's someone who in the interim can, let's try and get the DG on. But in the interim, if there is someone who can just start with the presentation, that would be highly appreciated.
Chair, let him log off and then log in again, and then indicate when he logs in again there that he wants to join the meeting with a computer audio or something like that when he joins the meeting. I think because we can't hear what he's saying, but you can see he's trying to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Litsie. I think, DG, can you, I saw your camera open. Let's test your mic now.
Still nothing, Chair.
All right. Can DG take the advice, and can, if there are any colleagues that are with DG in the office, can they assist him with logging out and logging back in?
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Litsie.
Just on a lighter note, I think I saw the DG standing up from the chair. And I thought maybe on a lighter note, you must tell him we did not say he must walk out. He must just log out, Chair.
Maybe let's do this. Let's give colleagues a 5-minute, what is it?
Good morning, Chair.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, DG. We can hear.
My name
I'm
is.
not sure, Mr. Kangwane.
Yes, DG is coming to my office now to present from there. He just walked in. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so he'll be using your device.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine.
It looks like he did walk out, Chair, as I saw on that side.
Okay, unfortunately now the lighting is behind the DG
good morning.
and not in front of the DG.
Switch on the light, DG. They need to see
Chairperson, I think.
Are you able to switch on your light, DG? Because now the public will think we have appointed Deep Throat as the DG. It's giving you that silhouette, so you can just switch on the light. Zakela, can you switch on the light in your office for DG, please?
Okay, the light is on DM. I think the challenge is that the windows behind him and not in front of him. So the lighting, us young people would know these, So the lighting should be in front of him from the mirror, not behind him.
Behind him, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you can change that. Maybe we can give colleagues some time to do that. But if not, it's fine. DG, you'll send us a picture of yourself. As long as we can then just see your silhouette, I think we can continue with the meeting.
Thank you very much. You were very kind to me. I appreciate. Deputy Minister of our department.
Sorry,
you for your
serious apologies. Can I just check? So there's no ways to ensure that that we can see you? Because now the camera's off.
The team, the team is trying to get that sorted out, Chair.
Okay, so in
I
the
think
meantime, you'll just
time
continue with the presentation.
We will be.
All right. Okay, that's fine. No, you can continue, DG.
Yes, absolutely.
It is about time.
Sis Zamahlangu, your mic keeps opening itself.
Chairperson, it's always. Please.
All right. DG, you can continue with your presentation. Apologies for that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Always, it's an honor and privilege for an official of a department anytime to present before the joint committees. And this opportunity is appreciated by myself and the entire team that represents the department today. I take this opportunity, Chair, to specifically thank you for your warm welcome to this department that you have done. And on behalf of the committee, I wish also to thank the Deputy Minister for leading us today and with the opening address that has covered sufficiently the issues and ushered us in as we present as this team, the briefing on the 2021 annual report, the financial and non-financial performance information. Chairperson, as we present ourselves to this committee, we wish to indicate in the first 6 pages of our report and clarify the mandate of our department that is drawn directly from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, Section 29, read with Schedule 4. this also, will reflect on the legislative framework governing the work of our department, and citing the Higher Education Act number 101 of 1997, the Continuing Education and Training Act number 16 of 2006, the National Qualifications Framework as amended, Act number 12 of 2019, the Skills Development Act number 97 of 1998, and the rest of other important legislation that is part of the legislative framework governing the work that we are presenting to this honorable committee, joint portfolio committees and select committees. I come here not alone, Chairperson. I've got a team of Deputy Directors General that are with me. The head official of planning, Ms. Noloa Zikasa, who's the DDG for planning, is here with me. Mr. Zungu, the Deputy Director General for TVET, is here with me. We also have Mr. Chief Mabizela on behalf of Dr. Tandile Win, who's with the Minister presenting to Cabinet today. We have Mr. Mvalo, the DDG for Skills Development, and also in my own office, Mr. Hlongwane, the Acting Chief Director. But we also have Mr. Reineth Mkiba, the Director for Strategic Planning, who's going to do the rest of the presentation before our DDGs can comment after the chairperson would have allowed us to come in to make remarks once the committee has had their take in this regard. The Department of Higher Education chairperson have its work directly guided by the government 7 apex priorities as announced by the President of the Republic of South Africa in July 2019 for the 2019-2024 medium-term strategic framework. And of the 7 priorities that were announced by our President, the Department of Higher Education and Training is one of the lead departments for priority 3 that contributes directly to priority 2. That is the economic transformation and job creation. The Deputy Minister in his address has indicated the progress that the department is making regarding economic transformation and job creation. And in our report, we will elaborate on what the Deputy Minister has already framed in his address. The Department of Higher Education is responsible for education, skills, and health. And this is cited, Chairperson, to show that in as much as we are addressing ourselves to all the 7 priorities, we are alert to the fact that for the system to achieve its outcome, the Department of Higher Education has got to ensure that priority 2 and 3 is attained. And therefore, our report today is going to address itself to these issues. From page 8 of our report, I'm going to, therefore, with your permission, Chair, ask Mr. Reineth Mkiba to lead the presentation of the report as guided by my remarks as I conclude right now. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mkiba.
Thank you, DG. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues and honorable members, Deputy Minister. Chair, I will, in the interest of time, I will present from this slide as projected, Chair, slide number 8. And I think DM in his opening remarks has also covered some of the issues that we have put as part of the presentation, and some DG has also covered. So I will proceed to cover those areas that have not been covered, starting with slide number 8. And I'll be doing this jointly with the CFO chair, who's going to be taking you through the financial performance of the department as it relates to the year under review. This slide, Chair, in particular, it's just to remind members, honorable members, of the 5-year outcomes that we have committed ourselves to as part of our 2020-2025 strategic plan. Chair, you'll recall that last year we presented the strat plan, and we did commit to say, as at the end of the 2024-25, we would have loved to see progress made in respect to the expansion of access to PSET opportunities, but also improvement in respect to the efficiencies and the success within the system, as well as the quality of provision, and to really realize the responsiveness of the PSET system to the needs of the industry, but also to those that we are targeting in respect of our provisioning. And lastly, that we are also targeting to maintain excellent business operations within the department, but also in the sector as a whole, in relation to our institutions and public entities. Now, then the next slide, slide number 9, DM has covered substantially on these issues. We thought we needed to provide progress in as far as the priorities of the department are concerned for the next 5 years, and I think DM has substantively covered this area. So I will jump straight, Chair, to the highlights of achievements, and I will just highlight these as considering that members have actually gone through the presentation, and therefore I will just give highlights as given. Now, in respect to the first outcome, which of ensuring that there's excellent business operations within the department, there are 3 areas we thought needed to be highlighted, Chair, and this relates to the filling of vacancies in the department. We had targeted to achieve or to fill positions that would have been advertised within 150 days. But it's pleasing to see that we were able to do that within 136 days. This is days too many, Chair, but I think it is important to highlight that this is an improvement, you know, considering that we had started off as a department with, you know, us filling positions, you know, within 6 months. It would take us 6 months to do that, and having targeted, you know, 150 days to achieve 136 days is really commendable. Indeed, this is the area where we're looking at improving going forward to reduce these days to even 120 as you look at the MTF period. But this achievement has assisted the department to actually achieve a vacancy rate of 11% in the year under review, which is an achievement as well, consistent, with the directives as they come from DPSA, to at least, for departments to at least, be under 10% of 10% in terms of vacancy rate. The other area, Chair, is in respect to the payment of creditor invoices, which we had committed to pay within 30 days. Unfortunately, for the year under review, we could only process 97% of those invoices within 30 days. And as you would see later on, that performance, or this performance, is as a result of the faulty systems that we are using in the department, but also as a result of the unavailability of staff to process creditor invoices that would have been received due to the fact that due to COVID-19, and some of those were either isolated at that time, or either or hospitalized, or even because it was the period of the lockdown. So this achievement of 97%, it is not something that to brag about, because all invoices have to be paid within 30 days. But considering the circumstances that we find ourselves in the year under review, it is I must say, Chair, commendable that we at least could reach 97%. And then the last part is the audit opinion as by the AG, as per the presentation that was given earlier, that we had targeted to achieve an unqualified audit, and indeed we were able to achieve that. The second slide, Chair, is in respect to the expansion of access, the outcome on expanding access to PSET opportunities. And I think in this Chair, DM did touch a bit on this, but it is important that we highlight the fact that the system is being supported by the department in terms of those students that are receiving funding, especially those that are from poor and working class backgrounds, through the bursary scheme of the department to access opportunities. As you will see later on, we will reflect the progress we have made in that area. DM did indicate about the ministerial task team that was established to look into the issue of the student funding policy. I'm not going to touch on that. The third bullet, it's in relation to the scholarships, the various scholarship opportunities that were extended during the year under review by various countries, China, Turkey, Hungary, Russia, and so forth, which is commendable, Chair, because these opportunities are actually affording, places for our students to actually enroll in areas as dictated to by those countries that would have offered scholarships. We have also approved the advocacy strategy for the CET college sector, particularly to brand the sector, but also to attract potential students into the sector. So this slide is just showing enrollments at universities. You will see that we had targeted for 2020-21 to enroll 1,080,000 and 1,074,912 students were enrolled. This is slightly below the targeted headcount enrollments. However, suffice to say, Chair, that despite the fact that there was an under-enrollment looking at the target in terms of the universities, we are on a good trajectory towards achieving the 1.6 million as stated to by the National Development Plan to monitor the enrollment planning for 2020 to 2025 to also assist us to better plan in the future. In the next slide, it's on NSFAS, as I indicated earlier on. You will see that from 2017-2018 up to the year under review, the number of students receiving funding have been increasing. Although there is a slight underachievement in respect to the target that we had set ourselves, the trend is actually showing an increase in respect to that. And that is attributed to the financial injection that the NSFAS had received from the fiscus. And the same applies as well to the TVET colleges, as you will see in the slide after this one. But this one in particular, Chair, is not encouraging. This is a slide showing enrollments at TVET colleges. And you will notice that if you look at the 4 financial years as projected, enrollments at TVET colleges have been decreasing from 703,000 in 2017-18 to 673,000 in 2021. And this is attributed to the fact that there is a misalignment between what has been allocated to TVET colleges in respect to enrollment and the funding norms as they were. Colleges are gradually adapting to a plan because of that to actually enroll within available funding. Members will recall that the funding for this sector in terms of enrollment is actually threefold. One, it's for those that are ministerially approved, and then the other one is funded from other sources, and then the other funding is within the college reserves. And because the reserves have now been depleted, reliance is now on the fiscus. Reliance is now on what has been provided or what has been allocated to realize the enrollments as targeted, and therefore we will see enrollments going forward because this sector is currently funded at 62% instead of the requisite 80%. I've already touched on the NSFAS as well within the TVET colleges, as I indicated. The graph also on this sector is also showing an increase because of the financial injection that has come through. In respect to CET colleges, you will see, Chair and honorable members, that this is a sector, if you were to compare with the other sectors, that is a bit limping because of the infrastructure which is not appropriate, to enable colleges to offer programs that are attractive to adults as well as youth, and therefore enrollments are not at the level envisaged or expected. The second issue also, as I indicated earlier on, relates to the institutional identity of this sector. And for that reason, as I indicated earlier on, we sought to develop a strategy, advocacy strategy, to ensure that this sector is branded appropriately and we are able to attract the requisite numbers. But more so also to look into the infrastructure issues of this sector, because this remains a bigger challenge, and also the planning therein is something that needs to be addressed going forward. In respect to the skills development, and particularly web-based learning opportunities. You will see, Chair and honorable members, that we were unable to meet the target as planned. You will also recall that when we revised the APP last year, we had to revise this target to 100,000, considering the impact that COVID has had in terms of placement of learners, and also considering the fact that SETAs could not issue calls as expected to employers, particularly in the second and third, also in the last quarter of the financial year, because of the restrictions that were placed by COVID-19. And as a result of that, only 78,317 could be placed, which is a bit problematic, Chair, because these some of these are aligned. The placement is aligned to them receiving the requisite certificates from TVET colleges. And then in terms of new artisans registered for training per year, for the 2020-21 financial year, similarly, employers could not take in learners because SETAs could not issue calls as a result of the impact that COVID had on in respect to registration of new artisans. And because of that, just over half of what was targeted could be registered. The third outcome, which is improving efficiency and success of the PSET system. I think DM also did touch on this, but a point I want to make on this one, Chair, is that the growth that we are seeing in respect to graduations in our universities is actually a sign that the system is improving its efficiency. And you know, the fact that this is growing at a rate higher than enrollments is actually encouraging, because these are the outputs we want to see from the system for our students to meaningfully participate in the mainstream economy. But also in respect to knowledge creation through our postgraduate students at the master's or doctoral level, we also notice that these have actually increased at the rate than the overall numbers of graduates, which is also increasing. And this is on the side of universities. But in respect to TVET colleges, we would like to see a similar pattern. If you look at the N4 level, NCV level 4, as well as N6 completion rates. And for that to improve, in the year under review, we saw colleges registering students or enrolling students in pre-vocational learning programs to ensure that to actually improve their success as they go into the mainstream programs. In 2020, so in 2019, the enrollments for this program were at 2,597, and that has increased for the year under review to 5,254. Although it's a figure that is yet to be verified, but it's an indication of the intentions that the sector has in respect to ensuring that students succeed in the programs that they enroll eventually. In terms of scarce skills, it is also encouraging, Chair, to indicate that graduates for engineering sciences, natural and physical sciences have also exceeded targets. There were 314 more graduates in the engineering field than targeted. and there were 101 graduates, more graduates targeted, achieved than targeted. If you look at natural and physical sciences graduates. In terms of artisan development, only 80% of the target was achieved, as per the reasons I indicated earlier on. In terms of improving quality, we are also making strides, Chair, in that the university education sector has continued to implement the transformation agenda of the department through the Staffing South Africa Universities framework. And under this framework, as we all know, that we have programs such as the New Generation of Academics program, wherein we have targeted 100 posts to be allocated to universities, and 161 posts were actually allocated. Similarly, in respect to the university staff doctoral program, which is designed to support staff to obtain doctorates, we have also made strides there, as universities allocated 47% of the grant therein for staff development in respect to this program. In the area of CET, there is a national policy on student and community support services that has been developed to improve the quality of learning there. Also in the TVET college sector, lecturers and managers are being capacitated. A strategy has been developed to ensure that there's improvement in terms of teaching and learning. And lastly, the responsiveness of the preset system. Chair and honorable members, you will recall that Minister launched in November last year the 2 critical reports from the Labor Market Intelligence program. One on the occupations in high demand, and the other one was a critical report on the list of critical skills in support of the Department of Higher Education. As we all know that Home Affairs is the custodians of the process of recruiting critically skilled foreign nationals, especially on areas where the South African labor market is in short of. So these are the 2 research reports that were produced and are meant, Chair, to actually assist the department, but government also in general, in respect to decision-making in areas of funding, in areas in planning, and also in policy decision-making. Lastly, I think DM also did touch on this one, that we are at the tail end of the process of developing the skills strategy, which DM indicated that it's a strategy that actually got to be consulted on, with various stakeholders, as he mentioned, and it has also been received well by the Cabinet Lekgotla when it was presented by the minister. We also provided support to universities in terms of entrepreneurship, education and development, but also in terms of HELP, which is higher education leaders and management program. But also, as I indicated, the entrepreneurship development in higher education institutions. We have also developed a plan on the establishment of entrepreneurship hubs in TVET colleges. It is a plan that is being implemented in the current financial year. We also expanded program provisioning at the CET colleges to include occupational skills program. This was done in collaboration with CETAS. A strategy was developed as well on placing lecturers in industry for experiential learning. Although, Chair, as I indicated, also you'll see later on in the presentation that despite the fact that we have a strategy on placement of lecturers in industry for them to be exposed to the needs on the ground in terms of industrial requirements, we could not place the requisite lecturers due to the impact of COVID. Now, this slide, Chair, is showing where we at in terms of performance. On the left, it's a pie chart that depicts the department's performance in terms of the 86 targets that we had committed ourselves to, which only 60%, which is 70%, was achieved. And these are all the steering mechanisms that we introduced in the system to steer the post-school education and training system, the guidelines, the policies, and all other steering mechanisms that we directly produce. But the pie chart on the right, Chair, is reflecting performance at the level of the system. We had 32 system targets, and this is the area where we did not do well. As you can see, the red part, the red pie there, actually shows the underperformance, the percentage of underachievement in terms of the 32 targets that we had put for ourselves, which is way too high, considering the funding that is actually going into the system. So down the sub sectors that contribute to that is the universities, the TVET colleges, the skills development, mainly CETAs, and the CET colleges. And you will notice there that the universities could only achieve 6 of the 14. And my apologies, I did not show the actual targets, but they could only achieve 43%, which is 6 of 14 targets that had been planned there. In the TVET colleges, 4 of the 11, which is 36%, and CETAs, in particular in the area of web-based learning opportunities, only none of the targets were achieved there. And in respect to CET colleges, 1 of 6, which is 17%, could be achieved. Now, if you then consolidate both the targets from the department side in terms of the direct deliverables and at the system level, you then have 118 targets for the year under review, and 71 of those were achieved, which is 60%, and 47 not achieved. And in the main, the majority of the non-achievements are actually at the system level. Now, from this slide, Chair, I think up to 57, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, up to 57. It's the actual achievement of targets, which I'm not going to go through, Chair, assuming that honorable members have read. Suffice to indicate that in respect to program 1, for instance, there were 7 targets. 4 of those were achieved and 3 not achieved. I've already touched on the areas not achieved, and I think this would be the areas for all the programs that I will focus on. I've already spoken to the issue of payment of invoices. I'm not going to touch on that. But one area that experienced underachievement is resolving disciplinary cases within 90 days. You can see, Chair, that we had targeted 100% and only 79% could be achieved. And that is attributed to the delays as a result of the lockdown restrictions that we experienced in that year. The third one, which is the target on concluding investigations on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure within that 90 days. We could not report on this, Chair, because there were no investigations on these areas, be it irregular, fruitless, or wasteful expenditure that were actually undertaken and concluded during the year under review. In terms of program 2, there were 12 targets, 8 of those were achieved and 4 not achieved. I'm going to go straight to those that were not achieved. One is we had committed to actually sign 2 new agreements for international scholarships. Only one could be successfully signed. The other one remained unsigned as at the time of completing the financial year, and that relates to the Hungarian government, for which a memorandum of understanding was yet to be concluded. The second one is in relation to the amendment bill, which could not be, NQF amendment bill, which could not be approved by the minister as planned, because the 2019, we had anticipated that the 2019 NQF Amendment Act would have been in operation, and therefore we could then take on board the recommendations as given to the department through the evaluation process that was undertaken in 2019 in respect to the implementation of the NQF Act. So it couldn't be processed because the Amendment Act was yet to come into operation, and therefore it was not going to make sense to implement recommendations before the Act is implemented. The third one, as I indicated, we had targeted 3 research reports, including the plan, priority skills plan as planning branch, but only 2, as I indicated earlier, could be finalized. The PSP could not be finalized as engagements in respect to the master plan teams as driven by DHET were yet to be done.
Hello? Sorry to interject like this while you're making your presentation. I've noted that the chair might not be in the meeting now. However, looking at the time that was given to the department to present, we were supposed to have finalized the presentation by 11 o'clock. And we still have other entities coming through. I would suggest, if members agree in principle, that we finalize, because if we go target by target, we're going to take long. And already we have overrun our time as the department in as far, your time as the department in as far as the presentation is concerned. Can we kindly maybe wrap up and allow the finance part to come through for 15 minutes so that at least by 11:30 we're able to finalize the presentation? If it's okay with yourselves and other members of the portfolio, because I would have done so, I would have raised a concern with the chair, but she's not here in the meeting as we speak, or else the secretary of the portfolio committee can advise further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi, for that. I had indicated that I am moving to an area with better connectivity due to load shedding in my area. So I have arrived at the location with better connectivity. And indeed, Honorable Mahlatsi, the department has run over time. We had considered the fact that we had technical glitches. So we had try to have a leeway of 10 minutes. However, as you're saying, Honorable Mahlati, that we're still on target and we haven't gotten to our financial report, financial statements as well. So I would suggest that, I think 11:30 is too far. So we'd like to give the department 10 minutes to move on to the financial aspect of the report. We want to trust that members did go through the reports. With that, Mr. Mkima, if you could kindly move over to the financial part of the report and conclude within the next 10 minutes. We must trust that members have gone through these documents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think as I wrap up before I give to the CFO, in respect to program 3, you will see that there were 23 targets, 21 were achieved, 2 were not achieved. And then in respect to program 4, there were 19 targets, 13 achieved, 9 not achieved. In respect to the program 5, there were 11 targets, 6 targets were achieved and 4 not achieved. And lastly, the CET program had 14 targets, 8 were achieved and 6 not achieved. Chair, I think at this point in time, I will then hand over to the CFO through you to then take you through the financial information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I, Chair? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, you may continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues. I will be taking you through the summary of Part E of the annual report, which is the audited financial statements for the financial year 2020-2021. I've noted the time that is allocated for this section, and I'll try to go through the slides fairly quickly. So this part of the report comprises of the report of the accounting officer, the audit committee report, the report of the Auditor-General, as well as the audited financial statements, which is the greater portion of Part E of the annual report. I'll give a brief summary of each report, including the financial statements, where I will indicate how the appropriate funds were utilized during the year under review. We can move to the next slide. So the next slide, as I said, is the report of the accounting officer, which provides a general summary of the financial affairs of the department, which I'll present shortly when I present the financial information. This report also provides an overview of key policy decisions, strategic issues, and significant events that have taken place during the year under review, including the work done by our institutions and public entities. And most of those also were presented during the performance information. And in the next slide is also the highlight of the issues that appear in the report by the audit committee. I'm sure members are aware that the audit committee is independent. It's a committee that is independent from management, and one of their primary responsibilities is to review the effectiveness and adequacy of systems of internal controls within the department, and also to review and give a view on the quality of reporting, the effectiveness also of our internal audit and risk management functions in the department. And when you look at the report of the audit committee, key issues that have been highlighted is that the committee expressed its satisfaction with the quality of financial statements that have been prepared by the department. And also this is aligned with the report that was given by colleagues from the Auditor-General earlier on this morning. However, there were concerns that were raised by the committee, and this management is in the process of implementing action plans and concerns around the performance information reporting, which still require improvement. And we're going to see some of the issues relating to this in the next slide, where we're going to summarize the audit, the report of the Auditor-General. We can move, please. So under the report, we can move to the next slide. Okay, my slide is not moving. Okay, thank you. So the auditors earlier on, and my colleague who just presented performance information have already mentioned that the department has received an unqualified audit opinion. This is the audit outcome that the department has attained since its inception. Chairperson and honorable members, we are striving to attain a clean audit outcome in the next financial years, and over and above the action plans that emanate from the audit findings. We have also developed a plan which has additional strategies and interventions to deal with some of the challenges that we are having. And based on the work that has been done thus far, we are confident that we will be able to resolve many issues by the end of this financial year, and we are going to see a lot of improvement in the coming year going forward. It is also important also to note that one of the entities that were presented earlier on where we have no material adjustment on the financial statements, meaning the financial statements were free of material misstatement as they were presented for audit. However, we had two areas where we had material findings. One area is on the area of performance information relating to the usefulness and reliability of the information. And the other area is on the non-compliance with the procurement prescripts. And on the performance reporting, I think we can see the three sub-bullets there. Those are the areas where we had challenges regarding the provision of sufficient evidence that will substantiate some of the targets that we have reported on. And the main factor attributed to this performance reporting challenge is to validate the evidence that we get from our institution, especially the colleges. And most of the time, it is difficult to perform this full scope of validation due to tight reporting timelines. However, we are working with colleges to develop controls, systems, and processes to deal with these matters. And we also acknowledge going forward that there will be a need to reassess how we have also crafted some of our technical indicators. And as I've mentioned, Chair, earlier on, we have other additional strategies that we are implementing as management to deal with these issues just over and above the findings that were raised by AG. And on the issues of procurement, I will provide more information when I present the irregular expenditure later on, because there is a correlation between that and this material finding. We can move to the next slide. The next slide is a summary of the appropriation statement, which reflects how funds were utilized. An amount of 106.5 billion rand was appropriated in the year under review, and 94.1 billion of that was through the voted funds, and 12.4 billion was from the direct charges, which is the skills development levy. There has been a huge decline under the skills development levy collection when compared to the 18.2 billion that was collected in the financial year 2019-2020. And this decline is attributed to the effect of COVID-19, which also included the 4 months payment holiday that was granted to companies. And in terms of the actual spending, we have spent 106.1 billion rand in aggregate, from both voted and skills levy. And as a result, we had a variance of 0.4%, which means that we have spent 99.6% of our budget. This variance of 0.4% falls within the National Treasury parameters of 8% deviation. And this implies that the variance is at an acceptable level and therefore not material. And Chair, in the interest of time, I'm tempted not to go into details. The next slide, it's analyzing the economic, the appropriation statement broken down into programs. We can see how much was allocated to which program and how much was spent and the variance. And we can pick up just looking at the variance column that although our variance was not necessarily material, but the contributors, main contributors there was the TVET program and also the community education program. And there is also a correlation between that analysis and the information that is provided in the next slide, where then there is an analysis of the same allocation, but this time per economic classification. We can note on that slide that the variance mainly emanates from the compensation of employees, and this indeed relates to vacancies in general, but specifically those at the TVET colleges and the CET. And this is something that the department has been working on to try and fill the vacancies, because the main attributing factor is the unfilled vacancies, which actually was worsened by the fact that during the lockdowns level 5 and 4, there was a DPSA directive not to advertise the posts. So we could advertise the posts only from August last year, but also with that, the processing of the application has been very slow, because then the building at some point will be closed, or key officials that's supposed to process will be under quarantine, etc. So, but we are making some progress, though we also need to acknowledge that it has been very slow. I think we can move quickly. The other slides will just be for information. We can just move. I've given the reason on the main issue. We can move. That's just for information. And this also, Chair, is a slide that shows all the transfers that were made in the year under review. And the very first slide, I've reported that 94 billion of the allocation was spent from the voted funds. So this slide actually I highlight that 84 billion of the 94 billion spent from voted funds was from transfers and subsidies, and those are the entities and institutions where money was appropriated to. And we can see that a university got more than half of the allocation from the 84 billion, and also 35 billion went to NSFAS, and we can see on how other public entities and institutions got the allocation. I think what is important to note from that slide, the HE8 project actually is the money that was transferred to higher health. We will, this financial year, amend that description to be aligned to the programs that we are funding. We have reprioritized additional funding to higher health in the year under review, so that we can also cover the community education sector, because it was in the past not benefiting from the programs that are being provided by higher health. And then the next slide, I will also take it as read, is for information purposes on the COVID-19 reporting. And also maybe here, Chair, is the slide on the disclosure notes pertaining the irregular expenditure. We still reflected a big closing balance in the year under review, primarily because we also had a big opening balance. We had previous cases that were not resolved, and there are processes that need to be followed before an irregular expenditure can be removed from the books. I think Ms. Khabokoma tried to explain some of the processes that have been prescribed. So by end of the financial year, most of those processes were not yet concluded. However, we'd like to confirm that that balance from this financial year going forward will go down significantly, because we managed to finalize all the cases that were reported in the previous year. To note on this slide also is that in this financial year, we've reported 10.7 million rand irregular expenditure that was incurred, and I will speak about that shortly. So in the next two slides, Chairperson, actually it gives members an update and a progress that was made on the previous cases that were reported even in this committee during the annual reporting. And members, I must say that we have made a huge progress in implementing processes and actions to ensure that these matters are finalized. And as we can see from the status comment on the last column, that we have made on the two slides from item 1 to item 8, that the consequence management has been implemented. And as I said, we are going to see a significant decline in this balance from this year going forward. And we can skip the next slide and go to irregular for current. This is the irregular transactions that were incurred in the reporting period. We have 3 cases, and the first item is on the procurement process that was not followed during when we were organizing our World Skills International event. And determination test has not yet been concluded, and we are anticipating to finalize that during this month. When we are reporting the next cycle of reporting, we will be able to give members tangible progress on what has been done on this regard. And then the second matter, Chair, was also reported last year during the annual reporting, but it's reflecting here because their expenditure was incurred in the year under review. However, I also wish to confirm that the employment contracts relating to those appointment ended in March 2021. So there is no furtherance of incurring the expenditure this year going forward. And the last matter is on legal fees, where we could not initially appoint the state attorney, and we could not also follow competitive bidding due to the agency and pressures that we had in replying, we had to do to reply to the court papers. And I also need to mention, Chair, that due to the large number of entities that we're having as a department, we are highly exposed to litigation risks, and some of these matters expect us to reply promptly. But we are also happy to mention that the department has recently filled the position of the head of the legal services, who will be able to assist in handling these type of matters going forward. And both matters 2 and 3, when the determination tests were not concluded as yet by year end. However, there was a subsequent progress, and we've made necessary submissions to the National Treasury. We're still waiting for response, and we will be able to provide the committee with an update in our next report. And Chair, the last slide, just want to mention before I step off, is on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The reason I also want to comment is to link it to the comment that was made by Member Mahlatsi earlier on. This is just to confirm that the department did not incur any fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the reporting period. What we have there is a balance that emanated from the prior years. It was reported during this committee, and the matters are under investigation by the Hawks. We get updates from time to time, but as at the reporting period, even to date, the matters have not been concluded. Therefore, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was reported earlier on by the Auditor-General colleagues relates to those that were incurred by our entities, mainly the SETA. And as part of our oversight processes in a department, after this annual reporting process, we do engage entities on a one-on-one basis, and we will deliberate with them on these matters, and also try to assess whether there is feasibility or plan to recover some of those losses, or if they've got other remedial action that they put in place. Is something that we do, Chair, on an ongoing basis. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any concluding remarks, DG, before you hand over to, and from yourself, DM, before we open for members to make their remarks?
No, we good.
Colleagues, can I check whose network is not stable? Is it mine or the DG's?
There are no further comment from my side, Chairperson. Thank you for indulging us, given the time pressures that we have. I trust that, Chair, in the tone and posture of the report of the department, you can already see that we make no excuses for underperformance. We take full responsibility, and going forward, that's the attitude that you can expect from us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DG, DM, anything from your side?
No, not at all, Chair. If we can proceed to questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are behind schedule. However, we can't police members and their engagements. Can we stop sharing the presentation, please? maybe I can stop it from this side. No, I don't. Okay. All right, so thank you very much to colleagues for your presentations. We will now note hands from members that seek to engage. I see the hand of Honorable King is up, the hand of Honorable Litsie. Perhaps while I wait for a few colleagues to continue to raise their hands, I could just delve into some of the matters that have come to my attention. I think, just perhaps clarity in the DM's opening remarks, you speak to the fact that we, well, firstly, considering the fact that DHET is part and parcel of the priorities, particularly priority 3 of the medium-term strategic framework, it's essential that it functions. And one way in which you can ensure that it functions, looking at the reports that we've received today, is that we need to ensure that it has adequate resources in order for it to do its job. And I think for us, also a sentiment shared by student organizations and by students themselves, like SALS, the reshuffling of funds within the department is no longer, is not sustainable, because if you take from one area, you essentially weaken its capacity to do its job, and that for us is unsustainable. But perhaps, when the DM was making his opening remarks, he alluded to the fact that funding has been secured for the CET program, which I think many of us can agree. When you look at the outcomes in terms of the target set, the CET program isn't achieving its mandate, and really is really concerning. I mean, I won't delve into the nitty-gritties of each target that is concerning, but I think there are areas where you believe that no, but this could have been done, and you then worry as to, is it an issue of capacity? I know we have an issue of infrastructure, capacity. So I'd like clarity perhaps from the department with regards to whether or not we have been able to secure funding for the CET program, considering the role that it ought to play, and perhaps also to reflect and make an analysis of the state of that particular program. And it might not have been called the CET program when it existed within DBE, and the state of which it's at now as it exists within higher education. And for us to make that particular comparative analysis to see whether or not that decision to move it from the one space to the other was is a sustainable one and could bear fruits for the sector at large, and perhaps both higher and basic education. And perhaps also just to speak on, I see that we want to increase our targets with regards to, internationalization. However, there's a growing concern with regards to the lived realities of our students who are abroad. And when you then think of the policy framework for internationalization of higher education in South Africa, and the work that we have perhaps done as a department with regards to that, in terms of coordinating through across departments like DERCO, the Department of Health, as they send students abroad, for example, Cuba, and ourselves and the embassies, and that type of coordination to ensure that, because ultimately when these queries and concerns on these students who are abroad come back to us as a country, they're not necessarily only going to come back to maybe the Department of Health or maybe the province of the Free State, but they ultimately will get back to us as the Department of Higher Education as well. And so we also then have a role to play in ensuring that those particular students are safe where they are. And then also just clarity on the Mbali project. I'd like to have just maybe a very brief breakdown of where the Mbali project finds itself. I think I have a misunderstanding of where its developments are at this particular point. So where exactly does the Mbali project find itself currently, and how far are we in terms of expanding such a concept as well to the, for example, the north of the country, Limpopo, as alluded to by the Deputy Minister. And then with regards to the steering committee for the establishment of the two universities, the two new universities, can we just have an indication of the makeup of those steering committees? And I mean, some of this information is quite elaborate information, and perhaps what the department can do, considering our time limitations, as opposed to delving into that content now, you can allude to it, but however, furnish the committee with those particular documents that can then give us a broader synopsis of what's happening. So with the steering committee that's looking into the establishment of the two universities, do we have an understanding of the representation of who's sitting on those steering committees? I think that would be interesting for us to know as a committee. And perhaps one could say that, you know, we understand that there's a high-level plan at the moment with regards to with regards to the establishment of these institutions. But I think I'd also like to recommend to the department and to the steering committee, as you continue to do work with regards to this, that there will be a lot of emphasis on the infrastructure makeup or development of these institutions. However, I think it's very important for us to also really zoom into how we can redefine what it means to be in an institution of higher learning through these institutions, if that makes sense, right? It gives us these institutions give us an opportunity to redefine what institutions of higher learning ought to look like, and that perhaps we should also reflect on the shortcomings of institutions that currently exist within the space and try to ensure that these ones reflect something different. And of course, this all has to be done within the remit of the Higher Education Act. Of course, I've spoken to the CET, and you know that, for example, advocacy, I think really goes beyond, well, the challenges in CET go beyond advocacy. I think a big part of it also is the funding, but even when you have the resources, you need to ensure that you have a solid plan in place to ensure that those resources can be used adequately. I'll just park there for now, because I've got a feeling that members will go into an understanding of the breakdown of trajectory in terms of enrollments, and then of course the matching thereof, the funding to those enrollments. And I think, Mr. Mgiba, as you presented, you did speak to the fact that overall there is some sort of positive trajectory. But however, I think in the last year, in many cases, in 2020, 2021, there's a decline in most instances in terms of enrollment and in terms of the funding thereof. And I think with the funding, one would assume that the reason why there'd then be a decline in the funding is based on the enrollment. So it's a matching thereof. But I think just this last one, as I hand over to members, when you look at slide 19, I think when you just look at the movement there, if you look at 2018, 2019, 2020, so we ultimately at some point start targeting lower because we're realizing that the actual figures, we're not meeting them at all. So we target lower. And of course, I think Mr. Mgiba, you alluded to the fact that this also speaks to funding that subsidizes these institutions. But then as we target lower, the actual numbers are then higher. And I think that for me then raises a question of planning and whether or not we need to just reflect a bit on our planning and whether or not we have created enough analysis of trajectory over time for us to better influence how we plan. But I think I'll just leave it there for now and move on to Honorable King, Honorable Litsie, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Sibia. Yeah, those are the hands that we have at the moment. Honorable King, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll just leave my camera off because we also have connectivity challenges here. What I've noticed that there are 65 of the 91 targets that was achieved and 26 were not really achieved, which was a slight regression compared to last year. And I heard the DG mention that some of the targets were a bit high, meaning it was unachievable. So my concern is the DHE then considering that we streamline some of these targets in his department? And also it raises then concern of the planning in his department as per se, but also it raises questions of internal capacity to achieve some of these targets which was not met. And then also I would like to get clarity when it comes to the NQF amendment bill. So the bill has been ascended by the President in 2019, but to date it has not been proclaimed. So what has the department done from then till now to determine what are the main causes why the President have not actually proclaimed this to put it into law? What also is of concern when it comes to NSFAS is what I've mentioned previously was that NSFAS Act have not been amended to incorporate the fee-free higher education since 2017. So what progress has been made in the area since the adoption of the committee's 2021 budget report by the National Assembly in this regard? Has the department looked at it? Then we also knew that in May 2020, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation appointed a ministerial committee of inquiry into the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. To date, 9 months later, we're still waiting on that report. And I would like if the department can just give us what was the main findings and recommendation of that report and the progress so far in implementing that report, and will this report be made available to the committee to go through and to interrogate the department and see if it is achievable what the recommendation which was then presented. As the department also knows, at the beginning of this financial year, there was a 7 billion rand shortfall on NSFAS to provide funding to students. So how confident can we be going into this financial year? I heard that there was said that the NSFAS looks liquid, there's money available in the surplus, but is that then going to be enough for the sustainability of the fund in order to ensure that more students will be funded this year? Because I can guarantee you we might be looking at a 10 billion rand shortfall this year with the influx of more students that will now be applying, which found themselves on the threshold of SAQA and on the 350, given that parents have lost some employment. So I just need some clarity on that. Also in July, the minister announced during the budget speech the appointment of another ministerial task team to review of the broader mandate of UNISA. We know that the report has been leaked, which some of us have not seen yet. So I just wanted to find out when this report will be made available to the committee and what was the ultimate findings of that report based on UNISA's performance. Also on the 23rd of March, the minister then reported to the committee that the department was working on profiling the student debt and gathering data on the matter. The department was due to represent to Cabinet in June 2021, which I assumed it did happen. So has the department presented data on student debt and proposed new funding framework to include the missing middle, which is why we actually had the fees must fall in the first place, was to cover the missing middle. Environments, on page 185 of the annual report, okay, the department reports that shifting funds from goods and services and payments for capital assets, machinery and equipment to transfers and subsidies. NSFAS reference number 9/4/5412 on the 12th of March, 2021. So my question there would be, on what basis did the department then allow the National Treasury allow the department to have this particular environment? And also on which basis did National Treasury allow the department to not have competitive bidding for transactions above 500,000 Rand? And what was the compelling reason which allowed the department to us avoid competitive bidding in certain instances. So that's basically it, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Can I just also then just jump onto Honorable King's question on the NQF Amendment Act, which is Target 2 under Program 2. I just want to understand if we hadn't implemented the first one, since the president is still busy with that one, then why did we target for the approval of the amendment bill? So I want to understand what informed that. Honorable Litsia.
Raleboga Modula Stulo. Let me also join you, Chairperson, when you are in welcoming the new DG to the department. Welcome, DG. And I saw when you were doing the closing remark, at least the lighting was clear. We were able to see you better and hear you better. Welcome to the department. We are presiding over 100 entities in this department, and over 100 billion rands of taxpayers' money. So I'm just hoping that DG, I want to wish you well. I want to wish you well, DG, in your new responsibilities. It's a very difficult space that you have entered, but I know you've been here before, and I wish you all the best. Hope that you will do well. Maybe let me start with what the DM said at the beginning, that funding has been secured for CETs. If we can just get an indication of how much is it, how much is allocated for the 2022 MTF period. And also note that in the presentation, there was a point that you have planned your enrollment based on, or partly on, funding from the reserves of the colleges, which was not guaranteed and sustainable. And as a result, these colleges have not really met their target, and those reserves are depleted. Maybe we must plan a little bit better there. To DHET, AGSA says you have no sufficient appropriate audit evidence that you have systems and processes to measure reliable reporting of performance, which is a concern, obviously, as I've just said, considering that you are presiding over 100 entities and the department is over 100 billion rands budget. How do you plan on developing these systems so that you don't have this audit opinions moving forward? The Auditor-General further says you have claimed some achievement that you could not provide evidence of as per that report, and which is really worrying. So moving forward, maybe we need to fix those things. And what is the consequence management that you have developed from your TVET branch for Coastal TVET College for missing their deadline for audit? What is the TVET branch of the department done so far in that regard, including all those that have regressed on audit opinion as presented by the Auditor-General? NSF received another disclaimer, as a brace of disclaimers in 2 consecutive years now, with too many findings, which I will not name here, but there are just too many, as you may have heard from the Auditor-General earlier on. So my question then to the department is what are you doing, to hold the accounting officer, the management and board accountable of NSF, what is the consequence management that you have employed so far. There is an issue of general recognized accounting practice 17 that I spoke about earlier that relates to property, plant and equipment of TVET colleges. What are you doing to correct this? And as I've said, I would want to employ the department to do a forensic investigation here, because this is not a small matter, this is a big matter. These TVET colleges have got buildings, stuff like that, and we don't know. You can't account for those. You can't say in our risk, in our register, this is what we have, this is what we don't have. You're opening space for corruption and maladministration there. So what is it that you are doing to fix those issues so that we avoid this thing where people play what I talked about earlier, the nigger of state resources there. This one, I'm raising a chair because there are allegations across the country where municipalities fail to do this, and certain buildings that belong to municipalities were given to certain people who worked for municipalities at the time. So we must really learn from those and fix it. Yeah, we can't have this PPE of these TVETs now being given to some people. There's also a general decline on the audit outcome of TVETs with 4 disclaimers this year. Obviously, the improvement from last year, because last year we had 7 disclaimers, but we had 4 now. But there's a general regression on those who had what we call clean audits, who moved from 8 to 5 this year. So what is it that we are doing to assist them in terms of that? There are a lot of issues that the AG has raised as far as that is concerned. So what is it that we're doing to fix those things? The AG further says there's lack of capacity internally to identify errors on financial statements. What is it that the department, obviously the TVET branch, maybe with the CFO of the department, what is it that you are doing? Do you have a plan and how to address such a shortfall moving forward? And then almost 90% of TVET colleges had findings on compliance with legislation, which is 44 out of the 49 which were audited. All had report, and many of them, in fact, if not all of them, were repeat offenders on this thing. So it means we have not really done anything to fix this. What is it that we are doing to fix them? Because we don't want to sit here again sometime next year and we get the same thing. It means we're not learning from our mistakes. And also on universities, we have also a decline on clean audits by 3 universities. Even though the general report is better, but the AG says more and more universities are submitting financial statements with no findings, which is good. And while 6 of them contain material misstatements, of course, 5 of them corrected, except the University of Fort Hare, which is a cause for concern, Chair. Maybe again, I would like to suggest that maybe when we have time, as the committee must also visit the University of Fort Hare sometime early next year, maybe to try and check what is it that they are doing themselves to fix some of these things. Maybe the suggestion, DG, is that you ensure all the branches of the department to visit their entities, ensure that they develop preventive controls there on all the issues that the AG would have raised. And then the proper analysis must also be performed to determine the root causes and action. Root causes and action must be developed to prevent the reoccurrence of internal control breakdowns. And on the SITAs, One other thing that the AG speaks about is that there are no adequate control management to determine accurately how much has the SETA committed itself in. Can we develop that, the SETA branch, as a matter of agency, because we have 21 SETAs there, and the AG says many of them have got this problem. So I do not want to, even imagine how much money we have committed as the SETAs committed themselves there without necessarily knowing how much money they have themselves. So maybe we need to urgently address the control deficiencies identified around the skills development branch and obviously at NSFAS. A high vacancy rate at NSFAS and at NSF remains a concern. Maybe we also need to look at that. 35.7 billion is a lot of money for irregular expenditure for the department. What plans CFO, DG are we putting in place to avoid this huge amount of irregular expenditure from reoccurring again next year? And then what has been the consequence management implemented on those responsible for this huge amount of money? Yeah, and then I think because we are having a meeting with NSFAS later on, some I will leave for NSFAS for the purpose of time, but just one maybe last question, Chair. Again, the department on the 10th of February, we had a discussion with AGSA, NSFAS and yourselves, with the ministry, the issue of gazetting of this thing, loan to bazar, was a thorny issue that discussed for long. What is it that we have done now? Because the AG has also raised it again as a matter of concern, the gazetting of this thing. If you remember, the previous one was gazetted on the 3rd of April 2018, and was gazetted by the minister at the time, Minister Pandu. So maybe a DM can have a discussion with the minister so that we don't have a recurring of such an opinion from AG again of just gazetting this thing from loan to bazar, because it will forever reappear. Like I said on NSFAS, I do not want to touch on them. I do have almost 100,000 questions for them, but I would leave them to NSFAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Let's see, 100,000 questions. Yeah, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me start by welcoming the report and as well congratulate the new incumbent on the position of DDG. Chair, mine it's mostly on what you could have said with regards to the CET. I think as this portfolio committee, we always indicate how we feel that the CET doesn't get the necessary attention that it requires. And it actually shows that there's lack of commitment. And one would want to say to the leadership, it is so important that they take note of the commitment of their 5-year plan outcomes. And in anything that they do as leadership and management in those institutions, they need to ensure that they move in speed in terms of responding to small issues like your filling of vacancies, issues of compliance. We cannot, forever ask about it to say, what are the consequence management on this and that? Because for me, if people feel reluctant in terms of ensuring that they comply with the law, it really shows that there's lack of interest in ensuring that we deliver services to our people. And I just want to ask them, with regards to this thing of the compliance issue, more especially on issues that they've been alluding to of management systems in place. I want to check with them, have they tried to diagnose in terms of what could be the problem? is the problem that they are facing as an institution, the human capacity problem or the system itself, so that we are able to say, okay, if this is what we have diagnosed as a problem that speaks to inadequate of the system, it's what needs to be done. So, Chairperson, it is important that where we are, we acknowledge the work done by certain entities. However, they need to move in speed, because we cannot continuously speak oversight that it's polluted with troubles, but minimum in terms of solutions. So I just want to just comment on that, to say really more needs to be done with regards to dealing with issues that they feel that they are impeding to their work as the department. I want to ask as well the question with regards to what is the total budget that the department will require to ensure that the CET mandate is fulfilled? Because some of us, we even take time to just visit once it is in our space of deployment on our constituency work, to check what are the issues there. And you can see that most of the people who are housing these CETs, they are raising frustrations that you feel that if not being taken care of, obviously, it shows that there's no appetite of dealing with community education and training colleges. So I just want to get sense in terms of actually what is the picture there of for us to actually fulfill the CET mandate. And on other entities, I would ask those entities when they come, like your SAQA and chair and chairperson, the other issue with me, it's with regards to the material findings for program 4. What are the mitigating plans with regards to that? What is the department doing to fast track the recruitment processes as well? Because for me, if we have a challenge that we don't have the capacity of people who can do the job, so obviously that thing needs to be moved to move in speed in terms of being responded to. So, and I want to say to them, I've noted on slide 28, there's hope in terms of performance of DHET direct outputs. However, you don't find balance when you see on their performance system. So for me, these two goes hand in hand. They need to ensure that they balance the two, so that as the department, there's more stability than what we see happening. Issues of irregular expenditure, chairperson, I think as the entity, we cannot, speak about them as if these are minor issues, because whether we like it or not, they affect that in our government or the state itself in terms of how we do our day-to-day business. So we need to get a report as the department, actually as portfolio committee, in terms of specific case by case. Perhaps they need to forward us case by case to say, okay, these ones are being dealt with and are being finalized and out of the record, so that they become specific in terms of giving us the submitted response with regards to that from each and every entities that they are dealing with. Chair, I want as well the report with regards to when are they anticipating to ensure that in all these TVET colleges, we've got fully home bodies that they can execute their work. Because for me, we have been saying every time that we need to give TVET colleges the attention that we are giving to universities. So for me, I feel like we're going, it's a matter of the movement of going 2 steps backwards and 1 step forward. So I just want them to actually tell us if they do have a time frame in terms of when will they ensure that in terms of TVETs, they could have done everything that they need to respond to with regards to filling in of those vacancies. With other entities, Chair, I feel that I would comment or ask questions when they come after their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Sibia.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Welcome to the newly appointed DG. You are welcome. Chairperson, on slide 31, I'm not clear because they are saying cases were delayed because of COVID. Does it mean we are still waiting for those cases to be finalized? I don't know, because there are serious, the information of discrepancies, invoices. What does it mean? Discrepancies, invoice. I think we need more clarifications. Faulty information management system. Must we wait for that for a long time? I think we must get clear information if we are talking about faulty information management system. The other one is the investigation on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. We are still waiting because there is no investigation on irregular. I think, can they elaborate more? What is going on here? Until when must we wait? Because the target was not achieved, but the reasons, I'm not satisfied with the reasons. Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me first and foremost welcome the presentation by the department and welcome the newly appointed DG. You are welcome, sir. We wish you all the best as a portfolio committee, and hopefully as we move, you move along with us. The frustrations that are shown by the department, by members of the committee, they're justifiable. And we are hoping that the new promo will sweep much more cleaner to make sure that young people who might be loitering the streets precisely because of limited resources that are there for NSFAS will find courage and hope in the presence of the new DG. But Slalo, let me enter into the presentation for today. The first part of the presentation speaks about, I think it was on slide 9, speaks about the reduction in as far as the vacancy rate. However, I want to insist that 136 days is not enough, because in terms of regulations, it should take 3 months or less to fill a vacant post. Now, 136 is still too much. The department needs to tell us what is the plan of making sure that we stick to the 3 months of appointments. And equally, I want to find out from the department, Slalo, that has COVID affected the vacancy rate of the department, given that there was a possibility, or there was a process of voluntary retirements? Has that affected the department, even though I'm aware that this annual report or this presentation is primarily on the financial year 2020-2021. When you look at the audit opinion of the department has achieved an unqualified audit opinion. However, Slalo, you can't say the same with its own entities. I just want to get a reaction from the department regarding its entities. What is their reaction? What is the department's reaction given the audit outcome of their entities? We then I come to the issue of targets not being achieved. When you look at slide 28, that slide is a clear indication. It gives you a picture of a disaster, if I may put it that way. Because the process of developing targets is a strategic process. that is informed by your baselines, your quality assurance processes, and so forth. Now, when there is an indication that the department is unable to achieve its goals because there was a, you know, they did not plan properly, what does it mean in as far as capacity within the department and the processes that lead to a development of an APP inclusive of the targets? To me, this response by the department or the input by the department, it doesn't make sense. Are they saying they don't have capacity? Because when you develop your targets, you deal with quality of assurance, you deal with baselines. And I don't think the response, it gives much desire in as far as how it has been presented. When you look at slide 18, Slalom, there is an issue about the misalignment between the budget allocation and the enrollment at TVET. But the presentation does not give us what then becomes an alternate, or how do we resolve this particular misalignment? Can the department give us clarity in terms of how they intend to deal with this misalignment? Because of course it's going to affect the enrollment in future years. One must also, Slalo, appreciate them, or is encouraged to see the increase in graduations. This can only be achieved through student support, inclusive of issues relating to mental health. Now, it is good to see young people or students graduating, and there is, in terms of the growth that has been presented. However, the ability to make sure that this growth continue to increase, is primarily reliant on the capacity of the department in giving the necessary support to students, primarily because of the impact of COVID as well. Moving to the finance presentations, one couldn't agree more with latter speakers on consequence management. The audit report by the AG has given us a clear indication that the department is not doing enough in as far as consequence management is concerned, and that the action plans to deal with all these issues relating to audit outcomes, much as they have been able to be followed through. But when you look at the entities, it gives less, it gives a very, very disturbing outcome. When you look at the internal audit and risk management, I just want to find out from the department, does the department have necessary capacity in as far as internal audit and risk management? If there is sufficient capacity, why have we had challenges in relations to audit and action plan being followed through? And if not, if there is no capacity or sufficient capacity, what is the plan? What is the department intending to do to ensure that they increase their own capacity? Now, to me, when it comes to this department, the elephant in the room remains the concurrent function. Though I want to reiterate my statement during the presentation done by AG that this does not exonerate the department from its work. The fact that 90% of the budget goes to entities and subsidies, it does not exonerate the department from accountability. But when you look at the presentation, Slalo, your entities, they suffer a very dangerous illness of accountability. And that clearly gives you an indication that there is insufficient audit, financial, and risk management. What is it that the department is doing to ensure that these particular key elements are looked into, and it gives necessary support to all its entities in as far as audit? Because when you look at the presentation, Slalo, The fact that you have misstatements in the financial statement, it clearly indicates that there's something wrong with your CFOs in the entities. There's something wrong with internal audit in the entities. And whether the last point that I want to speak to is the department, or are these entities outsourcing audit capacity? And if they are, how many are outsourcing audit capacity? And which ones are outsourcing audit capacity? Because equally, there must be value for money. If they are outsourcing this capacity and they're still having misstatements in their financial statements, it clearly indicates that they are paying for nothing. And what is the intention of building internal capacity when it comes to internal audit? Slalo, I would rest there with my questions. However, I would want the department really to speak on issue capacity in as far as entities are concerned, because the chunk of the budget goes to these entities. And it does not make sense with the 10% that is left for the department, and the department gives us an unqualified audit report. And the entire money, which is the 90% of the budget, gives us something else. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlati. I'm going to try and just raise a few last comments and questions in maybe 2 minutes. I just wanted to find out if there's been if I'm not mistaken, I think our the CAS system is currently used in KwaZulu-Natal, if I'm not mistaken. And so as we target to have it expanded to other institutions, and I see that that target wasn't met fully, what then is our reflection in terms of CAS generally and how it operates and whether or not it works, and just what's the reflection of the department on CAS? And then with regards to, on slide 40, the number of universities offering accredited TVET college lecturer qualifications, we targeted 2 but achieved 9. What informs our under target there? Slide 44 on certification backlog, I think we must acknowledge the strides that have been made with regards to this, and really owe it to members of this particular portfolio committee for putting the necessary pressure on the department and the entities responsible to ensure that we deal with this particular certification backlog. But with regards to the outstanding certificates, what's the makeup of those certificates? Are they still by and large the legacy certificates of 19 Banbani, or yeah, what's the update on that? And then in terms of program 4, as per slide 47, we speak to the fact that we're reviewing 5 subjects. So we have new 5 subjects within the TVET program. And then there was a delay of, so we didn't roll out the 5 because we wanted to add more. How far are we with regards to that? I think we really all agree to the fact that having relevant skills within the TVET program and just higher education at large is a really pressing matter. And so that's something we need to resolve on quickly. And I think perhaps we should also consider many of the deliberations that took place at the recent National Skills Conference. We mustn't just talk, and then all these amazing ideas that we then engage on don't find expression within our planning as a sector. And then with regards to just, I guess there's been a huge reiteration of this in terms of the CET targets, particularly on slide 56. I think like the only probably thing I can say or best expression that I could have right now is that it's just not acceptable. And I think perhaps another question that comes out of that is, why do we talk? What informs us having particular targets when we don't have the resources to support those particular targets? And then I don't know if this was mentioned, perhaps I missed it. When are we filling the vacancy of the Deputy Director General of the University Program? I've got a feeling I may have missed that, but when are we doing that? And then we, on a number of occasions, this committee has recommended that the department have ongoing conversations with Treasury with regards to the budget constraints that we have, not only for higher education, but like even for, DSI. And I'm not talking about DSI at the moment, but for both. And I just, just going back to the previous question on the CETs, and I think Honorable Litsie also spoke to it. I don't know if there's any feedback that the department can give us with regards to that. And then, as there's this ministerial review on the NSF, I don't know, with the DG being the accounting officer, are there any conversations in the review process of whether or not that's the most viable option for us to have, or whether or not we can expand who then governs that particular space? I think I'll leave it there for now, and then we'll hand back to yourselves, DM and the DG. I'm just trying to understand our time. Just give me 1 second. So we're now at 12:21, and you need to respond. And we're supposed to be done at 13:40. So I don't know if DG, if you'd be able to try and wrap up. I mean, there are many questions that you may not be able to get to. And what we would then advise is that you do support some of the questions that members would have asked with written submissions that can, create a greater context. So I think I'd like to give you 15 minutes to respond, and if I'm feeling good within the 15 minutes, we'll then stretch it to 20 minutes. Honorable Litsie, we see that you're volunteering to give up your lunchtime. Noted, but let's just see how we can get through that. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes for yourselves to respond, DG. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And may I recognize the inputs by all our honorable members that have asked questions, but also in some cases offered a sense of what agencies is required in dealing with all of the matters. It is clear to me that overall, the whole question of the oversight that we are able to drive to ensure that the audit findings that relates to our entities are dealt with. It's clear to me that there are concerns about repeat findings in a number of areas. And I think what we will do so that we are more systematic, Chairperson, each of the DDGs that are in my team right now will deal with the areas in their, then at the end, I will come to provide a sense of how I propose we move forward with them. I take and accept the opportunity you are providing us that in some cases where we are unable to provide the detail that's required, we provide a written response further to what we will do today. We welcome this, and I'm going to start with the CFO and followed by the DDG Mvalo and DDG Planning, and from that point of view, we will see how far we go, recognizing that we do not have a representation from corporate services. All of us will jointly deal with issues around human resource management in our department. In that order, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, DG. I'll try just to respond to the questions that were raised. Maybe I need to start with the issue pertaining funding in the CET sector. The allocation for the CET over the MTEF on average is about 2.6 billion rand, which is about 2.5% of the overall total allocation in the department. It is evident that the budget is too small. It is not sufficient, as we all are aware, to support the sector in a manner in which need to be supported. And we continue, Chair, to engage National Treasury to mobilize more funding to support the sector. And even in this current MTF, we did present to them some of the cost pressures that the sector is being challenged with, and some the department might not even be able to absorb, even through our internal reprioritization. But also, I think it's also important to highlight that internally we also continue to support the sector through trade-offs in between programs. For example, we now have a budget committee in the department where we encourage to plan and budget as a single sector, so that other sectors as well, though they are also not adequately funded with all these big shortfalls, so that they are also able to support the CET sector, particularly on some of the things that we believe that are basic and they are non-negotiable. And I can confirm, Chair, that we were able to internally reprioritize money to help the sector develop the funding model that we could not achieve. I think, Chair, you were referring to slide 56 earlier on, and work is ongoing in that regard. And also we have managed through internal reprioritization to find a permanent funding structure for them to be supported on higher health activities on an ongoing basis, and not as once off like we did in the past. And also, I think, Chair and members who will remember in one of our in-year reporting that we have mentioned also that over the MTEF, we had reallocated over 150 million rand to support the sector on cleaning services, just to make sure that they are also decently supported and they're able to deal with some of the COVID-19 requirement. And that funding structure is not a once-off, it's a permanent funding, which implies that some programs within the department had to be given up so that we can be able to see the sector going. And also we've got various programs where we were able to mobilize donor funding that we can also provide information to the committee at a later stage, where we have managed to secure donor funding to support some of the programs that the sector is embarking on. And there are two issues from my side that were raised by Honorable King. The first one citing the environment that is mentioned on page 185 of the annual report, where we had to reprioritize funding to shortfall. I think honorable member's question was that on what basis did National Treasury allow that environment? So on the 10th of March 2021, Cabinet approved reprioritization towards the NSFAS shortfall that we had projected to be 6.4 billion rand. And during those discussions, it was acknowledged that at that point in time, the most feasible way to do it and the most quickest way so that university could start, the academic year will have been for the department to do its internal reprioritization. And because then the department itself is constrained, during that period of March, we're already anticipating some delays in our operational budget, and in capital assets, it will have been a delays where we had in terms of the delivery of our office equipment, particularly the laptops, because there were some shortages in the country. And already at that point in time, we could see that there were no prospects to spend the money that we had set aside for that. And hence we said, as opposed to surrendering back the money, we rather than apply for virement so that we can lessen the shortfall that was supposed to be reprioritized from our budget in the following year. So it was on that basis. And also there was a question on what basis did National Treasury allow a deviation from the competitive bidding. Remember, I was not sure as to whether there was a specific transaction that Honorable was referring to. However, I will just give a general comment in twofold. So we do have deviations during the year under review that were approved by National Treasury, and they look at each matter based on its own merit. They ask prescripts and set guidelines on when can a deviation be warranted. And during that application, we engage a lot with National Treasury, including exchange of information, and then based on that, then they will use their own discretion to approve. So if there is perhaps a specific deviation that the member maybe will need information on as to on what grounds that was done, and we are happy to provide that information at a later stage. But also then the other part of that question, which I just suspect that perhaps the member could have asked a question based on the irregular transactions that we have presented, that the ones that we have incurred in the year under review. We presented 3 cases. And the first one, the one on procurement for the world skills, there was no deviation that was applied to National Treasury, and hence that transaction was assessed as irregular and immediately, because then there was no processes that were followed, either competitive, neither the deviation processes. And the second case had to do with appointment of officials, and that case is not related to National Treasury processes, but rather DPSA processes, sorry. And the last issue was the issue of the legal fees that I have mentioned, which the department has procured on an agent basis. And in terms of the prescript, that process would not have required the approval of National Treasury. And I know DG, they've given us 10 to 15 minutes. I'll just give try to cover all the comments that were made under the irregular expenditure. And also to mention that from the 35 billion rand irregular that was reported for the portfolio, the department had 10.7 million irregular of that. And in terms of the previous cases, and I do note members' comments, but if we look at the previous cases where the biggest balance is being carried, we had 8 cases, and out of those 8, 6 of them, there were disciplinary actions that were taken against officials. And in that, it also have included dismissal. And we do believe, Chair, that we've got consequence management that we've put in place, but we also acknowledge that we still have a long way, to ensure that when we come here next time, then we talk about 0 when coming to the issues of non-compliance expenditure. And we also acknowledge that perhaps even consequence management should not only be limited to disciplinary, but we should continue to educate our staff on the processes and the consequences of not following the prescripts, and we are putting measures in place on that. And we also do acknowledge that it is our oversight responsibility to ensure that the whole portfolio is clean, as much as our irregular might not be big compared to the entire portfolio. But as a shareholder, if I may put it that way, we've got that oversight responsibility, and I'm not going to spend much on that because I think the DG has eloquently covered that very well. But also, I think it's worth mentioning that we also do engage these entities, and we do provide guidance, particularly on compliance issues, especially those that relate with the SETAs in particular, that relates with non-compliance with SETA regulations. And if we can show a detailed analysis, we will also see some positive impact. In the past, SETAs will have big irregular expenditure for not requesting this approval from the minister one way or the other. So based on our engagement with them, with us having to play our oversight responsibility, we've seen that yielding positive results. I mean, last year we had, for example, a one-on-one engagement with Safety and Security SETA, and we are proud that they have now attained a clean audit report. We had an engagement subsequent to the audit outcomes in the prior year with the construction SETA, and we're also proud that the audit outcomes have improved. But we also note that we still have some areas where we need to continue to engage and to ensure that oversight is being strengthened. And in terms of the plans to improve audit findings, I think this was raised by a few members, but I'll just give a generic comment. So we've got a traditional, if I may put it that way, audit plan that we have in place, but we've went further to do something slightly different. And I think AG has raised it earlier on, because we have noted that perhaps we did not spend much more time to diagnose the root cause, to do the root cause analysis. So we have gone through the audit action plan we have developed, and we have put the measures, be it preventative or detective or corrective measures, in place to make sure that we address the root cause. And part of that, maybe to jump to the last issues that were raised by Member Mahlati, part of that, we also try to expand the scope that has been done by our internal audit. They're doing great work, but yes, there are concerns in terms of the weaknesses in internal controls. They are understaffed. However, there is an outsourced service provider that is helping them with some of the work where they are unable to do so. But from now going forward, we've also requested them to help us a lot to do a full scope assessment, for example, of the work of the performance information reporting. But also we have asked that they should work with the internal audit teams at the colleges to ensure that their audit plans are aligned and their action plans as well. There is an alignment because the member is right, we transfer a lot of money to these institutions, we deliver through them. So it's also in our best interest that their controls are being in place, and we may put the best controls that we can from at the department's level. But if the same is not happening at the institution level, I think we'll still be faced with these challenges, particularly on getting the reliable information from them. DG, I'm not sure. I think I can pause here in the interest of time. Perhaps if I've missed some of the issues, we can submit later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mvalo will follow.
Very good afternoon, DG, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, as well as esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee, together with colleagues who are present in this session. I must say that the CFO has covered a number of areas, especially insofar as those are relating with the SETAs. And one obviously can concede to say there is more work that needs to be done with regard to the oversighting over SETAs, noting billions that are being transferred, as the CFO was just relating to that matter. So normally what we do, adding to what the CFO has just alluded to, we convene, especially post the audit outcomes, sessions with SETAs, especially those SETAs which have had some issues with regard to auditing process, whereby, and obviously the AG was correct to say, from time to time they do offer that support to SETAs, because in those engagements, we also invite Auditor-General to come and do a presentation, and those presentations are also assisting in terms of assurance levels of the work that needs to be done within the SETA system. I must say that it's an ongoing work, and obviously we are delighted in some areas whereby there is improvement, and not delighted in those areas where there is no improvement. But then at least now we know the focus areas whereby we need to pay a particular attention with regard to following up all the issues which are being raised by the Auditor-General. And not only with the COs, but then also obviously with the accounting authorities. Members, you know quite very well that SITAs are Schedule 3A entities. By implication, then therefore they do have their own accounting authorities as well as chairpersons. And I'm quite very happy as well when the committee is inviting, especially those SITAs with some critical areas being raised by the AG so that they can come and account directly to the committee itself. Also importantly, there is this issue of system versus direct targets, whereby honorable members are raising the issue that we tend not to have a balance in terms of meeting the targets. You'll see that at some point when you look into our system targets, we tend not to do well compared to those ones which are directly linked with us. And obviously we do on an ongoing work on a quarterly basis, whereby we monitor the implementation of service level agreements with regard to our entities, in this instance, making reference to SITAs as well as Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, whereby the department through the Director General will be having a service level agreement with all the SITAs in terms of Section 10A of the Skills Development Act. So then it's very easy to track those challenges with regard to performance. I must say also at some point what we do, where there is an underperformance, we write letters to chief executive officers, even minister writes letters to the SITAs to really raise concern with regard to the question of performance. I must mention, I should think we know quite very well the financial year that we are referring to here. It has been a very challenging financial year, whereupon almost especially with regard to your adjusted alert level 5, whereby almost everything was closed in the country, and then the operation was at more or less at 40%, meaning which then therefore those were essential services. That itself had implications, especially with regard to opening up your workplace-based learning opportunities, whether you speak of learnerships, you speak of apprenticeships, you speak of work integrated learning. And we've seen as well that employers, they tend during that challenging period to prioritize their own employees. As you know, that some of them, they are there to maximize profit. But then I must say that things have been, are now improving quite very well. And we are likely then therefore to be doing well in terms of system targets. So it's an area that we are monitoring quite very closely. And we're obviously quite very happy, especially when the president announced that the inoculation now is going to be extended to up to 18 years, and now recently to all others, even below the ages of 18. By implication, it means then therefore that employers will be having some sense of security of anyone who's coming to undertake a workplace-based learning opportunity because the person might have been inoculated. In as much as obviously, of course, because inoculation itself is not mandatory, but then we do encourage, especially our young people who are beneficiaries of the skills development interventions, to really inoculate so that we know that the employers, at least they can have a greater appetite with regard to your workplace-based learning opportunities. I must just indicate, I know there were issues relating to the National Skills Fund. Perhaps just to mention, the acting executive officer of the National Skills Fund was with us up until it was hit by load shedding. So he is no longer with us now in this session. But you can mention, obviously, that the committee will be having an opportunity on the 17th of November, whereby it will be interacting directly with the National Skills Fund. But then just to mention, the committee might be aware that there is an ongoing forensic investigation at the National Skills Fund, which has been ensued already. And then the work that is being undertaken by the ministerial task team with regard to the review of the work of the National Skills Fund. We really hope that with all these interventions, we'll be able to make a significant impact so that we can see the money that we are receiving in terms of skills development levy is being spent wisely to the benefit of especially young learners, women, and people with disabilities. I should think from my side then, DG, those were the issues I just wanted to venture into, and noting that you have covered other areas earlier on, especially with regard to the oversighting of our entities, which remains a big challenge, and is an area that we must navigate through so that we are ensuring that monies that are being transferred to our entities, those monies, we can follow them and are used quite very wisely, especially against the high rate of unemployment in our country, especially for young people standing at about 64.4%, and those who are not in employment, education or training, which now is standing at 3.3 million. So those are the areas that we really want to invest more of our time, of our resources and energy. Thanks very much, DG, and thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the joint committees.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've got Mr. Chief Mabizela, who represents the branch universities currently, and also Ms. Swaratle, who represents CET. Just to check if they would like to make comments quickly. Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, if I can come in, DG, I'm Ms. Swaratle, representing the DDG. I'm just going, honorable members, good afternoon, Deputy Minister, and as well as the DHET colleagues. I'm going to respond to the questions relating to the CET, just to add on what the CFO has indicated in terms of funding for the CET. What we have done as the department, because we know that our centers have got issues with regard to the maintenance of their infrastructure, we have top sliced a certain amount from the subsidies that we are transferring to the colleges so that the colleges can take care of the existing maintenance of their infrastructure. And then in terms of the question raised by Honorable Matlati with regard to the reaction on the audit outcomes of our institutions, for the 2019, for the 2020 financial year of the CET colleges, 9 of our CET colleges managed to receive the unqualified audit opinion, and the 2 that received the qualified audit opinion, we are as a department trying to assist them with regard to the findings from their external auditors. And with regard to the question raised on the advocacy strategy for the CET colleges, as you have seen in the presentation, we have developed the advocacy strategy, which has been approved by the DG. Colleges have developed the marketing plans so that they can, marketing plans that is aligned to the advocacy strategy, which are currently being implemented. And as a department, we are monitoring the implementation of those marketing strategy. With regard to the question raised with relation to the training of our lecturers, you would have seen that in the 2020-21 financial year, we have not really achieved much in terms of training of our lecturers, simply because of the COVID regulations. However, in the current financial year, particularly in the first and the second quarter of the financial year, we have managed to train some of our lecturers in the 6 of our CET colleges, which we are continuing with the training and with the intention that we will be able to achieve the target as outlined in the annual performance plan. DG, those are the questions that relates to the CET. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Kwabini.
Greetings, thanks
the Deputy Minister present, and all the colleagues. To the questions raised in relation to the TVETs, I will zoom into those that were raised by Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mkajwa, around the colleges offering TVET or universities offering TVET qualifications, that the target was 9, but only 2 were achieved. I think it's in relation to the development and the time it takes for a university to develop a particular program or qualification. In the main, it will take sometimes nothing less than 3 years, but to the most, for a program to be actually implemented, it takes sometimes around 5 years. But it's a process that some of the universities probably opted not to look into these programs, but gradually we are getting more interest from universities who are now keen to actually offer TVET-related qualifications. In terms of the certificate backlog, as raised, just to highlight that on the business studies, which is the report 191, popularly known as the NATED programs, the majority of the outstanding records relates to candidates' records. Was used due to historical errors, and in the consolidation program, and no records for the date when the subjects were offered can be traced. I think Honorable Chair and Honorable Members will remember that this dates as back as 1992, some of these, and it becomes difficult to retrieve some of this to try and make sure that these records that were received from previous examination bodies, for instance, for example, we have the House of Delegates that we must try and get the records from in order for us to clear this. But I must say, Honorable Chair and members, I think we now, since last time, the achievement is now sitting at about 98%. On the engineering studies, outstanding, the outstanding record spread all exam cycles, as I've said, from 1992 to 2019. And there are no significant outstanding numbers in that specific exam cycle. We have, however, about 81 records that relates to candidates where no subjects of the current exam cycle was used and must be unconsolidated. The record levels analysis is also in process. I think on the NCV, the first issued studies outstanding certificates, all baseline records were resolved. The outstanding number will of course fluctuate as work on records are done, e.g. to create subject certificates for consolidated certification. But the period from 2009 to 2010 are the most problematic ones, and they require candidate level analysis to resolve those data errors. You'll recall, Honorable Chair and members, that NCV started in 2007, and I think the first cohort was one that was resulted or certificated around 2009. And I think at that time, there were still issues between the quality assurance bodies, being Umalusi, and on the same time, we were also discussing with the QCTO. But the 2012 to 2018 records are now being prioritized at this point in time. So that then constitutes the 2% that we must still resolve out of the 98% that we have now achieved. In terms of the review of the TVET programs, Honorable Chair, as you've raised it, they have been reviewed and we are now in the process of rolling them out, and they form part of the new plans for 2022 with the colleges. Yes, of course, colleges have to look into these programs in relation to their program qualification mix, which is informed by the economic activities in the areas where they operate. I think DG, I'll probably stop there because those were some of the issues that were raised in relation to the TVET. Or just one more last point, DG, is just on the issue that was raised by Honorable Letsie. Yes, there is a challenge which you are trying to address with the Department of Public Works in terms of the ownership of the properties that the colleges are utilizing. I think it has become one of the areas of concern where colleges are always qualified in terms of the PPE, which is property, plant and equipment. But the major contributor is the issue around the ownership of these properties, because they do not appear on the registers of the colleges. And also with the public works, it has become difficult in terms of tracing those records as to who are the real owners of these properties, but it's work in progress. Thank you, DG, and thanks, honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's Mr. Chief Mabizela from the University Branch.
Yes, you may continue.
Is not responding, so I'll move to Ms. Nolo Azikasa from Planning. Both. Oh yes, okay. Didi Chikasa.
Is Ms. Gasa having challenges with her network?
In that regard, Chair,
No,
maybe
apologies.
Oh.
Yes, DG. May I continue?
May continue, Ms. Gasa.
All right. Greetings to the chairperson and honorable members. Greetings to the deputy minister. Should I stop, G?
Let's proceed, ma'am.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much for the questions and the comments that have been raised. I trust I'm audible enough. And I will just attend to a couple of those that pertain to our section. The main issue that I would really like to start with is the issue that was raised by the chairperson around planning and our trajectory over time. And in essence, the extent to which we do not lose sight of the vision going forward. And I'd like to communicate the fact that according to ourselves, especially the DG, the DM, and the minister specifically, it is not our intention to regress on targets that we have set. We've taken a note of the comments that have been raised, especially pertaining to the extent to which we can improve our planning processes going forward, bearing in mind the resources that we have got and the extent to which we can manage the very crucial balance that has been a consistent theme of balancing both the system indicators and also the direct indicators. One last point I'd also like to make regarding the planning issues is that part of the challenge, as one honorable member raised, is the extent to which always we've got to keep our eye on the ball regarding the targets that we are making and also the resources that we've got. And in the main, as was indicated earlier on, there have been issues around vacancies and the retention and the vacancy rates. And our plan going forward is to address that. So that's the first point. And then the second point I would like to move to is the one of concurrent functions. I think it's linked to the first one. And the commitment that we have to ensuring that in the main, with the entities that we work with, there's the expression of the message that is going to be very critical to ensure that we hold all our entities accountable, and to the extent that they realize that there will be penalties or consequences is an issue that we are looking for. Just to make an example, sincere apologies for that, just to make an example regarding that, is within the infrastructure space, whereby in our workings with universities and the TVET colleges, we are now on a process whereby we are focusing on ensuring that universities especially understand that the allocation around the infrastructure efficiency grants and the applications that they make over time have got huge implications for the preset system. So what we're communicating is that as the applications arrive, what we're committed to is the extent to which our funds or allocations to them are followed by deliverables. And secondly, communicate the fact that there are implications around certain reserves not moving pertaining to infrastructure. And we are wanting to strengthen our monitoring and evaluation capacity so that we ensure that ultimately we're all held accountable and can address the balance that's been raised by honorable members regarding system and direct indicators. The next few points that I would like to raise, I'll be very brief, Chair, is the issue around the Imbali precinct and also the new universities. I think fellow colleague Chief Mabizela will come through and could speak more to this, but just in case he's unable to, we are able, Chairperson, to provide a report regarding to where this particular initiative is. But as the Deputy Minister indicated, we see this project as very much a part of our focus or intention on having regional multi-purpose centers that look at skilling communities and ensuring that that's done in a sustainable way and ensuring that we make the most of our conjoint mandate as DHET and DSI. And so what we are seeking, for example, and we've achieved so far in the Imbali precinct is the extent to which we've got seed funding to look into maximizing on the opportunities that exist within the particular precinct for linking up various aspects of our training offerings. So around also linking it as well to disability and also more than anything, introducing a science hub within that area. But as the DM indicated, there is a regional intention, and we are looking to ensure that we allocate resources accordingly. The project in Imbali is making strides, and we can table a report further, Honorable Chair, in that regard. Just in case my colleague is also unable to join regarding the new universities, this is a program that's spearheaded very much in the main as a ministerial priority. And Chairperson, I take point of the note on the guidance that you have given us around to what extent do we plan for certain universities, and how do we manage that going forward? What does it speak to existing challenges that we've got in the universities that we have? And maybe I'd like to make 3 points. The first one is that we are wanting to address the issue of the fact that there haven't been adequate universities in our country for some time. But then the second point is that in the leadership of this as a ministerial priority, there is a higher education institutional plan that we have got in place that articulates the basic context and background and why we are wanting to move in this direction in a specific and particular way that takes a note of the shortages that we've got elsewhere. So just as an example, the Eguruleni University takes cognizance of the of the issues pertaining the location of that. And as we've always indicated, it's got a particular focus for why it's going to be developed as an innovation university. The Mhlanga one also speaks to that. And so it addresses in the main certain skills that we don't have in our country, and it's driven by a plan. And as we've indicated in the report, progress has been made, steering committee in place, project manager in place, and we could provide a written report in that regard. Maybe second last, Chairperson, is the international students issue, and also vis-a-vis domestic issues or students who are studying in the country. The point is very well received, Chair, and thank you very much for the guidance. We'd like to just provide the committee with the assurance that on a regular basis, we engage with students around the issues that affect them. And our intention is to ensure that in the manner in which we carefully selected them and worked with the different countries for the scholarship allocation and for them to go there, we want to make sure that they have the necessary support to get the qualifications they require and then come back. The approach we also take, honorable members, is one of saying when we've entered into certain agreements with certain countries, in the main what we are looking for is sending our students to countries where there's a specific need we have, either in our plans or in the National Development Plan, or in the main it's because we are restricted internally as South Africa in terms of that particular skill. It's not a perfect example, but it's one I'm going to just make as an aside. The Cuban program, for example, seeks to address the fact that in South Africa, we can only produce 2,000 doctors per annum. And that's just way short of what we need in our country. And so in their agreement, we've come to an arrangement whereby Cuba then produces 2,000 students that has an intake of students of 2,000 per year. So it's more looking at how we can attend to this in a way that addresses our own needs. The last point I'm going to refer to is the issue around COVID and the impact on our internal staff. I will perhaps not link it too much to the audit outcomes, but I will just table it that in the main, primarily, there have been a couple of instances whereby certain things could not move because, like all other departments and the society in general, we have been affected by COVID. An example to make, Honorable Chair, is the extent to which when we want to make appointments and things like that, we have had to sometimes delay sending people to competency assessments because almost all the other service providers are just as constrained as we are. In closing, we do quite a lot of work to address COVID and the impact that it has had on the PSET system. As we have indicated before, there are a couple of initiatives that we did introduce, including the COVID grants and the tabling that we have provided to you around what we did in engaging mobile network operators and really enforcing or agreeing with them that we needed to reduce data costs and ensure that we save the academic year and we save lives. So what we've done in COVID is that we've partnered quite well with many entities, but specifically Higher Health, which, as the CFO indicated, we make allocations to. But in having them as a partner, we've tried to make sure that we spread the COVID and also attend to gender-based violence. And the next step is going to be mental health. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and all honorable members, DG and Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and DM and honorable members. I think I would like to take to make a few remarks regarding the corporate services of our department in the absence of our DDG, who's part of the team that is in the Eastern Cape today. I recognize that Ms. Siema is here as well, representing the branch, but I take the responsibility to just make the remarks in this regard to try and show what's the current thinking about how we're going to turn around the department in this area. The corporate services of our department has got very important chief directorates that include the ICT chief directorate currently that is vacant, communications chief directorate that's filled, it has a chief director, the HR chief directorate, which is currently vacant, but there is a process for filling those vacancies. And I think the key issue that I wish to raise around this is that we've moved away from the times when corporate services just gets involved with operations of organizations and forget about the organizational performance. We have to revitalize corporate services in our department, particularly the HR chief directorate, and invent it as a chief directorate that is a strategic partner of our department, responsible for and supporting us in the strategy for organizational performance. At this point in time, there's a number of issues which have emerged, especially in the directorate that is responsible for HR administration. And we have decided that one of the issues which we need to deal with is to bring that directorate closest to, to proximity of our, the DG's office, so that we are able to, deal with all the backlogs that are there, and therefore perhaps start seeing the performance of the system improving as a result of the capacity that we will draw from this. We have alluded to the whole question of HR chief directorate, particularly in the areas of recruiting and selection, where members have raised concern about the slow process of recruitment, in some cases vacancies in crucial areas. The CFO has raised the issue of challenges in the area of public entity oversight, and honorable members have said now this is the area where we need to improve. And I think in the thinking of the department, this is a priority which we are going to, chairperson, going to work on immediately. Our deputy minister and our minister have made this very clear to us. In that regard, chairperson, there has been responses from our branches. The DDG for planning has tried to also cover responses around the universities. And I think there is a concern that has been raised as well in this regard around the readiness of the system for the new academic year. And this, the chairperson herself raised the concern. And I think we will make sure that we provide an update on the MTT process, which the minister has set up to ensure that we don't only look into the funding of options for students in the new academic year at universities, particularly those that are fully funded, but we also look into the missing middle. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, already Cabinet have received a brief in terms of the progress in this regard. We are ready, chairperson, to put together a report to update your house and your committee regarding this important matter. I trust that, Chair, we've tried to cover as many as possible of the issues. If there are any areas where we have not been clear, we will be happy to respond accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sishi. DM Manamela, are there any remarks from yourself? The DM still on the platform? Okay, he may be having connectivity challenges. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Sishi, and to the collective of colleagues from the department for your responses. I think by and large, we need to find a way as a sector. Well, perhaps before I go into that, and I did say that I'll make most of the recommendations and key observations towards the end of our deliberations today. But I think I wanted to just say to Mr. Zungu, I think with regards to the matter I raised on your target on slide 40, the number of universities offering accredited TVET college lecturer qualifications, your target, if I'm not mistaken, for the year was 2, but you actually achieved 9. So I was questioning, you actually did well there, if I'm understanding the slide correctly. So I was questioning why we had targeted 2 when we actually maybe could have targeted more, or maybe at the time of which we were planning, it didn't come across as though many institutions would take upon that particular call for them to have those particular qualifications for the lecturers. But I think we just misunderstood each other there. But I think by and large, we all, I think, agree with the importance of this department and the work that it has to do. And I think there's a sentiment that I shared with Ms. Komape from the AG's office to say that we need to get to a point, DG, where reporting on finances is not questionable in terms of whether or not it's done well or not, and whether or not it's done at all. And where we're able to then focus really on the crux of the mandate of the sector, which is ultimately to ensure that young people and just citizens of this country in large have access to the required skills and knowledge for them to be active participants. And I think if we just can't get something as simple as reporting, paying service providers on time, following all the necessary policies, I think we just really boggle down the work of the department into something that it shouldn't be about, right? We should be at a point where we really focus on the greater mandate of the department. And so I really, I really wish to see, DG, under your leadership, in continued progress with regards to the universities and the outcomes, the audit outcomes thereof, the TVETs, the CETAs in particular, and the myriad of all your other entities. And I think, all the recurring matters, including the failure to prevent irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, consequence management, which has been reiterated by all members, the weakness of management and leadership. And I think you were alluding to it. I also think one of the other members of your cohort was speaking to the fact that you are trying to fill certain vacancies, because ultimately that's what strengthens the department's capacity to be able to do its job. And I think, as a committee, we are recommitting ourselves to monitoring and evaluating your particular role, to also hold those entities to account, to look into the action plans of the turnaround strategy in terms of ensuring that the audit outcomes of the next year are better than those of the previous year, to look into why we had regressive outcomes in previous years. And I think also one thing that is coming out is that, yes, we want more resources. And I think the committee is committed to ensuring that it continues to advocate for an increased budget for this department, and not this continued reshuffling of budget from one part of the department to the other, particularly noting the fact that the mandate of the department and its entities continues to increase. I mean, even when you look at the district development model, the ERRP and the mandates that are coming out of that, the work that the department is tasked with is increasing, yet yet the resources aren't, and I think that doesn't make sense. So but with the little bit of resource that we have, we need to be able to account for it accordingly, and I think that's a huge role that the department together with ourselves need to ensure that we fulfill, and of course supported by the AG's office. Colleagues, we're now going to move on to the presentation by NSFAS. We are really behind schedule, and I think it's only testament to what I continue to say, Whip, that the amount of work that this portfolio committee has to do is just it's really a lot, and I don't know if we ever have sufficient time to do our work. And I really want to appeal to colleagues to be patient with the process. It's very important that we are as thorough as possible, but in the sciences, they're always so succinct with their communication. And I guess with the Department of Higher Education and Training and how contentious the issues are in this department, it becomes very challenging to cut to the chase because there are nuances that need further elaboration. But I think it's 13:20 now. I'd like to request to colleagues if we can take a 10-minute break and begin with NSFAS at 1:30. We will then give NSFAS, having conversed with the leadership there. I think colleagues agree that they'll be able to conclude their presentation within 30 minutes. And then allow members to then engage, and then you'll come back and clarify other issues after that. And so, yeah, we really urge for colleagues to be patient with the process. I think let's break for 10 minutes. This then means colleagues, with your permission, will then have a working lunch. So essentially, if you want to grab something now, maybe this is the right time to grab something, and just as we go and prepare for our presentation with NSFAS. So we'll just break until 1:30, if that's okay with colleagues, and then we'll start with NSFAS. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Want to check, is NSFAS ready, Chair? I see you there. All right, we're now moving into, it's now 1:30, and we're moving into the presentation of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. I would like to hand over to the chairperson of the board, Mr. Koza, and then you will lead your delegation into the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and members of the committee, to the Deputy Minister, the Director General, and officials from the department. I come here joined by my colleagues from the board and the management of NSFAS. The colleagues from the board who have joined me here, Mr. Fuzane, who is the chair of the HRC subcommittee. And shall I also claim the CFO, who I know came here in a different capacity, but is a member of our board, the CFO of the department, Ms. Pretima Kukule. I'm joined by the CEO, Mr. Andile Nongogo, who is here with the acting CFO, the COO, and other members of management. It's a pleasure, Chair, to have this opportunity to report to this committee. Now, Chair, you'll remember that when our term of office commenced, the beginning of the year, we were immediately on a back foot. We came here to a plethora of challenges, amongst which were the following. The first and the most conspicuous are the Auditor-General's very scathing findings, which findings are still hovering above us to this day. The second, and also very important, was uncertainty over the availability of funds for new students, which for some time rendered us to be in a roller coaster until certainty prevailed. The third challenge that we had to do with unhappiness among stakeholders, staff in particular, whistleblowing activities that had reached this committee. The fourth, stakeholders' unhappiness, in particular our main client base, the students, and it was evident in the protest that happened earlier this year. So we arrive here, Chair, in the most unfavorable of circumstances, which made the statement even truer that men make their impact, but they do not make it as they please, no, under self-selected circumstances, but under conditions existing already, granted, given, and transmitted from the past. This paraphrase quote from a famous social scientist bore so much relevance to us. And when we took office, Chair, it was amid the Auditor-General of South Africa having concluded this audit, and we had to face this committee when the audit was concluded later than the statutory timeline. This was as a result of the financial statements having been submitted late, and also extended disputes between the Auditor-General of South Africa and our entity. Furthermore, some material irregularities that were issued by the Auditor-General existed. This was also at the time when there was funding shortfalls that ultimately led to some protests by students earlier in the year. It seemed like we had taken on an unsurmountable task, and however, due to our resolve and commitment to serve, we took the task head on, even though at some point we wondered whether we would resolve some of the problems. We had also done our assessment of the entity and we identified the following key issues that needed attention. The first is an organizational structure that is not responsive to the student-centered model, and that was not aligned to the change of the scheme from a loan scheme to a bursary scheme. Aging, absolute and unsupported systems leading to internally developed work around solutions that are not always stable was part of the problem. Also, a weak financial control environment that ultimately culminated in a negative audit outcome. A weak planning and performance management mechanism leading to low achievement of performance targets. The student funding criteria also needed some improvement and enhancement. And an organization whose administration budget that is not sufficient to support the number of funded beneficiaries and to put in place adequate systems and controls to administer the funds that are entrusted to it. This, Honorable Chair, makes it very difficult for us to put in place the required interventions in a timely manner. These limitations notwithstanding, Chair, we launched an improvement project and we have initiated the following interventions. The NSFAS operational model has reviewed and is being aligned to the organizational structure through the organizational redesign. This process includes the review of all operational policies. This will be concluded before the end of this calendar year. Some systems improvement have been initiated and implemented despite budgetary constraints. We have improved our application system to allow for us to make real-time decisions in some cases when potential students apply. It used to take months for students to know whether or not they are funded. And Chair, we're pleased that we're able to make real-time decisions for 66% of our applicants as their SAQA beneficiaries. Whereas for the balance of our applicants, it will not take longer than 5 days for them to get a response from us, as we are reliant on third-party verifications such as SARS, credit bureaus, et cetera, et cetera. We're engaging these third parties to improve on the turnaround times to enable real-time decisions for all our applicants. And further, Chair, we have improved our disbursement module, including the student disbursement calculator model to enable timely disbursements of allowances to students. We implemented a robust audit improvement plan and have improved basic financial management. We reviewed the APP and strategic plan. Whilst it was late for the year under review for the intervention to take effect, we are confident that in the next reporting cycle, there will be improvements. There are some improvements we have proposed on the student funding criteria. We have shared with the Minister our proposed funding policy or criteria changes. Many of the proposed changes, to the extent that they do not have significant funding implications, have been incorporated in the 2022 draft funding guidelines that are currently being consulted on with stakeholders. The aim is to make sure that these are issued and finalized before the start of the academic year after wide consultation with stakeholders. On the issue of student funding shortfall, we're working very closely with the shareholder, our department, to ensure that the matter is addressed and concluded before the start of the academic year. Also on the issue of the administration budget, we're engaging with the shareholder. On matters that we found, some of which emanate from the complaints that came from whistleblowers that found its way into the portfolio committee, and about which we undertook to make a review. We are glad to report that we have appointed reviewers constituted by a firm of accountants and a law firm to review these issues. We have structured this review exercise such that there will be consequence management when the findings are finally put to us. In conclusion, Chair, we're not saying that the organization is in perfect health, but we are we have begun to turn the corner. This is no small organization, and it has got huge responsibilities. And we do recognize that it will take some time to get the elephant to really turn the corner. It is Titanic indeed, and we hope that we will finally turn this Titanic around. We are pleased, Chair, to present our annual report that reflects an unqualified audit opinion, an opinion that the entity was not able to acquire for the past few years. We are conscious that there are areas of improvement highlighted by the Auditor-General of South Africa, particularly with regards to our performance information. I am pleased once more, Chair, to assert and announce to you that we have already started an audit action plan. And with your permission, Chair, I would like to now hand over to the CEO, Mr. Andile Nongogo, who has done a very good job to lead us to an unqualified audit opinion. Mr. Nongogo.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Board. Good afternoon, Chair of the committee, to the Deputy Minister, to the members of the committee, the DG, management of the department and the related entities to the department, and of course our chairperson and to our board members. Chair, I will try and keep our presentation as high level as possible. Chair, through you also, we will then, there's a point in time where the CFO, the acting CFO will take over the presentation, and then I'll come back at the end to deal with the presentation. Chair, just in terms of the context, I think the Chair has highlighted the organizational environment under which we are operating. In that, Chair, by just way of background, that our scheme used to be a loan scheme, and in 2018, we know that the scheme became a fully bursary scheme. Of course, Chair, that came with its own challenges in that because that was not, we had not planned for this properly. This is why we have some of the challenges that we have today. So even in the current year under review, some of these challenges prevailed. Of course, Chair, being a bursary scheme, we have seen that there has been quite a high demand of students or potential students that want to access higher education. Of course, that has also come with its own complications of limited budgetary, it has come with its own issues of budgetary constraints. Of course, Chair, that has also led to some delay in the current academic year for us to issue funding decisions. And of course, Chair, the issue of the qualified audit opinion was with us. And of course, through the board, we had put in place some interventions to address this matter speedily. Of course, Chair, in the current year under review, we were assisted by external help to do this. However, in the long run, we want to build internal capacity for us to be able to do this internally on our own. And of course, Chair, the appointment of the board has increased our resolve, and has also made sure that we implement adequate systems of internal controls, hence the results that we have now. And Chair, contextually, we also know that there were issues that were pertaining to the extended academic period as a result of COVID. I'm not going to talk to Chair the issue of the ministerial task team. Suffice to say that we have received the recommendations. It so happens that many of the issues that were raised by the task team, they were already being addressed and implemented by the board. Chair, in terms of our audit outcome, as reported by the AG, indeed we received an unqualified audit outcome. Of course, there were some findings to it, Chair. But Chair, I think it's quite important that we note that this is something that we were able to do after 3 years audit cycles of not achieving this. And to also note, Chair, that this was done within 7 months of the current board being in office, which for me highlights the point that the Chair was making, that the board is absolutely hell-bent on making sure that we turn this organization around. Of course, Chair, there were prior issues that were raised. There were about 6 qualifications that were raised last year by the AG. We are quite pleased, Chair, that we're able to reverse these within the 7 months, as I've indicated. Of course, Chair, the AG did highlight in its presentation that the first set of financials that we had prepared had some adjustments that we had to make, and we are quite. We've now put
recording in progress.
We've now put in place some controls, Chair, and to make sure that the next time around we have limited adjustments, if no adjustments at all. Chair, in terms of the annual performance information, Chair, indeed, as highlighted by the Chair, this is one area that, despite the interventions that we had put in place, namely that the board had reviewed, the APP had reviewed the organizational structure, but sorry, the strategic plan of the organization. Now, this was a little too late for the year under review. And of course, then the AG, if it was issuing an opinion on annual performance, it would have given us a disclaimer in relation to annual performance. Of course, Chair, these issues are around how we formulate our indicators, the fact that we cannot produce supporting evidence, and that we had not put in place systems and measures to be able to reliably report our performance information. Chair, we have put in place these mechanisms now in the new financial year. Of course, part of this test, Chair, is to make sure that whenever we report on a quarterly basis, our internal audit does review to make sure that indeed we are reporting as we should, that our reported information is supported. And of course, we've also institutionalized performance reporting within the organization. As reported previously, Chair, this is one area that really was an area that was focused only on one department, but this has now become an organizational priority. Chair, the issue of annual financial statements, I did touch on that. We were able to, well, we had to correct because of some adjustments that were identified by the auditors. As indicated, Chair, we are hell-bent on making sure that in the following year, this is going to be addressed. Chair, on supply chain management, we are proud that there were no findings, material findings related to supply chain. This was also the same in the prior year, Chair. As indicated, Chair, by the AG, there were material irregularities. However, Chair, it should be noted that these material irregularities were carried forward from the previous year. And of course, the board has instituted, or the organization has instituted processes to try and address these matters. And of course, the AG was reasonably satisfied with the interventions we've put in place in dealing with the matters of disbursements that were above the contract amounts. we are beginning a process to regularize this, Chair. The collection of money is owed by institutions to us. This, Chair, we are busy doing through the closeout report. We are hoping that the closeout report will be concluded at the end of this month. And of course, Chair, there was an instance where we're not charging on interest on certain accounts or loan accounts. And Chair, we have now started also charging interest on accounts. Of course, Chair, we are still struggling with trying to send out regularly statements to our beneficiaries or those that have loans with us. And of course, this is an area that we are improving on, Chair. At this point, Chair, I will hand over to the acting CFO to take us through the annual report and the financial statements. And then once it's done, I'll just come through to talk about HR matters. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. Good afternoon, Chair of the committee, members, as well as the Deputy Minister and all others in attendance. So I'll go on then to just discuss very briefly, Chair, in the interest of time, the annual performance report and the financial statements.
Sorry, colleagues, can I request that your camera is open just so that members can see your face, and then you can close it considering the fact that your network might be compromised. But can you just open it for 2 seconds and then close it? Thank you.
Sure, Chair, apologies for that. I'll maybe put it off if that's fine with you, Chair. I'm just on a wireless network that may suffer as a result of it.
That's fine. Colleagues must just see that indeed you are, you are the person we think you are.
No problem, noted. Thanks, Chair. Chair, as I was saying, in the interest of time, I'll just highlight very briefly the annual performance report and then the financial statements. In terms of the annual performance report, I won't touch on it too much, Chair. I think we have dealt with it more or less. The Chair of the board, as well as the CEO, has alluded to some of the interventions. The slide is just to show us the actual achieved performance targets. We have highlighted some of the measures that are put in place to address areas of underperformance. Again, we've highlighted them in terms of or per outcome. The Chair of the board, as well as the CEO, has mentioned some of the interventions, and I will take the report as read. As such, I won't go through too much of this detail, Chair. I'll skip on to the financial records, Chair. We do also note some of the outcomes and key performance indicators which were revised. I'll just note that the reason or motivation for the amendment was to address prior audit findings, to align the 5-year strategic plan and the annual performance plan with the mandate, as well as to align the annual performance plan with the business model. I'll move then, Chair, to the annual financial statements, also on a very high level. I will discuss just reasons for movement, or the most significant ones at least. We see very little movement on the student loans balance, which we'll discuss in the next slide, which is mainly as a result of the recoveries experienced as compared to what was modeled in terms of the evaluation that is performed on the student loan book. In terms of the prepayments, dropped quite significantly, and the cash and cash equivalents increased quite significantly, almost by the same margin, as noted by one of the members a bit earlier, as well as the AG. The cash reserves at the end of March was in the vicinity of almost 13 billion. The main reason for that, Chair, is because there were no upfront payments paid to institutions. We then also saw quite a significant drop for the amounts due to institutions, and that is merely as a result of us not processing any disbursement which was to be paid in the next financial year. So that's mainly due to timing. We do note that the total net assets has grown or has increased by about 1.1 billion as a result of the surplus reported in the year under review, Chair. The next slide just indicates that the student loan book, even though the carrying value or the net carrying value is at 6.4 billion, the actual nominal value of that book as per the note 6 in the financial statements and annual report is 40 billion, and we detail the reasons for the cumulative fair value adjustments, which all deals with the valuation adjustments that are done, and it's mainly due to the concessionary nature of the terms of the student loans as they are, Chair. Next, if we turn to the statement of financial performance, again, I won't touch on all of them, but we do note a quite significant increase of about 2.6 billion in grants received for student awards, up to about 36 billion. We noted something similar in the Department of Higher Education's presentation, that is mainly comprising the grant from the DHET chair. We also then note the bursaries, a significant increase in line with the increase over the years of the grant received by the department chair. I'll note then on significant disclosures, Chair, the irregular expenditure, as it was also mentioned a bit earlier. In the prior year, the institution received an audit qualification, or one of the audit qualification areas was that of irregular expenditure. In the current year, the organization undertook to perform a full review and quantification exercise of the actual irregular expenditure transactions as identified by the AGSA. That recalculation exercise saw the balance growing quite significantly from about 50 billion, or rather in the prior year from 7 billion to 50 billion, with an additional 30 billion in the current year. I think it is important to note, Chair, some of the comments a bit earlier in the session was around the issue that dealt specifically with the concurrence or seeking concurrence of the Minister of Finance for the appointment of some of the previous members of the administration team. It might be important to note here that the quantity of that irregular was 11 million of the 33 billion. So it's by far some of the more insignificant portion of the irregular expenditure, Chair. It is also important to note that the 33 billion, by vast majority, is not as a result of payment to ineligible students, but rather is as a result of the administrative issues, which I think some of the members have also highlighted a bit earlier in the session. The main reason for that is that NSFAS, together with the department, or the eligibility criteria was not gazetted after the regulations was included in the NSFAS Act. I think the member also noted in April 2018, as a result, all DHET disbursements or funding for the years, academic years 2018-19 and 20 were regarded as being irregular. And that saw the irregular expenditure cumulative balance shoot up or balloon in the current and prior years, with us restating the prior figures. In terms of resolution, the organization's primary focus in the current year, Chair, was obviously on the quantification as well as getting the actual regulations repealed, which has happened at the end or after the financial year. The repeal would at least then ensure that this doesn't perpetuate going forward, or that we don't have any specific irregular expenditure in relation to this finding at least, or this area going forward. In terms of what the organization is doing, our focus was on quantification and getting the regulations repealed, as I said. The focus going forward would then obviously be following the specific processes as governed by the NT regulations for irregular expenditure, in other words, condonement and so on, Chair. So I will then hand back to our CEO, Chair, to conclude the presentation. CEO?
Yes, thank you, Shay. Chair, in terms of risk management, NSFAS, we have a risk management framework. It's led from the top down, and this is then cascaded to the junior levels of the organization. Of course, Chair, we review this annually, and it also is a matter that each and every committee of the board is seized with to make sure that we do have mitigation plans for all our risks. As an organization, we monitor about top 10 risks. Of course, it does not mean that we are not looking into another risk. And as such, Chair, while risk management is at its infancy in the organization, we are beginning to embed it in what we do, and it's beginning to be institutionalized. Chair, in terms of our human resources, as we indicated, Chair, that the way to look at how the organization was is to first look at the fact that for the first 9 months of the year under review, the organization was under administration, and thereafter the new board was appointed. Chair, the role or the view that was taken by the administration team at the time was to focus on critical vacancies. And of course, those were filled by the organization. And Chair, also at the time of administration and beyond, the organization had to, like with many organizations, adapt because we had to work from home. Of course, that initially posed a significant challenge. However, the organization was able to respond by making sure that all the staff members had the tools of trade such that they were able to work from home. Of course, Chair, we know that, of course, the committee has seen this firsthand, that our relationships with our labor partners being the unions was not such a great relationship. And of course, we have now instituted the proper forums for us to engage matters and issues with our labor partners. Of course, Chair, in the current financial year under review, there was a 4-day strike that was due to wage deadlocks, wage negotiation deadlocks. Chair, we are proud that this current financial year, we've avoided this by reaching each other and finding a solution between us and our partners. We continue, Chair, to do a little bit of social responsibilities through our partnership with the UIF and in certain instances, some SITAs where we take on interns. Furthermore, Chair, in terms of, Chair, maybe what the chair of our board was highlighting is that indeed our administration budget is quite limited. Of our budget, 60% of it goes towards salaries. And as such, Chair, it makes it a little bit harder to put in place the interventions that we want to put in terms of improving systems and the like. And of course, Chair, we had taken a decision that we were not going to fill any new vacancies other than the key vacancies as an organization pending the structure review. And as such, we did not achieve our employee turnover rate of 5%, but as the chair indicated, we are almost complete with our review of the operational model and the structure. Of course, Chair, we were able to fill some key vacancies, namely that of the CEO, of the corporate services executive. In the post the end of the year, Chair, we've been able to fill the position of the CIO. We have also filled the position of the CIO started with us 1st of November. The CFO will be starting 1st of December. So, Chair, we think we have the key positions that we need to have as an organization. At that, Chair, I will leave it and then take comments and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CEO, and to the Chair of the board, Mr. Khoza. Don't know if Chair of the board, if you have any remarks from your side before I open for members to engage.
No, Chair, this is all for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your presentation. I'd like to note hands of members. I see the hand of Honorable King, the hand of Honorable Mananiso, okay. The hand of the whip in the NCOP, Honorable Dongeni, Honorable Litsiem. All right, we'll stop it there for now. Sorry, and we'll note the hands of colleagues as we move along. I think I'll refrain from having any questions now. Perhaps I'll be covered by members. If not, I'll come in the end. So, Honorable King, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me first start off. I think I will make Honorable Litsia happy when I say I really commend NSFAS and the board that could work so hard in a short space of time in order to fast track the improvements or the issues at NSFAS. So I really commend you guys for going all out to do that. Then on the other hand, when it comes to cybersecurity, I do note there are some concerns, and also if you consider how other departments were infiltrated by hackers. How secure is NSFAS in terms of the cybersecurity, and how far are they with implementing the information security strategy for NSFAS? Then also last year we had a shortfall again of 7 billion rand at the beginning of the year, for students. Do we envisage any of these challenges cropping up in the next academic year with more students enrolling, and then that will have a bearing on NSFAS funding for students? And it was an amount at least earmarked, if it's going to be 7 billion rand again, or if it's going to be more, if we look at the report that is before us. I was also happy to note that there are considerations given to our plea that some of the NSFAS funded operations be decentralized to institutions. So for me, that is a real plus. I would just like to have a time frame as to when they feel this will be instituted. Will it be January of 2022, or will it be January of 2023? What was also mentioned was the amounts owed by institutions to NSFAS. How far is NSFAS in ensuring that there are proper mechanisms in place to ensure that they recoup some of those funds which is owed to them by the various institutions? And also, how far is NSFAS in terms of the ICT model in synchronizing it with students, with universities and TVET colleges systems, so that there is one synergy when it comes to knowing who enrolled, for what did they enroll, and to ensure that you avoid the system of overpaying in certain areas or paying out to students who are no longer at any institution at all. Let me see. Then we had this investigation just to determine the viability of student funding, our ICT system at NSFAS. As you are well aware, we have not received the report as the committee. But what I would have loved to have seen in your annual report was at least to give us an indication on these are the issues which were highlighted and which can be changed, and just how far NSFAS is in terms of ensuring that they speak to the report and they have proper action plans in place to ensure that the recommendations which was put before NSFAS is actually met. And that would have satisfied the committee if we at least had some input into what these recommendations were, or the shortcomings which were highlighted. Also, NSFAS at the end of 2021, 2020-2021 financial year, sorry, there was an overspending of 744 million rand. So for me, this would then implies that the budget allocation would then not have been adequate for NSFAS to execute their mandate. So now we talk on the sustainability of NSFAS going forward. When you have an overspending, how sustainable will NSFAS be in the next financial year and going beyond that, in order to ensure that free higher education is realized? Or where did the report also mention the sustainability of the system under a free higher education, or did they give another alternative to ensure that we look at something else should this not be sustainable? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable King. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me welcome as well the presentation from NSFAS. And one must say, at least there's work that is being done by the board, and we cannot shy away from the fact that they did this at a short space of time, and while we are facing the unprecedented time of COVID-19. So well done to them, and they can do more. Chairperson, I want just to indicate to the board that perhaps it will be important for them to submit to us the organizational-wide audit improvement plan, so that next time when we do our oversight, we are able to make a checklist to say, did you actually do 1, 2, 3 as you have expected, why not, and so on. So can the board actually submit to us so that we are able to do our oversight? And then with regards to matters raised for irregular expenditure, I just want to make follow-up in terms of what are the mitigating plans with regards to that. And then, Chair, as one could note that indeed they've actually tried to ensure that they strengthen the stakeholders' relations as the institution. I just want to say to them, perhaps they need to as well put efforts in terms of ensuring that they create the beneficiary good relationships, so that some of us, we must not be bombarded with emails in terms of a student asking that she or he needs help, he has not been paid, he has submitted everything, the system 1, 2, 3. So I just want to emphasize to say, we have said as the portfolio committee to say, it is as much as they are dealing with internal issues strategically, they need not to forget the beneficiaries. So I want to say to them, they need to create that space where beneficiaries can connect with them anytime without any hassle. And then, Chair, on their slide, it is noted that there are 30 cases that are in pipeline, are categorized as follows as well, that it is student-related cases, 43%, employee-related, 33%, institution-related, 17%, and external party-related, 7%. Can NSFAS share with the committee these cases related to the above-mentioned categories? And my other question, Chair, is with regards to fraud and corruption. How many NSFAS employees were found to have been involved in fraud and corruption? And what lessons have they learned with regards to all these findings? And the other one is with regards to NSFAS had experienced various challenges with the filling of vacancies due to high percentage employee turnover rate of 6.5%. Which strategies are in place to reduce this percentage? And the Chairperson, lastly, one would want to say to the Chairperson, like for instance, let me just speak for myself. I'm very happy because when I make follow-ups and when I see them being interviewed as well, the Chairperson is walking the talk in terms of this is what we are planning to do, this is what we're going to do. However, as the portfolio committee, we need to get specific timeframes in terms of the action plan vis-a-vis what they have targeted. one have noted that in some targets, they have actually, planned above what they can achieve as the board. So from now on, with what we are remaining with, can the NSFAS and other entities that are in this platform ensure that they actually bite the little that they can chew, so that as the department, we are able to check whether we are actually regressing or going forward in terms of dealing with the development of our people. And I would like to as well congratulate them that to say to the board, I can see that all of them, they've got the core interest of our people. As members of this portfolio committee, we will support them day to day as they need our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Ndungeni.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, DM and the department. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, according to the organizational structure as presented on page 23 of the NSFAS annual report, there are 3 vacancies posted at the executive management level. They are Chief Information Officer, Chief Financial Officer, and Stakeholders Engagement. Additionally, the following positions are vacant: Network Infrastructure, General Manager Finance, Data Analytics, Senior Manager Contact Center, Information Security, Human Resource Administration, Marketing, and Branding General Manager, Organizational Development, Corporational Communications, Stakeholders Outreach, Senior Manager Legal. What progress has been made in filling these vacancies posts? The second one, in recoveries, NSFAS has not met its target relating to 800 million recovery and allocated to loan accounts annually. Is the NSFAS confident that the target is set for itself to recover loans from debtors is not too ambitious, especially given the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in huge job losses and pay cuts for some who will still have jobs? What is that NSFAS will do different to still encourage debtors to repay their loans? Thanks, Chairperson. I'm sorry not see my face. I've got a network problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Itie.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to colleagues from the entity NSFAS, the chair, board members present. The chair did not introduce board members who are accompanying him, so it's a little bit difficult to name them all who are here, but colleagues, you're welcome. The CEO management of NSFAS who are present, I know we had received a list of all of those who would be accompanying the CFO. I am just trying to check. I don't see all of them who mentioned on our documents that they will be accompanying the CEO and management. I don't see them. Maybe we'll get clarity, the CEO, why, if they're not here, why are they not here? Maybe let me start with the chair. It's always refreshing, Chair, to hear from you. You know, you speak so well. Maybe you are hypnotizing us somehow. Maybe that was on a lighter note. I think maybe let me start with your opening remarks, Chair. You had attributed underperforming. I mean, you know that NSFAS on performance submitted that you had achieved 40% or so of your targets, which we'll get to it at a later stage. But if that is the case, we had an underperforming of 60% for this year. You're attributing that to lack of management, monitoring, and involvement, maybe of yourselves, the board, whatever. And you also say that some of these matters could have been corrected and adjusted during the period under review. What is it that, as the board, you have done since to identify lack of management, monitoring, and involvement? You further note currently the administration budget accounts for 0.9% of the student funding budget, and this imposes strict limitations on the improvement that the organization can put in place. How much administration budget will be adequate to enable this entity to effect improvements that the organization can put in place? I also saw on the Auditor-General's report that some of the questions, long questions, we had been asking, even including since the last audit outcome, that you, the board, had asked for a different date to finalize some of those corrections, and the date that was provided, I think, was 15 February 21. What is it that that thing came up to, and what have you done to correct those findings? Moving to the presentation, I think it's bullets, the first bullet or so, on your slide 7, CEO, where it says that you have received an unqualified audit opinion for the year under review, which is consistent with the message the chair would have said or would have delivered to South Africans when you received the audit on national TVs. And I happened to bump into your interview as well. I think it was with the SAFM CEO. The same message was, apologies, the same message was delivered. I just hope it's not a student CEO asking us that they've not been paid by NSFAS. I just hope it's not one of them. On a lighter note, but on one of your slides again in green, the same slide in green, you are saying it's unqualified with findings, and I think the message is no longer coherent now. It was unqualified audit opinion. I don't think it's the same as unqualified audit opinion with findings. So maybe we need to correct that particular thing. You and the Auditor-General can clarify us on that part, on the coherence of that message. On performance, last year you had received a disclaimer from Auditor-General because Auditor-General would have said some of the performance achievements NSFAS claimed at the time were not, well, could not be measured as achievement based on the APP and what NSFAS, and I'll try not to say you, because I know it was not yourselves. You only came in the last quarter of that audit opinion, what NSFAS would have claimed to be achievement. And therefore, Auditor-General would have then given a disclaimer on performance. What is the audit opinion this time, according to Auditor-General? I'm well aware that earlier this year, in May or so, NSFAS, you came and presented before the committee. I can't remember, it was the joint committees of higher education and the select committee, or it was just us, but we came and presented a new APP, citing that the other one, is the Auditor-General would have indicated that it did not necessarily, did not afford you an opportunity to work on achievement better. So what is the audit opinion this time on this? If you may remember, if I may remind some of you that in the last audit outcome, we declined from 86% on the reliability of reporting of achievement to 36%, and on indicators and targets were declined massive from 86%, the previous one, to 9% on the 2019-2020. So what is the status currently there? And again, a worrying factor, and I'm glad you have appointed a CFO now. Worrying factor, the previous two, there have been a financial statement which were not prepared according to PFMA, with material misstatements and all of that. And I hope moving forward, we're not going to get to those issues. Okay, this one I asked earlier on, I think AG would have clarified. Yes, another big issue that we had, that caused us to have a long meeting with NSFAS on the 10th of February this year, would have been the AG's findings on the critical list that was developed last financial year. What is the status now? What have we done? What have we done there in that entity to fix such an AG? You may also respond. Have we reported? Have we fixed some of those things there? What is the findings of the AG there? And then yes, we changed this one. Last year, again, one of the big issues was the outsourced APP, which again, we had a very big, a very long meeting with it, but it was a big issue there, where Auditor-General indicated that there was a fruitless expenditure there of 490,000 on that annual performance plan, which was paid to those outsourced people. I think it was Shai and Bason. Have we made plans to recover those monies? What is the plan now? What are we doing? Consequence management that we may have developed on that. How far are we with all of those things, especially with this 490,000 which was paid and declared fruitless and irregular, fruitless expenditure there. And then, yeah, you got, and then this year we're reporting that there's a 14 million of irregular expenditure. Can you just clarify? It's not clarified on your presentation. What is this 14 million irregular expenditure for? And there's also a comment there that speaks about 82 million or so of irregular expenditure. Can it be broken down? What is it that we are going to do to rectify some of those things? Just break it down for us. And does it really mean that CEO, in terms of compliance of the laws, have we not fixed anything from the previous 3 or 4 audit outcomes that we had received on POPI Act? What is our stance there? Are we complying with POPI Act, meaning that the information students there, of whoever is in the system is protected by the POPI Act. And lastly, to moving towards the end, these are just students also complaining to us that they've still not received funding decisions at this time. I do have 1 year of a certain Palesa Molefe from CTU and Rodiport who gives us a story now. I'm sure maybe it's because they are watching this and they see we are interacting with NSFAS, so they are using that opportunity to give us this thing. So can you also clarify how far are we with finalizing the systems at NSFAS? And then on another big issue that we had, Chair, which maybe was not related to the Auditor-General, was what the Chair would have spoken about, the whistleblowing that was coming out a lot last year there on a lot of wrongdoings that they had alleged were coming out. How far are we with fixing some of those things? Have we pursued any of those issues? How far are we with them? There are too many for now to mention, and I think there's there was a allegation again brought to us that Auditor-General would have spoken about the high staff turnover there. What is the situation there? I hear the CEO, you're speaking about bringing some interns, but what is the staff turnover there? Having noted that you're saying over 60% of the budget of administration goes to salaries. What is our plan there in terms of fixing all of those things? And I'm not sure, Chair, if I may be leaving some of the issues out, but if I do, and we do have time, I might need to come back to some of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Letsie. Honorable Mahlati.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me also welcome the presentation by NSFAS. But most importantly, to indicate that NSFAS is quite a very youthful institution. And the general expectation of ourselves as members of the committee is that this particular institution would bring the necessary result. And we welcome the newly appointed officials, especially the CFO. And we are hopeful that the challenges that have been faced by students would be able to be resolved. And we do welcome the progress made as per the presentation. However, Chair, I've got, just like Honorable Zé and other members who've spoken before me, we are fresh from what I call the election trial. And it is clear that in the process of us doing this particular work, we have engaged with a number of students. Seated here where I am, I've got a list of students whom NSFAS has not paid the accommodation allocation, and some have been chased out of accommodation where they're staying. Luckily, there are those owners or accommodation owners who are willing to keep them in those particular accommodation up until NSFAS is able to pay, but unfortunately, not all of them are able to do so. So we're hopeful in this new financial year, as we move towards 2022 academic year, we will be able to deal with these issues. We will be able to account for each and every application that has come through. We'll be able to account for each and every young woman and man who have received an approval from NSFAS. And NSFAS is able to locate finances being to each and every young person whom have been approved. However, in terms of the presentation, I'll start with the presentation by the AG. Auditor-General has indicated that NSFAS is the biggest, I don't know,
whether to call beneficiary of irregular expenditure when it comes to the Department of DHET. And in that, whether that irregular expenditure was incurred in the previous financial year, then for regular expenditure was the NSFAS being unable to use tools in their tools such as the legislation framework of requesting condonement from Treasury in relation to their own 33 billion irregular expenditure. If indeed, as the CFO has indicated, if I'm not mistaken, can they indicate what is the progress in as far as the 33 billion that was incurred through a lack of approval from Treasury? What is the progress in that regard? Number two is, does NSFAS in its current form has the necessary capacity in terms of audit and risk management? I've seen on the report, on the presentation, they've spoken extensively on the risk management, but do they have the necessary capacity in terms of warm bodies that will be doing that particular work in the institution? Lastly, Chair, is around the audit outcome, inclusive of the fact that it speaks to the financial statements. Do they have the necessary capacity to ensure that in the next financial year, when we come back to look at the audit outcome, we will not have the same challenges in the relations to the audit findings? And whether, with relations to audit, are they outsourcing audit capacity? If they are outsourcing audit capacity, which firm are they utilizing? Because in my view, if you have misstatements on your financial statements, because generally that would cause you a negative audit outcome, you have no value for money for the work that has been done by a particular institution to do your audits. Now, the last part of my input on NSFAS is around issues of targets. Are they able to really, is their capacity at the level of corporate services? Because I want to believe that planning is based in corporate services. Are they able to do proper planning to make sure they are able to account for each and for all the monies that they might have utilized in this particular financial year? The last part of my input is whether, given the pandemic and the challenges thereof, what are the possible challenges that NSFAS foresees towards 2022 academic year, so that they are able to mitigate them properly prior to us funding students on the streets again in 2022? If they can highlight those particular challenges and possible challenges, and also speak to how are they able to mitigate those challenges. And the last one is to add on what Honorable Ndongeni has spoken to about the recovery of the previous, or the, I may call it, previous beneficiaries of NSFAS. Given the fact that students might have finished their qualifications but unable to pay. And I heard earlier when they spoke about the interest, of course, in terms of your financial management systems, whenever you have interest would ordinarily become your irregular expenditure, interest including your penalties. But is there no way how NSFAS can speak to National Treasury in relation to this specific issue, so that this particular matter can be handled at that level? And if they are able to do so, have they done so? If they are unable to do so, why haven't they done so? Thank you very much, Clara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. I think there's been a number of questions from members. I won't really reiterate much of them, but I think, of course, one must highlight that the concern with regards to the regression from 76% to 46.7% going into the year 2020-2021. But also I think, and I don't know if this is a question one can ask, but I mean, if taking into consideration the plans that the board together with the CEO have and the institution at large have in terms of trying to remedy some of these issues. And I hope that, I mean, you've highlighted your risk mitigation plans, and you've listed a number of interventions that you state you are putting in place, or you're going to put in place. And I think for us, more than anything, as one of the members alluded to in the beginning, timeframes are really essential so that we're able to monitor and evaluate your progress with regards to that. Because also what we don't want to do is come at the end of next year and say, why didn't you do 1, 2, 3? And that's why we call NSFAS on a number of occasions to the portfolio committee, because we have great concern with regards to the success of this particular entity, together with all the other entities within the department, of course, but of course, understanding the vital role that this particular entity plays, we would want to hold close oversight on this particular entity. But this weird question that I'm about to ask, that I mean, if you were to take into consideration all these plans that you have to remedy some of the challenges that have come up from the audit outcome, what are your projections, taking into consideration your plans? What are your projections on what you could possibly achieve at the end of the 2021-2022 financial year? I hope that's a fair question. And then with regards to vacancies, I mean, you speak to how you filled vacancies, and I think it goes back to your organizational structure and how you're attempting to put in place particular systems, and how you're trying to strengthen your human resource. There has been a lot of conversation coming out of the committee to say, look, yes, you can change your ICT infrastructure, you can take people for upskilling or reskilling, and you may have a myriad of consultative engagements as an organization to create more of a flat structure where there's constant dialogue and that type of thing, and a healthy organizational culture. However, at times people just don't come on board, and we've always stated the fact that a big part of the work that we do as colleagues in the sector boils down to some sort of political social will, where you understand the magnitude of the role that you're playing as the person who punches in the students' details from, for example, for example, the staff on institutions of higher learning, where NSFAS has on multiple occasions indicated the fact that a part of what stifles your disbursement of allowances or funds or whatever it may be is the misinformation you receive from institutions. So from the person who punches in the details and sends forth the information to the organization NSFAS, to the person who is at the back, running the IT system, everybody has to have an internal conviction of understanding the vitalness of the role that they play. And I don't know if you have taken that into consideration as the current leadership of NSFAS to review, after the upskilling, reskilling, consultative sessions that you have, to review whether or not the composition of individuals or collective that you have really can assist you to meet the mandate of the organization. And that is what it should be. And then going into 2022, I think Honorable King had spoken about the financial constraints, if there are any, particularly in funding. I think we all agree that we can't normalize student unrest at the beginning of the year. And I mean, there's more work that's to be done beyond the scope of NSFAS currently, in terms of perhaps going into conversations around increasing the brackets that we cover as a sector of people who have access to NSFAS. But in principle, those who we're able to cover at the moment, which are those who come from households with an income bracket of 350,000 Rand and below, we need to get it right. It has to work. When a student applies, it must work. Instances where a student says, no, I did apply, and then NSFAS says, no, but we can't see your application, that can no longer happen, particularly if the student even has a record of their application. Instances where the student appeals and the turnover time of that is delayed. All of that, is what stifles a feeling of the fact that there is this particular service provided by government for a particular bracket, and it has to work. So with the funding we have at the moment, we have to make sure that NSFAS works. And so perhaps the leadership of the institution can give us an understanding of whether or not, taking all of that in consideration, are we ready for the 2022 academic year, and what are the possible sort of challenges we could face. And I know we're having a further conversation with yourselves in the third last week of the fourth term of Parliament this year. And so, some of the matters we're raising now, speaking particularly to your state of readiness, we can have those conversations further in that particular briefing. But I think for us, more than anything, considering what Honorable Litzia even said about when you came into leadership, for us really, we're really looking into what will we be saying at the end of the 2021-2022 financial year, when you're now bringing that report to us. So I mean, we've heard about how you have ICT systems put in place for this to ensure that some of these matters that I've just raised don't reoccur. But unfortunately, our role is to make sure that we hold you to account and reiterate this in spaces like these. I also I'd like to understand if in your analysis of decentralizing certain aspects of NSFAS operations, whether or not there has been just a bit of a reflection from an engagement also with the student leadership on what essentially brought us to centralizing it in the first place, and just trying to find that particular balance between those two standpoints, because we certainly understand the challenges that come with it being centralized, but there was a reason also that led to us centralizing it. So yeah, just if we're able to, if there is an analysis of that. And of course, I really want to reiterate the importance of DHET holding institutions to account in order to assist NSFAS in playing its role in terms of the issues around misinformation that is sent to NSFAS. Applications have opened. Are we able to receive an update on how that's going? Perhaps if we can't do that, considering the time constraints, if we can't do it now, what we can do is ask for the for the entity to send us a report in writing. But it would be nice to just find out if, so far, how are we doing, and, what are some of the, colleagues, what are some of the concerns that colleagues have going into this application period? And I think but I think I'll leave that to the next briefing that we have. And then lastly, Honorable Litsi alludes to a high staff turnover. And I think, depending on what the response will be from the leadership of the entity, it would be great to understand, and this goes back to how you're reviewing the organizational structure in order for yourselves to be able to really do your work more meaningfully. But you can have lots of people not doing much, but you could have enough people doing amazing work. So I don't know if you've been able to make that analysis, depending, of course, on what your response will be to the question that was asked by Honorable Litzia. But I think in closing, and I think this is a question I missed to ask the department on DG Dr. Sishi, is what support do you require? I think very often, the conversation sometimes in committees feels as though we're just telling you that you're not doing the right thing, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. But I think also this space of the committee allows for yourselves to also tell us how your work can be strengthened in order for you guys to do more meaningful work, because I'm certain there might be limitations that stifle you from being able to do your work meaningfully. So I think it would be also great to just get a reflection on that from yourselves as well. Thank you so much, Chair. If we could try and wrap up by 3:05, that would be really great. I'll just hand over to yourselves, Chair and CEO.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair of the committee. We will try and be as quick as possible. Thank you so much for the kind words from the committee. It's not often that we come to this committee that we receive congratulatory messages on the work that we're doing. We're actually used to the opposite. So the good messages from Honorable King, Honorable Mananiso, and even from Honorable Litsie, who every time when he takes the podium, we're all duck for cover because he's got more information about NSFAS than even the board has. This is really heartwarming. Thank you so much. Maybe, Chair, at this stage, we may now feel comfortable to disclose that this is actually NSFAS 30th year anniversary. And with this gesture from the portfolio, we may need to find some time and celebrate the existence of this very important organization. Thank you so much. I am going to respond to just but one question and leave the rest to the CEO. And if the CEO can't respond to all of them, maybe Chair, you will give us an opportunity to respond in writing in case we go over the time allocated to us. The question I want to deal with, and this question came many times from honorable members, is the question of stakeholders relations. In particular, Honorable Mananiso talked about students sending complaints directly to members of this committee. Now, let me also disclose that our mobile phones never stop ringing. Students call from time to time with all sorts of complaints they have. Others call so regularly, like Pritin Tuli from Richards Bay, who's a blind student whose voice I have come to know, who calls regularly about problems, and I'm sure we have resolved their problems. Now, one of the first observations that we made as a board is the fact that this organization needs to develop a better relationship with stakeholders, deal with their problems such that when they've got problems, they know where to go, and that their problems are resolved much quickly, so that they don't have to call everyone as it's the case now. We recognize that the resolution of our stakeholders' relations is more than about systems. You'll know that every time we talk about NSFAS, we talk about the inadequacy of our systems. But sometimes relations with people, talking to people, explaining things to people, engaging with people help. The board took an unconventional decision that we visit universities themselves, TVET colleges themselves, and confront the problems that specific institutions are having. Our priority, Chair, has been historically disadvantaged universities. And the reason why this is so is because the majority of our beneficiaries are there. To give one example, 80% of the students at the University of Venda, and were there yesterday, are funded by NSFAS. About 70% of the biggest university in this country, TUT, are funded by NSFAS. So we visited a number of them now, both universities and TVET colleges, and how we deal with the problems there, Chair, is in a very peculiar way. Peculiar in that we do not go there and just meet university management one side and students the other side. We put them all under one roof. So that will be the VC of the university, that will be the student leadership, that will be the financial aid office and other stakeholders. And we confront the problems. We share what the problems are and try and deal with them there and there. Now, in some cases, we've been unable to deal with the problems when we were there. In the case of the Walter Sisulu University and in the case of Fort Hare University, at the end of the meeting, we agreed we're going to send a team of NSFAS officials to go and camp there for a week and deal with the problems until the problems are resolved, and students who have problems had all the latitude to go and talk to the team. In the case of the University of Venda, where we were yesterday, we took a similar gesture. We said to the university, either your financial aid office comes to Cape Town or we come and camp here for a week and resolve these problems in the presence of your SRCs until they are resolved. I learned the University of Venda elected to come to Cape Town. So this is how we're dealing with these issues. And in part, Honorable Chair, this response to your question that you asked, whether we prepared for next year. Our engagement with institutions, our engagement with students, and I forgot to indicate that when we go to these universities, we invite the national leadership of SAUS. So we go there with the president of SAUS, we go there with the general secretary of SAUS, so that everything is done in a transparent manner. So this is also a way of mitigating challenges that we might have as the year commences. And this may be a response to the question that you raised, Chair, on how prepared are we for the beginning of the academic year. I'll now hand over to the CEO to deal with the much more technical questions. And if he can't, we can send the responses in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, given the number of questions, I'll try and rush. I typically do not like rushing my answers. But in the interest of time, I'll try and rush them, Chair, but hopefully we'll cover all of them. Chair, on what do we think the shortfall from Honorable King would be with regards to the next year? Chair, we've projected the shortfall based on having taken into account what we project would be the applications that we would receive based on what we see, and also looking into account the effects of COVID-19 and the fact that people may have lost their jobs as a result of the unrest that the country saw. So the projected shortfall is about, and also taking into account enrollment targets, the shortfall is projected to about 10 billion. Of course, Chair, the difference this time is that we were able to engage quite early with the department and the National Treasury to try and secure this funding. Of course, that is not in the control of NSFAS to come up with such money. It is in the control of the government to prioritize those funds. So indeed, the amount has been earmarked. And typically, Chair, I think we are also highlighting the risk when we engage that this is one area that would generally cause delays for us to make funding decisions at the beginning of the year if it is not dealt with adequately. And it's also usually an area that causes unrest. But on our part, we have in a timely manner engaged the department and the Treasury to ensure that these funds are secure in good time. In as far as decentralization to institutions, Honorable Chair, we are, and I'm going to link this perhaps with the question maybe that the Chair raised on whether or not we've done an assessment of why was the scheme centralized in the first place. In the past, Honorable Chair, the scheme was such that decisions were made at an institution level, and of course, hence the coining of the term student-centered, where the focus was really about institutions making those decisions and funding students. So when the scheme became centralized, the focus was more on the student, chasing that one student that is being funded. There were a number of issues that emanated from the scheme having been at the institution. There were inconsistencies in how funding decisions were made. Much of the irregular expenditure that we see that dates back to 2017 comes from that era where incorrect funding decisions were made. Now, where we are with this, we are conducting a feasibility study, taking into account the lessons that were learned when the scheme was decentralized, and also what we see as some of the pitfalls with the centralization. Now, Chair, the question of the when, it's really dependent on when we conclude the feasibility study. The feasibility study is underway. We've just appointed a provider to do that feasibility assessment for us. Of course, Chair, you know, the issue of decentralization, we understand that stakeholders are calling for decentralization. However, our assessment is that firstly, until our systems, I mean, just if we had all the funds, you could send people to a region, to an institution. For as long as they don't have access to accurate information, the current status quo will prevail. And as such, the importance of this is that we must make sure that the systems are firstly up to date. And also, if you understand, Chair, that the organization will have to then, is based in Cape Town. There are staff members that we've placed, over 103 staff members in the call center. It would require some amount of budget to then all of a sudden ask staff members to move to different areas. Furthermore, Chair, if we are to do this through appointments, it would mean that we need adequate budget to do this. So in other words, Chair, this is really not a simple answer. It requires a lot of in-depth assessment and necessary costing. Chair, in terms of amounts that we are owing or that are owed between us and institutions, we have concluded all the reconciliations dating back from 2017 up to 2020 of amounts that we think are owed to us or by us to institutions. We are busy now with the process of reconciling these amounts and agreeing with institutions. Of course, Chair, a sustainable control is firstly how we get these amounts is firstly we've been doing these upfront payments that we do with institutions, which ultimately, given the current fiscal constraints, is no longer possible. So these are some of the controls wherein when we do pay, it's monies that are based on students that are funded and students that are actually registered without using projections. Thus, it will then eliminate this issue of having to do these big reconciliations at the end. And of course, internally, we are building internal capacity to ensure that reconciliations are done on a regular basis. The issue of, in terms of the ICT model, whereby we need to integrate our systems with institutions, we are in constant engagements with institutions around this integration of systems. Of course, Chair, this is limited by the fact that even our own system needs improvement. Of course, for that, we are still requesting some assistance from the department in as far as supplementing our administration budget. Hence, the Chair alluded to the fact that we are biting this elephant small bit at a time by using a phased approach of making sure that we do it in modules. The issue of cybersecurity, which I missed, which was the first question. Of course, Chair, we are not comfortable where we are. However, we do have adequate controls in place. We are instituting a more robust cybersecurity mechanism. We are going to build what is commonly known in the IT world as the SOC.
to make sure that we monitor these. However, through our digital risk currently, they continuously daily monitor vulnerabilities to our systems. Of course, Chair, the biggest threat to this is the systems that we are reliant on from our third parties, namely those that assist us in paying students directly. We've seen that in recent times. They have also been vulnerable. However, they are continuously improving their systems to ensure that those are mitigated. In terms of investigations into student funding, Chair, this is the ministerial, there are two ministerial task teams, Chair. Perhaps we tend to confuse them. The first ministerial task team, which has concluded its work, was looking into the processes and the systems of NSFAS. And of course, in as far as that task team, Chair, as I indicated earlier, many of the recommendations of the task team were already being implemented by the board. Of course, on our part, we could not share these findings because that's the ministerial report. What the board has done it has responded to the minister, indicating where we've already begun implementation plans, and also including timelines where we had not begun in terms of when these interventions will take effect. The second ministerial task team is the one that is assessing the sustainability of the scheme. And of course, I'm sure the department could talk more on that, but as NSFAS, we are part of that task team and contributing to that. As for the options that are being considered by the task team into ensuring the sustainability of the scheme, Chair, it would be amiss of me to respond to that. Perhaps the department could look into that response. As far as the overspending of 744 million, Chair, we should recall, Chair, that this is as a result of the fact that there was an extended academic year, and as such, there were costs that were not anticipated that has resulted to that shortfall. However, this is by no means signifying that the scheme is not sustainable. Of course, the scheme's sustainability is linked to the fact that government has committed to funding all deserving students. To the extent that government provides those necessary funds, the scheme would be sustainable. Chair, with regards to irregular expenditure and mitigation plan, Chair, as I indicated in my response, in my earlier response, much of this irregular expenditure emanates from irregular expenditure that was incurred dating back from 2017. The bulk of it relates to the gazetting of the regulations or the funding criteria, which was not done. Again, it is not NSFAS that does the gazetting. This is a matter that is done through the department. However, Chair, as a mitigation plan to that, the requirement for this gazetting to take place has been repealed. However, this was done during the current financial year, and as such, it could not be an issue. And as such, this issue will not be recurring in the current year. On the question raised by Honorable Matlatsi on whether or not we've begun the condonement process, we are preparing submissions to apply for condonements. We have been engaging with Treasury on what is permissible and what is the necessary supporting document that is needed, and which of these can be condoned and which of these cannot be condoned. Chair, in terms of the cases that have been requested, we will share that list. However, Chair, just to indicate that the majority of the fraud instances that we see relate to people who are accessing the scheme that do not qualify, that access the scheme. These cases relate to students being defrauded either by other students for their allowances or by unscrupulous third parties. Chair, the issue of vacancies that has come up. Firstly, Chair, we should understand that the organizational structure of NSFAS was not reviewed since the student-centered model was adopted, since the 2018 announcement that the scheme would be a bursary scheme. Hence, the board in its assessment had seen that the structure is not fit for purpose. And therefore, Chair, to continuously fill positions just on the basis because they exist in an outdated structure would really be difficult for the organization, because once you review the structure and you decide that you determine that some of the positions are no longer relevant, it then becomes quite an expensive and difficult exercise to remove people from those positions. Hence, we only focused on filling key vacancies as indicated, that we focused on knowing that regardless of how the structure looks like, you will require a CFO. Regardless of how the structure looks like, you will require a CIO and so forth. So the positions we filled are really the key positions, some of which are statutory and some of which we know that are required in terms of PFMA. Chair, the call to submit the audit action plan will gladly oblige. Our action plan does have timelines. I should though indicate, Chair, and this is also speaking to the issue of our strategic plans as a board and as an organization, to making sure that we turn the organization around, is that these are all limited to the underfunding, and as far as it comes to administration budget. For as long as we don't have the adequate funds, we will not be able to address these matters in a timely manner. I think the first question of Honorable Ndongeni on key vacancies, we've addressed. Chair, indeed, when it comes to recoveries, we have assessed that we had set a high target in the past that had not taken into account the fact that there would be COVID, there would be difficult economic circumstances for us to recover. We have indeed revised our recovery target to a little bit lower. However, Chair, over and above, we are also engaging with SARS, because in the past, SARS, you used to give us high alerts on time when beneficiaries start to get employment, and then we would begin recovery. This is something that over the years we have been relaxed on, but we will follow that approach. But also, Chair, we should note that NSFAS takes a soft collection approach, given that we know that who we fund are people that are poor. And so we do not take the approach of hard stance and begin to be listing people through credit bureaus. However, we think, Chair, by firstly taking a softer approach, indicating to beneficiaries that them paying back the monies would be funding other students. So we want our strategies to also take a softer approach, show the good work that the organization have done, indicate how many people have benefited through the scheme, so that we appeal to the social consciousness of the beneficiaries over and above the legal means to collect. And of course, we do have collecting agencies that we are working with to pursue recoveries. The question of how much administration budget we would need, or firstly, Honorable Zia asked the question of where are the other members of management? They are not seen in the platform. Many of our management team are in the boardroom, and so we are sharing one connection, but they are in the platform, in the meeting, they are listening. Chair, on the issue of how much administration budget do we need? If you look at the fact that our organization gets at least 0.9% of the funds that we administer, SITAs are allowed 10.5% of their core funding to be their administration budget. However, we've done a calculation of the key interventions that we need in the short term to indicate that in the current financial year, we would need about 252 million extra just for us to implement the systems that we want to implement. But over the 3-year period, that amounts to about 549 million. However, Chair, I should indicate that that is not sustainable. What would be sustainable is to review the model on how we are funded and making sure that at least we are aligned to entities. I mean, the industry norm of administration budget starts from 10% and above. So that would be what would be adequate for us to do the things that we need to do. With regards to the review based on the allegations that we raised, the chair did indicate, Honorable Chair did indicate in his opening remarks that we have begun the work. An assessment is currently ongoing based on those allegations. When this is concluded, we will then come to the committee with the final outcome. Our expectation, Chair, is that we will conclude this by the end of this month. Chair, on the issue of unqualified audit, I hope the AG will also come in, but the audit opinion is given on the financial statements. In as far as the financial statements are concerned, indeed, our financial statements are unqualified. The AG will correct me if I'm wrong. The AG uses the term unqualified with findings to the extent that there are findings in the performance information. My understanding is that the performance information, there is no opinion. However, in its report, the AG found that there were material findings in our performance information. Hence, the term that our opinion is unqualified with findings. And Chair, we think it is a significant step for our opinion to be unqualified, because we're an entity that is responsible to administer funds that have been entrusted to us by government. Further than that, Chair, we want to attract other funders so that we can also contribute to the plight of the missing middle. Hence, we think this is really quite a significant achievement. On this note, Chair, the question was also asked about what firms are we using and why are the material adjustments. Chair, it should be noted that, as we've been indicating, that the board took office within, the chair tried to provide this context in his report, that we were left with about 3 to 4 months to go before the final, before we could finalize the financial statements for the current year under review. It therefore required that we do get external help. Even with external help, when you account for transactions, you account for transactions throughout the financial year. Even with the help, you cannot get these to be corrected. The key thing is to making sure that you account for transactions properly throughout the year. And of course, that is now why we had these material adjustments. However, it should be noted that despite the fact that there were these material adjustments identified by the AG, we're able to correct them in a timely manner, in the manner that the AG is satisfied. Hence, we have the opinion that we have, Chair. Chair, on the issue of performance information, it should be noted, Chair, I've noted that Honorable Letia and the Honorable Chair speak to a regression coming from 86% and 76%. We'll recall, Chair, that the committee, when we were here, had said to us that what we had reported as 76% was inflated. This was as a result of the fact that AG could say it could only account for 33% of our performance information. And as such, we are starting from a base of 33%. And Chair, the issue about the material misstatement, I've tried to indicate, Chair, that this is as a result of how we were not accounting for the transactions properly. However, we have instituted mechanisms to account for these properly through the audit action plan. And of course, the question was linked, was indicated as to whether or not we will continuously be reliant on external capacity. As I've indicated, Chair, we are building internal capacity to do this. And of course, we've begun to put in place basic financial management controls in the organization to make sure that these issues do not recur. Chair, Honorable Letia has indicated that there was AG had indicated that we have incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure with regards to some of the consultants. Chair, this was not classified as fruitless and wasteful expenditure by the department. However, my understanding is that the issue was that raised by the committee was that this could be deemed as such, given that there were some issues that were found with the performance information, despite the fact that we had gotten external help. And Chair, it's a simple issue that if you are not applying a deliverable-based model in how you engage your consultants, for as long as the consultants are performing the work, this cannot be classified as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. On the issue of irregular expenditure, I think I've covered that. Chair, indeed, we are compliant with the POPI Act. We've gone through the training of POPI Act. We've changed all the processes so that we are aligned in terms of the POPI Act. The issue of Palisa that Honorable Lutia has raised, we have received the query of Palisa, Honorable Lutia. We are checking, it's receiving attention as we speak. I did touch on the issue of the whistleblowing. Chair, also the issue of staff turnover of 5%. I've tried to respond in terms of why it is the way it is, in that we could not fill some of the positions on the basis of the fact that we did not have, we had already identified that our structure is not fit for purpose. Chair, on the issue of student accommodation, I should indicate that the current model is that NSFAS pays for student accommodation through institutions. This is one of the policy position papers that the chair alluded to, that the board has determined a policy position in that Chair, NSFAS, we should say, pays approximately 12 billion towards student accommodation. However, NSFAS had very limited role in terms of how that money is spent, where is that money spent. And of course, the resolution that has been taken by the board is for NSFAS to play a much closer role in this, to making sure that such of these matters do not recur. However, Chair, I think so that we can respond to this specifically, we could please be provided with the list. However, there are a number of reasons that would lead to us not paying, namely that if students are not compliant, it becomes very difficult for us to pay in instances where there is non-compliances. I've touched, Chair, on the issue of the irregular expenditure. I've touched on the issue of condonements. Chair, we do have a adequate capacity internally with regards to risk management. We have internal audit capacity that assists us, and we do have a compliance and risk officer that is implemented, that is appointed in the organization, which is why we also have a fraud and risk unit, which is why we are able to deal with some of these issues. Chair, the audit outcome, again, we see it as a positive audit outcome in that we have an unqualified audit opinion. And I've also touched on the material adjustments that we've had to account. Indeed, in as far as planning, our planning does not reside in corporate services. We do have a dedicated unit that reports directly to the service, to the CEO, that deals with planning. As indicated, Chair, we have strengthened how we approach planning, reporting, and monitoring in the organization, to making sure that we address these matters. I think I've touched on the issue of the 2022. The issue that the chair has raised around the fact that are we projecting, what are our projections in terms of our action plans? Chair, you know, the only way I can respond to this, it will sound a little bit vague. When we took office with the board, we were told that it would take 2 years for us to turn around the organization in as far as audit outcomes are concerned. We were able to do it in 7 months. Chair, I think if we could be given adequate budget, indeed we would be able to speedily turn the organization around. our pace is dictated by the fact that we have really limited budget, and no matter how much we try, we cannot commit funds that we do not have. Chair, on the issue of vacancies, indeed, Chair, I have reported to this committee on several occasions that the biggest challenge that we face in the organization is that of people. In that it's the most difficult thing to do to change mindsets. However, Chair, despite all of this, we are doing change management programs with our staff. Also, Chair, we are implementing a performance management system, because the whole point of performance managing staff is to making sure that they do what is required of them. Should staff then, in terms of the performance management system, not be able to live up to expectation, there is a process that specifically deals with that. But Chair, through the review of the organizational structure, you are also able to infuse new blood into the organization in as far as how you have, and also in terms of the key appointments that have been made, because also the tone starts at the top, and as such, we hope these interventions will change the mindset of our staff members. I've touched on the issue of the funding constraints at the beginning of the year, and also the issue of decentralization. Chair, on the issue of stats of applications to date, of course, we can come back to the committee. However, so far we have about 126, as we speak today, 126,681 applications that we have received. I've just been trying to check, Chair, in terms of, let me see if my colleagues. So, Chair, I think we should come back to the committee with the statistics, because I would like to also indicate to the committee how many of those we've been able to make real-time decisions on. But I do not have these statistics on me right now. I will close it there, Chair. Thank you very much. If there are any follow-up questions, then we'll take those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. I'd like to check if the chair of the board has. There's an echo. I'd like to check if the chair of the board has anything to say before we move on to the next presentations.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to thank the committee once again for the good gesture, and just to assert and emphasize that we appreciate the burden and responsibility that the shareholder has put on us, and that we are aware that it can be business as usual. We also are aware that an inefficient NSFAS poses a risk to this country, a political risk in that if students are not well serviced, they'll take to the streets, an economic risk in that if we are inefficient, skills development is going to suffer. So thank you so much. We'll give it our very best. And thank you so much, Chair, for the pat on the back that we got from this committee this afternoon. It's heartwarming and very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khoza, and thanks again to Mr. Nongo. Thank you so much for your presentations, and we really hope that we can continue towards a positive trajectory in terms of the work of NSFAS. I'm really looking forward to the engagements we'll have later in the term as we prepare for the following year. But also I think there's just, and maybe we'll actually follow that one up in writing, the clarity we sought with regards to funding for next year. But I think we'll send it to you guys in writing, and you'll respond to us in writing as well. But really, thank you. And let's continue to do the great work that we are doing there. I don't want to really reiterate much of what colleagues would have said. We're now going to move on to the South African Qualifications Authority. I really want to thank colleagues who are in the bottom part of of the day for really staying with us. As I had said at the start of today, that today is going to be a very challenging day, and we all need to just be a bit patient as we do the work that we have to do. We don't have a choice but to be here and to get the job done, considering the tight parliamentary program that we have, seeing as we had to spend a month on the campaign, on the election trail. So we will now like to call Prof. Lolwana and the acting CEO, Dr. Reddy, to then take us through the briefings from the South African Qualifications Authority. Colleagues, I will open my camera when I request that you wrap up, but I do trust that colleagues will be able to take us through the presentation swiftly. So over to you, colleagues from SAQA. Colleagues, may we check if I see you're putting the presentation up, but we're not hearing any sound.
Honorable Chair, this is Julie Reddy, the CEO. I think our chairperson, Dr. Lalwana, is just having some problems. Professor Lalwana, he'll join us shortly.
All right, no, that's fine. In the meantime, when you say shortly, are they unmuting themselves and muting? Have they logged out?
Yeah, she is here. She's been here. I just think she's having connection problems. She should be with us.
Okay, so we should wait for her? I see she's trying to come back in.
Yeah.
Prof. Lolwana, can we check your sound again?
Okay, I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Welcome.
Hi. Hello?
Yes, Prof, we can hear you.
Okay, I was trying also to show myself reluctantly. But
you look beautiful, Prof.
Oh, I can't see myself. Okay.
You can see.
I don't know. I just got to have a problem once I started.
No worries. You can switch your camera off, but we can see that it's you.
Okay.
So you can switch your camera off and then just focus on the sound. That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Apologies again to the Portfolio Committee. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will go ahead and make my presentation because I'm sure in particular the CEO is going to have problems. She is joining us from Ottawa in Canada, and she's attending a conference, and she has been waiting, saying that also she needs to participate in the other conference. My introduction to this is going to be quite short. I'm here as South African Qualifications Authority with 4 other people. You want to go on. We have Dr. Julie Reddy, who is the CEO of SAQA, who is joining us from Canada. Ms. Sarah Netili, the CFO. Ms. Nadia Starr, the Executive NQF Operations, and Ms. Narine Naidu, the Executive Governance People and Stakeholders. Mine is to just make a few comments as opening comments, and I will hand over to the team. We are a relatively new board, although we've now finished 1 year, but in terms of the report that we're giving, the annual report, we joined in January of 2021. So we were able to work only for 3 months for the work that we are reporting on. We joined in the middle of the COVID pandemic, when SAQA also was challenged in terms of resources, because SAQA receives about almost 60%, and we have got to of the funding. We have to fund the remaining. The remaining is funded by SAQA through income generation that required people to come into the organization for verification, for authentication of qualifications, and we couldn't do that during COVID. We looked for a whole other alternatives in terms of funding that could supplement our budget, but we couldn't. And when the board came in, there was already a suggestion about a restructuring, because we had a whole lot of people who were not going to be able to utilize if the COVID pandemic was being prolonged. So the new board approved the new structure of implementation, approved the implementation of Section 189 of the Labor Relations Act, which means the retrenchment of staff. We appointed the CEO, CFO, and the executives to stabilize the organization, who in turn were able to make the appointments for the remaining of the organization. The board is still reviewing the structure and will approve the final structure in March 2022. But so far, this is an organizational structure that seems to be working. The board also restructured the governance structure, the subcommittees. Out of 11 committees, subcommittees, we reduced them to 7 board committees. And we are also pleased to say that the organization has achieved its 3rd consecutive clean audit opinion under all these various circumstances. Lastly, I want to be able to appraise the portfolio committee on what really preoccupies the board, especially me as a chair, is to really find out the effective role that SAQA should be playing in this in the education and the training system of the country, because we are functioning. SAQA was the first one to be established before all the other structures have been that are related to this area of qualifications and quality assurance. And we find that there are a number of duplications, a number of things that may not be relevant anymore. We have got to find out what works and what doesn't work. So going forward, we have been instituting a number of workshops, consulting, but also thinking inside the organization on how to reshape the organization in terms of its function. With those few words, Chairperson, I would like to hand over then to the Chief Executive Officer to be able to take you through the committee. All right. I've tried to skip a whole lot of things, but they are like the pictures of who is in the organization, who was in the board, and who is in the board. But I would like to hand over to the CEO, Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and members, Dr. Sishi, other colleagues from the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, to the NQF sister bodies, the CHE and CHE, QCTO that are here today. I am just going to briefly take you through what we have done during this reporting period. And Chair, you will note, I am no longer acting CEO. I am now the CEO as from May this year. So I think the Portfolio Committee would be pleased that we have some stability in the organization. So just to remind members that all of our work at SAQA is premised on our vision, mission, and our commitments to serve lifelong learners. So it's a world-class NQF that works for the people in South Africa. That's our vision. And our mission is the further development and implementation of the NQF to advance its objectives and contribute to the full development of each lifelong learner and social and economic development of the nation at large. It's a very living NQF that we're constantly reviewing and constantly seeing how we can better serve the people in South Africa. Next slide. All right, so the vision and mission and our statements link to these fundamental 5 outcome statements. The first of which is that we have a dynamic NQF that is responsive, adapts to, and changes, as I said, a living NQF, that we provide both the board and the management team visionary and influential leadership that drives a clear evidence-based agenda for the NQF, a well-articulated quality-assured qualifications that are registered and that we are relevant professional designations so that it instills trust and meets the needs of our people. That SAQA capable team dedicated and resourced to do this work. As you know, Chair and members, we have gone through a very, very painful and difficult transition where we've had to lay off a lot of people, but we are still standing and hopefully renewed and repositioned. And that we have stakeholders and role players who, you know, all our work is aligned to deliver on this NQF, and in particular, the DHET and the DBE and the 3 quality councils. So just quickly to add to what the chair has told you, but from a more operational perspective, the 2020-2021 financial year was a difficult financial year for us, not only with the ravages of the pandemic, having to work, you know, in a sudden national shutdown situation, working online, but you know, we spent a lot of time during the early months of the shutdown, looking at our organizational redesign for greater efficiency. And at that time, Chair, I must say that this was something that we had been doing in the last financial and strategic cycle. So it wasn't new. It was a carryover that in order for us to remain sustainable and continue with the work of SAQA, we needed to engage in this exercise. We realized after the lockdown and, you know, in the early months of the lockdown from last year, in May, our financial situation did not look very healthy. And we realized with our borders being shut down and a declining demand for our fee generating services, we would not be able to generate sufficient funds to sustain ourselves and balance our budget. So we tried to be proactive. As the chair said, for that financial year, we had 44% that came from government funding, from voted funds, and the rest we had to generate. So we realized very early on that we were unable to pay staff salaries beyond November last year. Even in spite of that, we tried to defer any drastic action, and so we cut our operational and capital expenditure to the bone. But we realized we had no alternative but for the board to make a decision for us to proceed with the Section 189 negotiations, restructure and the discussions. Oh, so sorry. At that time, we thought that we were going to retrench staff in December, and we were consulting with the unions and all relevant parties. But fortunately, DHET provided us with some interim funding in November And with the various cuts we made and with this assistance, we were able to halt the first phase of the Section 189 retrenchments, during the annual sort of shutdown and festive season, and, gave people much more time to make a considered and informed decision at SAQA and to work with the new board that was coming in January. Unfortunately, during this time, we lost 4 senior managers and other staff, 1 staff member who accepted a voluntary retrenchment package, plus 3 additional staff who, didn't like the disruption that SAQA was going through and left for better prospects elsewhere. The board also, the previous board agreed to restructure and see where we could, rework our budget. And so it worked from a different premise. The restructure took place in the 4th quarter, the last quarter of the reporting period for the last financial year. We now, in this financial year, 2021-22, have 82 positions remaining as SAQA. So 93 people had to be retrenched at the end of the last financial year because we could not accommodate them in the new structure. We are currently working with the new structure, which is going well, considering that, it was a drastic reduction, close to 100 people. We are monitoring and evaluating and working very closely with the, our 7th SAQA board to ensure that, we are looking at gap analysis to see that we can continue to perform on our mandate. And we will only approve the permanent new structure after concluding all our gap analysis and monitoring and evaluation at the end of this financial year, at the end of March 2022. I must say, Chair and members, this restructuring is far from optimal. We were, forced into this situation. And unfortunately we've facing a lot of delays and, capacity issues, shortages in our delivery of our paid services because the restructure was premised on us having automation in place. We've spoken about automation in a number of years when we've presented to the portfolio committee. Unfortunately, we lack sufficient funding to do this, in the short term. So we have a 3-year plan in place. So with this, our service delivery has taken a huge knock, but we are trying to currently address it the best way we can. It should just be noted, Chair, that optimally the automation will bring greater efficiencies and free staff to, to build a more focused organization, but we are working with what we have. Next slide. Noreen, the next slide. All right. So, Chair, what was affected from our old to the new structure? We had 6 program areas, as you will see on the left of the screen. We have consolidated a lot of that to 4 divisions in SAQA. So the Office of the CEO has absorbed Program 1 and Program 6, so the international work, and it consists of a staff complement of 3 people. Our Division for Governance, People and Strategy has taken over a lot of the other remaining Program 1 areas, which is human resources, advocacy and communications and support, including the governance functions. Finance and administration is which is part of Program 1, is in the 3rd division. And the rest of the programs, which is all the operational functions, is under NQF operations. And as I mentioned, we went from 197 to 87 positions. So the services that were affected by this restructure process, we had to close the NQF advisory services function that we previously had. We closed the walk-in center. We could no longer afford to have clients walk in and use our facilities. But during the time of COVID, there wasn't much demand for this. The advocacy, communication, and support function, which is outlined in the Act, was dissolved. And we have now developed a more streamlined function using social media to have a very focused media and communication with stakeholder strategy to implement that. The NLRD as a standalone division at SAQA has been absorbed into the NQF MIS unit under NQF operations, and the database is being managed by our IT unit. And so we're looking to be more expansive because the NLRD is only one database on, in a management information system with multiple databases and registers of information. The international relations has been absorbed into the CEO's office and is a much more focused, streamlined, and function there. Finally, we have a combined verifications of national qualifications function with the foreign qualifications authentication function. And Chair, I must say, this is the function that is at highest risk because it's hemorrhaging. It went from a staff complement from over 90 people to 17 people, but we're hoping that automation, when we can afford to put it in, will address this. I'll now hand over to Nareen Naidu, who will present the performance information. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon to the chairperson and all the members of the portfolio committee, as well as all NQF departments and entities. I will take you through the performance information. SAQA has fully met 88% of its annual performance targets for the year. We achieved 22 of our 25 deliverables. We exceeded expectations on 3 deliverables. We did not achieve 3 deliverables, and 7 deliverables were removed from the revised APP. So on your right-hand side is just a snapshot of our NQF MIS, which incorporates the NLRD as it was at the end of March 2021. And what you'll notice there is there were 17.9 million qualification achievements, over 113 million part qualification achievements, 20.5 million learners were recorded on the NLRD, so their information is on there. 104,927 learners with achievements through RPL are listed, over 36,000 qualification achievements via RPL, 1.8 million part qualification achievements via RPL. We've recognized 102 professional bodies, registered 379 professional designations, and have 1.19 million people with professional designations. So the coding on the left-hand side, the thumbs up green shows that a deliverable has been achieved. The next one shows exceeded expectations. The thumbs down shows we did not achieve, and then the no entry sign shows deliverables that were removed from the revised APP. So when I go into program 1, we're focusing here on the executive office and advocacy, communication, and support. We noticed that all of these deliverables relate to outcome 2 that the CEO has already explained. One of the things we had to do for the year was to implement a plan for the closure of the transitional arrangements from the SAQA Act to the NQF Act. We've done this. We've produced a progress report on this. We've taken the bits that are outstanding and amended our policy and procedures so that there are no gaps. And then we have written to the minister with advice to actually end the transitional arrangements. We also looked at the system of collaboration, which describes how SAQA and the quality councils work together during the year. We produced a report and sent that to the minister. In addition to the advice on ending the transitional arrangements, we also advised the minister on the determination of the sub-frameworks and the matriculation board function. The minister did publish his determination of the sub-frameworks in December 2020. On the other two matters, we still await his decision. And then on the last one here, we exceeded the target in terms of our communication with stakeholders, where we hosted 4 webinars focusing on the NQF, and we also had two social media campaigns during the year. Lockdown actually assisted us in this regard, and followers actually made 2.1 million impressions on our social media website. Also under Program 1, Finance and Admin, HR and IT, these relate mainly to outcomes 4 and 5. We managed to develop a strategy to secure alternative funding. Some of that strategy is being implemented currently, and we are still working on some aspects that will be implemented in the new financial year. We have redesigned our organizational structure, which now has 82 staff members. We also ensured during lockdown that every staff member participated in at least 2 learning interventions online. And we had recorded 22 different learning interventions that staff engaged with during this period. We were meant to develop 3 separate registers on the NLRD, or as part of our management information system. We only managed to develop one of these registers, which was for professional designations. Unfortunately, the registers for misrepresented qualifications and fraudulent qualifications could not be developed because we needed funding to outsource the development. We did try to do it in-house, but the end product was not fit for purpose. Then we had to conceptualize we had 2 automation related deliverables, which we could not deliver on. One was a workflow tracking system for qualifications and part qualifications, which we were working with in collaboration with the CHE. And the other was to conceptualize the electronic system for the evaluation of foreign qualifications. So both these were postponed, and these targets were removed from the revised APP. When it came to Program 2, these relate to outcomes 3 and 5. We managed to register 287 qualifications despite the lockdown. And we also, our target was to do this within 4 months. We registered 65% of these qualifications within 1 month of receipt, 10% within 2 months, 5% within 3 months, and the last 20% within 4 months. So I'd just like to stress that, SAQA is not the cog in the problem of why qualifications take so long to be registered. Because I think from our statistics, you can see that our 4 months is what we stick to. The other deliverable that we could not do is look at national qualifications. We did develop a concept paper, but we have not workshopped this with the quality councils yet. But this deliverable is in our current APP. So it was removed from the revised, it does not appear in the revised APP, but it is in our current APP. We also conducted research on the roles of statutory and non-statutory professional bodies, and we produced a document on this. We are using this document to design our offerings for statutory and non-statutory bodies that are recognized by SAQA. And then we also identified qualifications with no articulation pathways, and we requested this missing information from the quality councils. Where we did receive information, we have updated the NLRD with that information, and we continue to follow up with the remaining and outstanding information. In terms of Program 3, which was the National Learners Records Database and the Verifications Project, this relates to outcomes 2, 3, and 5. Here, the first one was to make the public information on the NLRD easily accessible and usable by stakeholders. We did not achieve this deliverable. What we did manage to do was to revamp our website, making it easier to gain access to the databases. But what we did not manage to get to was to actually revamp the databases themselves. This was due to financial constraints as well as resource limitations within the organization. So this project has been delayed. The next project was to look at data gaps in the NLRD, identify these gaps, and then source the legacy qualifications, which are sitting in basements, in storage rooms, etc., and then digitize these. So again, we could not deliver on this because of funding, and this deliverable was then removed in the revised APP for the year, and the target has been moved to 2022-23 in the hope that there will be funding. However, we are also working with the quality councils to see whether this is something that SAQA should engage in, or it should actually be the quality councils that are digitizing these records. And then the last deliverable there was about the NLRD. We wanted a minimum of 20 million unique learner records on the NLRD. We managed to achieve this by having 20.5 million learner records. And for the year, we loaded 764,000 learners and 884,000 qualifications achievements. Also under program 3, relating to outcome 5, we recognize professional bodies have to load professional designation achievements that meet our criteria. And if they don't do it every year, then SAQA has the right to de-recognize these professional bodies. So we can report that all professional bodies, all 102 of them, actually did load their professional designation information. We also updated the list of misrepresented qualifications. So we had 98 foreign and 296 national misrepresentations for the year. We developed a policy on the misrepresentation of qualifications. The board approved this policy, but it will only be implemented once the president proclaims the NQF Amendment Act of 2019. The last deliverable was to update the register of fraudulent qualifications. We've removed this deliverable from the revised APP because the president has not proclaimed the NQF Amendment Act as yet. So it will be introduced once the president proclaims this act. And then also under program 3, relating to outcomes 3 and 5, we had to ensure that quality councils load learner achievement records onto the NLRD within 30 days of the records being quality assured. Again, we had to remove this deliverable from the revised APP because the SAQA's mandate to actually do this comes from the NQF Amendment Act. Then the last deliverable here was we had to verify national qualifications within 20 working days. We did not achieve this deliverable because not all of the information is available on the National Learners Records database. In fact, approximately 75% of the records sought are found on the NLRD. So SAQA relies on information partners to verify the remaining 25% of the records. And during lockdown, it was very difficult to get responses from information partners in this regard. So we did not achieve this deliverable. Under program 4, which is our foreign qualifications function and relating to outcome 1, here we had planned to track those foreign learners that come into the country, have their qualifications evaluated by SAQA, and then either study further in the country or enter the job market. So we had planned to actually look at how do they progress within the country. But due to the lack of financial and human resources, this project has been put on hold. So it does not appear in the revised APP. And then the last one here was to develop evaluation criteria. So we had to look at the criteria coming in relation to the NQF Amendment Act, and then we've adjusted our policy so that when the president proclaims the NQF Amendment Act, we are ready to go out with our policy and implement the requirements. And then program 5 was research. It relates to outcomes 1 and 3. Under this, we had planned to review and amend the credit accumulation and transfer policy, which was our target. However, we exceeded target here because we also found a need to amend the policy and criteria for recognizing a professional body. And so both of these policies were approved by the board and published. We also worked on the NQF impact study for the 2021 study. So in the last financial year, all of the research was actually concluded. So we produced a progress report on that. In the current year, the report is being revised and we will be publishing the study at the end of this financial year. We also had to establish a new research partnership in the last financial year, but because of the the lockdown and all of our financial constraints, what we did was we re-looked at how we wanted this research partnership to work. And in the financial year, we developed new criteria and specifications for this research partnership. So the partnership agreement then comes into effect in the current financial year. We also provided the minister with a progress report on SAQA and the quality councils implementing the articulation policy. Then the last program, program 6, relates to outcome 2. We had to identify and implement 2 initiatives to share national and international best practice with stakeholders. We exceeded our target here because of the lockdown. There were creative ways to communicate with our stakeholders. So we had hosted these 4 webinars. We reached about 600 stakeholders through our webinars. We also had 2 papers that we shared with our stakeholders about best practice. The next one was about implementing 2 initiatives to promote the South African NQF. Now here, because of travel restrictions, many international events being postponed, we had changed the target in our revised APP to just do 1 initiative. And we achieved this because SAQA participated in the UNESCO Flexible Learning Pathways project, where South Africa was one of 6 case studies that UNESCO used in terms of flexible learning pathways. And then lastly, we developed a plan to implement the Addis Convention. DHET is actually working on the overall plan, and once their plan is circulated to us, then SAQA will implement its plan in terms of the Addis Convention. I'll also take you very quickly through SAQA's workforce. We made sure that all our staff had at least 2 learning and development initiatives during the year. Unfortunately, we did not continue with our internship program for last year because most of our staff were working remotely. However, we did have 1 intern in the ICT unit. So for the year, we did not recruit anyone. We had 5 resignations, 5 voluntary retrenchments, 2 contracts came to an end. We dismissed 2 members, and we had a 13% vacancy rate. This is just showing you the age profile of our staff as at 31 March under the old structure, and then as at 30 September, which is under the new structure. And in both cases, you will see that we have majority females in the structure. It did drop in the new structure, but it's still majority with 56% of our current staff being female. If you look at the age cohorts, the youth still represent more than 1/3 of our staff. If you look at the under 44s combined, we have 69% of our staff are under the age of 44. 22% of our staff are between 45 and 54, and 9% between 55 and 64. We also did a breakdown by race, and you can see that the majority of our staff are actually Black African. Currently, 57 out of the 82 positions are occupied by Black Africans, the majority being female, in that there are 31 African females. And all of the other race groups combined have a maximum of 5 staff members, and we also have 5 foreign nationals. I'll hand over now to our CFO to take you through the financial information. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to present the financials for 2020-21 for the South African Qualification Authority. In terms of the financials for 2021, the statement of financial performance indicates that we managed to collect revenue of 120.7 million, and we incurred expenditure of 127.8 million. We accounted for accounting deficit of 7.1 million. It is important for the committee to note that the total expenditure for 2020-21 of 127.8 million included the non-cash items, which are depreciation, the movement on leave provision, and prepayment expenditure, which totals to 6.2 million. And this also contributed to the deficit of 7.1 million. Next slide. In terms of our sources of revenue for 2021, our main source of revenue was grant that we have received from the Department of Higher Education, which took 60.1% of our total revenue of 120.7 million, followed by the income that we have generated for the services that SAQA renders, which includes the evaluation of foreign qualification, the verification of national qualification, and also the annual professional body fees that we collect from the professional bodies, which contributed to 37.6% of our total revenue of 120.7 million. The other income was for rental income and also recoveries that we have made, and also the income that we have collected from the project that SAQA handles from time to time during 2021. And also part of the other income was from the interest that we have generated from the investment of surplus funds that we invested with our Reserve Bank. Next slide. In terms of expenditure for 2021, I just want to highlight that the main cost driver for our expenditure, which is totaling to 127.8, it was the employee cost, which took 79.4% of our total expenditure of 127.8 million, followed by the general expense, which includes issues of audit fees, external and internal audit fees, and also the IT-related costs that the organization had to incur to ensure that our IT infrastructure is maintained. And also expenditure related to building cost. You will know that we are owning the building, which requires us to maintain it from time to time. And also other operating related costs, which we incurred as SAQA during 2020-21. Next slide. In terms of audit findings, we are happy to report that we received an unqualified and clean audit opinion on our annual financial statements with no material audit findings. There was only one administrative error that was corrected during the audit, and that was relating to the presentation of our annual financial statements. Next slide. We are also happy to report that we did not have any findings from AG as a result of audit relating to irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. You will notice that we had already reported the fruitless expenditure that was incurred And we also reported that we have managed to recover that fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in 2020-21. And that takes me to the next slide, wherein we are reporting about fraud reporting and prevention, which relates to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which we have disclosed. And this was involving a member of staff who was working at payroll, who stole an amount of 49,820. We are happy to report that this matter has been handled through the HR process, wherein disciplinary hearing has been held and the employee was dismissed, and we also managed to recover the money from the relevant employee. We also, to ensure that we have control measures in place and to avoid recurrence of the same, we commissioned the internal auditor to conduct an independent audit, just to give us assurance, also to ensure that we don't have any similar case of fraud. And it was concluded that that was a single case of fraud, and there was no other fraud-related matter that was incurred by the entity in 2020-21. We also, like I indicated, we have put control in place to ensure that this does not happen again. Next slide. In terms of funding for 2021-22, we are happy to report that we have a balanced budget, and we are not anticipating to have a deficit at the end of the financial year 2021-22. This is following the retrenchment of 93 staff members. And we, in terms of our budget for 2021-22, we have, it's constituted of 58% of the budget, which is coming from the grant from the Department of Higher Education, and then 42% is income that we are generating through the services that we render to our clients. We are also happy to also report that we have, after balancing the budget for 2021 and also revising it in line with the revised structure, we have submitted the revised budget to the minister, and we are still waiting for the minister to approve the revised budget. Thank you, Chair. I will hand over to the CEO to finalize the remaining slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So a few slides left, Chair and the committee. So just our 5 high-level risks, you know, as we have said throughout the presentation, to have adequate financial resources to deliver on our mandate. We have a few legal challenges, you know, that we are dealing with, mostly relating to professional bodies and, you know, the people who are, you know, we are litigants in legal challenges that are within the NQF environment, and you know, in other structures that are related to qualifications, registration, and those kinds of services. As I mentioned earlier, service delivery challenges due to the, you know, capacity needs, lack of automation. We also face reputational damage due to our poor service delivery and the backlogs in our services. And lastly, the incomplete learner information records due to the lack of digitization, which greatly affect our you know, ability to do a verification of national qualifications. But Chair, as we highlighted throughout this presentation, the greatest risk is our short-term financial sustainability and balancing our budget, which we were able to do through the restructure and staff retention. So what funding we require is adequate resources to drive our automation project. We were asked to submit a budget, a funding proposal, and a business case to DHET for 20.6 million. this would enable us to fast track our automation, in the next financial year rather than, spread it over 3 to 5 years. So we're looking, SAQA has made a contribution for this financial year, and we are working on urgent priorities to the value of 4.6 million. And we are under constant pressure to raise the more than 40% that we need, which is outside of the voted funds, so we can deliver our mandates. Chair, this is what the portfolio committee asked us to report on, and you will be pleased to see all the green ticks. So in summary, there was one issue raised about our performance deliverable due to timelines, and that was the deviation. So there were no findings in terms of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And we did do consequence management in the one incident that we managed to detect and deal with very quickly. In terms of our budget, we're looking for 20.6 million over 2 years to complete our automation and get back into our good service delivery records. There were no material findings in the annual audit, and we got a clean audit for the 3rd successive year. And, we finished the restructure, and we are now busy with monitoring and evaluation. We will finalize the structure by 2022, but SAQA is stabilizing quite quickly, and we are managing to continue with our delivery and our work in spite of all the challenges we have faced. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. We'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy, and sincerest apologies for referring to you as the acting chair. As the acting CEO, sincerest apologies for that. Thank you very much to the chair and the CEO of SAQA. We'll now indicate or allow for members an opportunity to engage. I see Honorable Mananiso's hand is up. Can I note other hands? Okay, we'll note that hand in the meantime. Dr. Reddy, can I just check from your side, because we are supposed to go through all the presentations and then have discussions in the end. However, I had heard that you're in a conference and you would have liked to go back to the conference. Can I note if us taking you now would assist with that, or if you don't mind waiting till the end?
Chair, I would really appreciate it. It's early in the morning and I have a session to moderate. If you could accommodate me, I would really appreciate it, Chair.
Okay, all right. That Honorable Litsie, that's what informs why I'm allowing for us to take this particular engagement. It's not to undermine all the other stakeholders who have waited at all, but I think it's also fair for us to show that we as the committee are considerate people ourselves. So yeah, so I'll just take Honorable Mananiso and Honorable King, and then we'll see other members whose hands then go up after that. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. And let me welcome the presentations. And I must say that 1624, and this is a refreshing presentation where we can see that women are on top of their issues. I would want to commend SAQA for obtaining a clean audit for a 3rd consecutive year, of which one must say it's a good story to tell in terms of consistency, commitment, and as well dealing with issues that an entity must deal with. So well done to the team. My question is that the total expenditure exceeded the total revenue by 5.9% or 7.1 million. What are the reasons for overspending? And the other question that I would want to ask is with regards to the presentation on target achieved and targets that were exceeded, the impact thereof with regards to the budget on those ones that they have exceeded. What is the impact? If there's no impact, they must just elaborate more. And the other issue, Chairperson, that I would want to ask and that I'm happy about is that we can see that the entity is really committed to deal with issues of consequence management. I just need clarity on their slide 29. There's an indication that they have people who have resigned, and they've got 2 people who are dismissed. So I want to check if these resignations and the dismissal, do they go hand in hand with the presentation that they gave us with regards to issues of corruption and fraud? And lastly, Chairperson, I want to check with them, have they measured the impact of the 89 retrenchment staff? As we have seen on their presentation, they've got 89 retrenchment of staff that they have indicated. So I just want to check if there's any negative impact, or with or without those people, they are still fine as an entity. And I want to wish them all the best as they are committed to their core functions as the entity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manani. So Honorable King, and followed by Honorable.
Okay, good afternoon, Doctor. My concern is just basically on the sustainability of SAQA. Should the Treasury not be able to give you the 20.6 million rand in order to ensure that you have sustainability in terms of your digitization of all your programs? So what plans you actually have in place should this not materialize? Because I do note that you have 40% that you need to raise yourself in order to ensure the sustainability. So that is just my concern that I have for the entity in the long run. And do you have a 5-year plan in order to look at all of this to mitigate that you don't find yourself wanting after a while and not be able to render on your mandate? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Litsie.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I also do not have much. I want to appreciate the presentation from SAQA. SAQA generally, they are my people. You know, they always organized, even though last year they went through a very difficult time where, you know, they appeared before us, you know, having to share with us the very difficult news of retrenching people, 70 plus staff members there. You know, they still remain my people. Well, the CFO, when she was presenting, I think we could not see her chair. There was some light behind her, and therefore it made it very difficult. We just saw, you know, it was as if those who grew up in my time, they might know a TV series called Lisilo Ruler. So it was just as if there was a ghost. It was just lights and some space. You see, maybe if the CFO can just close the curtains behind so that we can see her. But two, just a question to the entity. Hard lockdown was bad for the entity because it affected your foreign part of checking the qualifications, verifications of qualifications. How are you guys doing now? Has it been better? And yeah, I think the other questions that I wanted to raise, Honorable Mananis raised. Yeah, and I think let me just check if this thing. I think it says on your annual report, page 158 of your annual report, you invoiced the department 5.7 million, but you only received 4.7 million. But this was declared as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Can you just clarify us why is that the case? Why is it clarified as fruitless and wasteful expenditure? When from a layman like myself, I would think the department owes you. Thank you very much, Honorable. We just wanted to give my people, just to comment on my people called SAQA. Thank you very much.
Okay, your people. Can I, yeah, I think those are all the hands that were up. I think definitely we must commend the entity for having a clean audit for the third consecutive year, and we really want to commend that, particularly because, as Honorable Mananiso alluded to, we are very passionate about this Women on Top agenda, and not only do we get excited about women being on top, but we get very excited when we nullify this supposed thought that women are incapable of leading. And so we really want to thank you. But I think in the spirit of just reiterating the Women on Top agenda, we must indicate to colleagues, and I'm really abusing the platform, but Ms. Asanda Luaka, who serves the cohort of members to this portfolio committee from the African National Congress as a researcher, has recently, well, in the last couple of hours, or last hour, couple of minutes, been announced as the chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency. And so I think we must acknowledge that in the moment, and really wish you all the best, Ms. Luaka. And we know we've served members in this committee well, majority of members in this committee well, and we trust that you will serve young people of this country with the utmost zeal. So just still on that spirit of Women on Top, I think it was necessary that we just mentioned that. So over to you, CEO and Chair, with the responses from the colleagues. And I think we must also acknowledge and commend the turnover time on recovering, or also intervening on the particular incident with the colleague who sent 49,820 into his own personal account. And we are glad to hear that you are putting in measures in place to ensure that that does not happen again. But over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, we take pride in our women team, and we'll strive not to let you down, even with our board chair, in a strong leadership position. So thank you for that. Chair, I know, and Honorable Letsia's issue about our CFO, I know we couldn't see her. So I'll give her an opportunity to answer some of the finance related questions, the expenditure versus revenue, and about the narrative on page 158, and maybe you can see her too. Sarah, over to you, and then I'll come back and answer the other questions. Sarah, yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I hope you can all see me. In terms of the reason why the total expenditure exceeded the revenue, the reason was that we spoke about the issue of retrenchment, that 89 of our staff members were retrenched, and that took place in May 2021. But in 2021, we had to make a provision of 8.6 million, which is also the main reason why we overspend on our budget. But the committee should also take note that during my presentation, I indicated that there are some non-cash items that needs to be considered when calculating the deficit for the financial year 2020-21, which have indicated that there are depreciation line items, which are non-cash item, and that depreciation and amortization was the total amount that we have accounted for is 4.3 million. And also the issue of movement on accrual for leave pay. That also had an impact in terms of the increase in our total expenditure. So the 7.1 million should not be taken as if it's really the amount that we have spent or paid to our suppliers or employees, and we overspend by it. There is a reconciliation that we normally perform, and it's normally also explained to the Auditor-General, because they would like to see that reconciliation. Chair, I did not get the question right on the 5.7 million. Let me allow the CEO to answer some other questions, then I'll be getting clarity on what is supposed to be responded to in terms of the 5.7 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I will take the other questions. Chair, just to answer Honorable Mananiso, where we have exceeded targets, it didn't really affect the budget. You know, we exceeded those targets within the budget line item. We just were able to do more with the resources that we had and the capacity that we had. You asked about, you know, what is the impact of the 89 staff that were retrenched. As I mentioned in the in my presentation, we are facing a lot of backlogs and service delivery delay issues. We know already that we are not able to meet our turnaround delivery timelines. So that has been affected. So we are looking now, we are measuring the impact of the retrenchments. We are doing some time and motion studies to see where efficiencies can be built in. We've got a monitoring and evaluation together with the, you know, the work study that we put in place. And, you know, once we get all these findings and results, we will be putting in some plans to, you know, to mitigate the capacity issues while we await automation. In the meantime, we're doing the best we can, you know, to respond to the issues. But another thing we have done is, one of the undertakings we made is that where we need to get temporary staff for interim periods, we will draw first from those that have been retrenched and give them first opportunity. In fact, over the last few months, when we saw that we were hemorrhaging quite badly in terms of backlogs and dealing with the increased requests for our services, I think Honorable Letsia asked, it is gaining traction. Things are starting to kind of normalize in this new normal situation. The demand for our services are growing. So we brought back 20 staff on a, you know, of the retrenched staff on a 3-month basis to assist us in the short term. We are not making any permanent employment decisions until, you know, we become more financially stable. But added to that, we are looking at, you know, unspent funds and, you know, holding back any unnecessary expenses. We're also looking at maybe we do not need a large building that we have, and possibility of selling the building to release more funds for, you know, for our work. We've been very, very active in fundraising in the international platform, and that is bearing fruit. We, you know, we've got some money from a US agency to do implement our refugee project. We are partnering with other projects where we have managed to raise some funds. The board in July, in March and July, approved a funding strategy where we're looking at different funding opportunities to move towards sustainability and wean ourselves from dependence on the government grant. So we are very actively working on that in terms of our current 5-year strategy, which goes from 2020 to 2025, and report quarterly at board level on progress made in this regard. The automation, our board chair has been in discussions with DHET. The money is not coming from Treasury, but will come out of the budget, out of the Ministry of Higher Education Training and from DHET. They have been very supportive of us, and they are considering our request, and we're waiting for, for the outcome. So maybe they, any of the DHET colleagues could speak to that. So we do have 40% of our budget to raise, and we do have plans in place to raise the budget and savings to incur, but our salary and personnel cost budget has reduced drastically, and we hope to keep it under, the 50% line going forward, so that we can continue to deliver our services. A lot of our staff are working in a hybrid sort of manner, where they're doubling up and taking on multiple portfolios. So we're not working in silos. That is bearing fruit. I think a lot of efficiencies are being put in place. And once we get our automations up and running, we feel quite comfortable that we can keep our staffing structure quite streamlined and manageable, and move towards sustainability. The hard lockdown, has affected us, but there is a huge demand for both the verifications and our foreign qualification evaluation services. We are trying to also diversify. There are other opportunities in that services. We're looking to possibly charge for the registration of qualifications, which we didn't do previously. So a number of strategies are in place for that. I hope I have responded to all the questions. Sarah, do you have a response about the 5 million question, or do you want the 5.7 million? I don't recall that being fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Nareen, can you speak to that?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I will do it because our CFO is quite new, and she wasn't part of the process at the time. So the 5.7 million rand was given to us as additional funding from DHET for a specific project. Because we had what we called non-aligned qualifications that had reached its end date, there was a need to quickly register new qualifications on the NFF to replace those old qualifications. So we set up a specific task team, which was funded by DHET with the 5.7 million to assist us to do this. However, we didn't use all of the 5.7 million. So we only used the 4.7 million, and hence you see that there's a discrepancy in terms of the figures. So eventually, either DHET, we had to return the money to DHET if it was paid in advance, or DHET then just paid us the 4.7 million. But the 5.7 was definitely the budget that was set for that. I hope that clears it up. Thank you.
Thanks, Nareen. Over to you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks. First of all, let me echo also the CEO thanking the Portfolio Committee, the Chair, and the members of the Portfolio Committee for your kindness. We really appreciate and value that. It makes us, motivates us to work much better as well. I just want to respond to this question of sustainability of the organization. In our minds, in my mind, in fact, sustainability has got to be evaluated along together with usefulness. We cannot create as a country organizations that are there for the sake of being there. If an organization is useful and is performing a role that is needed by the country, it must be sustainable. And therefore, we have got to ask, where does it get the resources to perform the things that the country wants? We are already, as SAQA, stretched more than other organizations, where we have got to fund more than 40% of what is in our mandate. We need to question that as to why is there a mandate that SAQA must do certain things that is not funded, wholly funded. But we are also doing that interrogation, as I have said, that we've started to do some introspection of what is useful about this organization, what role should it play going forward, so that we can have a discussion with government about what we see being useful as an organization and that will sustain the organization. We are clear that we should not be doing things just for the sake of an act that was put together in 1996. We need to be able to re-examine what is really going to be useful. So sustainability, SAQA is not in a position to be able to spend all its time fundraising. It needs to perform certain things. So at a point where we have got clarity of conviction, we will have to sit down with the government as our executive authority to discuss and argue about what we think SAQA should be doing, what limits have got to be put in order for SAQA to be sustainable. So that is the position that we are taking. We're doing our best. We think very convincingly that automation is going to solve the immediate problem. But we know these things always have got their own lives. There will be other things that will just grow and will need more resources. So in order for us to be able to make sure that the organization goes further and is effective in this terrain, we need to be able to interrogate and agree together with our executive authority that these are things that are non-negotiable that should be done. Other things might be off our table. That is the view that I'm taking, Chair, and about sustainability and usefulness of the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much to Dr. Reddy, Dr. Prof. Lolwana. Thank you so much for your time, and really we're inspired by the work that you're doing, but let's never drop the ball, and let's ensure that the good reporting that is taking place does translate to something more meaningful than just great reporting. But really thank you for your time. We'll now be moving on to, and Dr. Reddy, stay safe where you are and represent, we don't know why you're there, but represent the country well. When you're there, you say you're South African, so please represent the country well. Thank you so much, colleagues. We'll now move over to Honorable Itia wants to know you don't have to tell us. I mean, like, you know.
I'm in Ottawa, Canada, and I'm attending the Groningen Declaration Network on Student Mobility Conference, where I'm a board member of this organization. Thank you, Chair.
Wow. No, thank you so much, and do enjoy and represent us well.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the CHE. Colleagues will take both the CHE and the QCTO at once. So according to the schedule, each entity is supposed to be receiving 45 minutes to present. I'd like to lobby colleagues to try and make the presentations within 30 minutes. If possible, I think let's try our best to just highlight the key slides. And then, yeah. I see Honorable King and Honorable Itzia's hands are up. I'm not sure if those are old hands or if those are new hands. Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure maybe colleagues had something to say. All right, so we'll move over to Prof. Musia from the CHE, together with Dr. Green, who's then the CEO. Prof. Musia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just need to declare that this load shedding is playing tricks on me today. So if I disappear, please accept my apologies. I'll rejoin. With us this afternoon, we have Professor Anjina Parak, who's a member of council, Professor Leslie Lekranchi, who's a member of council, Advocate Namazocho Memani, member of council, the CEO, Dr. Green, and the CFO, Dr. Mutusi. The CEO will project our presentation. I promise that we will try our best to observe the time, or the reduced time. I suppose, Sweetie, can you put the presentation quickly so that we can... Thank you very much. Just move on the slides to the first slide of the presentation. Just move on. Chair, this is about what the Portfolio Committee, of course, is aware of, but because of the purposes of this presentation and what is required from the annual report, we keep reiterating the mandate of the CHE that is conferred by the Higher Education Act as well as the NQF Act. And these are the elements that we are looking at, advising the minister, coordinating conferences, such as the one that you graced us with your presence, Chair, recently. And of course, looking at the core business of quality assurance in promotion, audits, accreditation, and of course, publishing this information and for the consumption of the public and the sector as well, and promoting access to our students through all the accreditation arrangements that we have to ensure that quality permeates across all the offerings at the institutions, and perform any other functions from both acts and what the minister requests us to do, of course, including our own proactive advice, as the first bullet indicates. The next slide is about the NQF mandates. We've got about 8 of these here, these bullet points, but this is pretty much around the HQSF, Chair, its implementation, how we manage it, and of course, working with SAQA on this, through the NLRD as well. Some of the work is outsourced there. We're trying to bring it back in. And as we are all aware, resources become a challenge from time to time. And I think, again, they're advising the minister and informing the public about the HQSF. Let's move on. On the strategic plan 2025, Chair, our vision is pretty crisp. It's about innovation, it's about responsiveness and the needs of society. And our mission as an independent statutory body is to lead and manage as an external quality assurance body and regulate qualifications, and also as an intellectual hub really for research and monitoring policy and advice, and also advising the minister. Values, 5 values, but as you know, values, have a way of running like wildfire, because one leads to the other and the other, but in a very crisp manner. It's about integrity, innovation, equity, respect, and accountability. And the next one, Chair, is about the strategic outcomes for the next strategic plan. It's 5 outcomes, like SAQA has. And the first one is as a custodian. That's your more like your NQF related mandate there. And the second one has to do with a very coherent system, which I believe we have, quite comprehensive, and a reputable center for discourse, governance, compliance, which is your very serious point of emphasis, this outcome 4. And of course, sustainable and responsive dynamic organization. The next slide is just moving on from these outcomes into programs. It's 5 outcomes and 4 programs, promotion, HQSF, quality assurance, the big mandate, outcome 2, research monitoring and advice, and corporate services. So, and each of these have got sub-programs. In the next slide, there's a little colorful picture there, which we try to simplify as much as possible. You'll see on the left column, the strategic outcomes is what I just spoke about, and the implementation of these programs. Those are the 4 programs I just alluded to, just to see how, it cascades down to the functions or sub-programs in blue. I don't know what is this color, green and then blue. Is it amber? So these are the sub-programs that we have in each of these strategic outcomes. Let's move on. And further to this, we now have been working on the QAF, or the Quality Assurance Framework. We reported to the committee before, and much work has been done so far. And we approved this at council last year, and a lot of work has gone into place through the HQC and ourselves as council. And we are now looking into how we're reimagining ourselves going forward, because the higher education sector is facing many, many demands. And we hope that after many, many consultations that we have undertaken already, we'll have a few more, but then the implementation is targeted to be in 2024. And of course, this requires a bit of IT infrastructure and things like that. And the 3-year implementation program, or the IPP as we call it, is under construction now, and the activities are listed in all of these blocks here. Research and standards, capacity development, QF management information systems, so all the dashboards and things there, and of course relationships with our partners. And we hope this will sustain us, and that will also have a funding model that will be able to have this integrated approach to quality assurance benefit us as a sector and a country. The next slide, Chair. We put this slide here for information. Obviously, it doesn't form part of the report, but it forms part of the requests that the portfolio committee has made, and we didn't think we should be in limbo about it. And of course, the minister is the one that would be working with you on this. But we have been requested to look into the remuneration of vice chancellors and senior executives. And this discussion started in this house in 2019. And this has happened. We formed a task team that was chaired by me, and we had 5 other council members. We used different methodologies, really, just to triangulate the information, because this was a very big task. The initial request was for us to start in 1994, because that's when democracy materialized. But it was just going to be impossible to do that study then, because there were mergers and some institutions were, incorporated, others disappeared. And so we requested this to start in 2005. So we had to triangulate a lot of that information, review the literature, use questionnaires and spreadsheets. So it's a very big piece of work, which I'm sure when the minister had it and looked at it, he will be able to communicate with you because you asked for it. And we're talking of about 350 pages of work. And of course, we had to draw on some expertise, like statisticians and other people to assist us to analyze some of the data. We used some of the very repeatable people to do this. And it is kept very confidential until it reaches yourselves. But as you know, things leak in this country. These hackers are smarter than we are. And Chair, this has been with the reviewers. We are almost done with it. Language editing and layout is the next step. And we'll be submitting this report, hopefully. Our stretch target is end of November, but it may be early December, but it has to be before the end of this year. So it is just an update, Chair, just to keep you informed of what you requested. And the next one is also an update. You recall there's been many discussions about articulation. We did that work, and we had a colloquium not so long ago. And these 6 bullets is some of the things that we interrogated. Why is it necessary to have articulation for the sector, and looking at the entire landscape and the silos that we have, some are gatekeepers, others are allowing, others not, that kind of thing. And of course, all the lessons that we have from international studies. So this report, Chair, will be finalized very soon and will be sent to you. And at the appropriate time when you're available, we'll have a discussion on it. My bit of the presentation ends here, and the CEO will hopefully go as much as possible on the performance information as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Mosia, and good afternoon to Honorable Makwatra and the honorable members, as well as to our colleagues from the department and our sister entities. So I'm going to talk to achievements against the non-financial performance indicators, but to hone in specifically, given the time that we are allocated, to the areas where we've had difficulty in terms of achievement. I trust the report has been engaged with by the members, and we'd be very willing to answer any questions that relate to any of the information in the report. I specifically will talk to where we've not been able to achieve the targets that were set for the last financial year. So you will see, and Prof. Mosia articulated the programs against which our APP is constructed, and where we and through which we execute our work, and we have set indicators in relation to each of those programs. So you can see there were 15 indicators for management of the HEQSF, 11 for quality assurance, 9 for research, monitoring and advice, 16 for corporate. In total, giving us 51 targets that we aim to achieve over the last financial year. And we've been able to achieve 39 of those and not been able to achieve 12 of those for various reasons, giving us an overall achievement rate of 76.5%. And you can see in which programs then, Chair, we've not been able to achieve all the targets, with the key one being in management of the HEQSF, and then the other being corporate. Quality assurance, research, monitoring and advice, generally over 80% achievement in those 2 programs. I'll run through the targets that we haven't achieved quickly and try to give you some reasons behind it. The first one is in relation to qualification standards. Qualification standards are developed for the range of qualifications that we have in the higher education sector, and then we use those qualification standards to do reviews of how the qualifications are being implemented by higher education institutions in the sector. Colleagues may know that a review of the doctoral qualification has recently been concluded, and we're currently generating a national report on that, which will come through. For the last financial year, we set a target of 2 new standards to be developed. We were able to develop 1. The other one was in the area of supply chain management, and it's a partnership with National Treasury. We're developing that standard in partnership with Treasury and to serve as a qualification in the sector that will produce graduates that can work competently in the space of supply chain management. Essentially, the delay has resulted from a National Treasury still working to develop a framework with a range of partners that will inform the qualification standard development process. And we anticipate that that will be completed in this financial year. The next one relates to the HEQSF program, and it relates to data. So one of the things we do is to collect a range of data, and this target was about trying to create a system, integrated data management system that drew all the data sets together and was able to represent those data sets in integrated ways and to start to form a system that provides a business intelligence for the CHE. So the data is in place at present. It sits in different information systems. And the idea is that we'll bring these together to create one system. So we're making progress in this regard, but we haven't moved to the one system level at this point in time. One, because of funding issues, the need to actually fund this adequately, and 2, because a big dependency is the quality assurance framework and the development of the information management platform for that framework, which has to be a central part of this development. And so that will be work that we'll undertake. It is underway already, but will gather momentum as we build the information management system for the quality assurance framework. The next, this also still within the HEQSF mandate, and it's related to participation in events. And then you can see here, this one was impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, where the range of events that you would traditionally participate in on an annual basis were largely cancelled in the year 2020-2021. The next indicator or target that we did not achieve relates to our quality assurance mandate and specifically to our accreditation function. This one related to program accreditation, and we've set ourselves a target for programs that come in for accreditation to move through our processes within an 8-month period and to be tabled at meetings of the Higher Education Equality Committee within 8 months from when they come in and we appoint evaluators for them. The target was 85%, and you can see that we achieved that at the level of 78%. The key reason for that is the rhythm of the meetings. So we had qualifications that were ready for tabling towards the latter end of the financial year, with the HEQC meeting only happening in the first quarter of the next year. So those qualifications were tabled in the first quarter in April of the next financial year, but because how the target was structured, it meant that we didn't meet this target. So we've reviewed that. The target is still part of our APP going forward, but it's structured in a way that allows this technical difficulty not to be an issue going forward. Likewise with this one, which relates to site visits and site visits reports being considered by the HEQC and decisions being made on them. And again, it related to rhythms of site visits being undertaken, but the period between the conclusion of the site visit and its reports and the HEQC meeting being over the 4-month time period. for the achievement of this target. And again, that technical issue has been resolved, and this still remains a key target in our current APP. In relation to publications, we set ourselves a target of publishing one edition of the Higher Education Monitor in 2020-2021. And this is a review of higher education 25 years into a democracy. We were on track to meet this target, and we had presented it to our council meeting, and council exercises quite strong oversight on quality of publications. And there were concerns that were raised in relation to some aspects of the publication. And on that basis, we decided that it would be prudent to hold the publication back and address the quality concerns and publish that publication in a way that does project the image that the CHE wants to project for its publications. So that work has been undertaken. We've had significant rewrites of some areas of the report, and we've had it externally reviewed for the second time. And we're now ready to finalize and publish that document, and that will come through quite soon. In relation to corporate services, this target related to policies, supply chain management policies, framework, guidelines, and procedures that we set out to review in a particular year. And you can see that the target was 8, the achievement is recorded as 2. And this again is a technical issue in relation to the 2 that are recorded here are policies that were reviewed and changes were necessary to those policies. And so the policies then went through our various governance structures and the changes were eventually approved by council. There were many more policies that were reviewed over the year, but those policies did not require changes and so weren't recorded as going through our change process and finally recorded as a decision of council. And so that has now been corrected as well. What we are doing now is even if a policy is reviewed and no changes are being recommended to it, that we still table it through the governance structures with an indication that a policy has been reviewed but is still current in the form that it exists. And that becomes then a recorded decision that then does count into a target like this. And then we also still incorporate the targets that related to communication, advocacy, and stakeholder management. And these were targets that largely were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, the fact that we had to cancel some events, and the way of working that started to emerge at the CHE that was quite changed from ways of working before. So for example, intranet was one of the main ways of communicating with staff while we were still sitting all collectively together in the central office. And many more ways of communicating came to the fore as we worked remotely. Intranet just being one part of those. And so we saw a dip in the actual use of intranet in relation to this. You can see the same kind of things here in relation to participation and cancellation of events and restrictions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. By and large, Chair, the substantive targets for the CHE were achieved over the year under review, and we are largely satisfied that we've been able to execute our mandate in effective ways. I'm going to hand over to our Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Muthusi, who will take us through the financial performance.
Thank you, CEO, to the Honorable Chair and to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and to the Chair of Council and Honorable members of Council and other colleagues from DHET and other sister quality councils. I'll quickly take you through the slides in terms of the financial performance of CHE
Firstly, the first slide is only just to depict that the income received or the revenue received for CHE. You can see from the slide before you that the bulk of the funding is the income is actually from the government grant, which is from DHET, followed by the rollover of surplus funds from the prior year. Just to indicate to the members that this 12 million, because of the PFMA regulation, normally we submit the request to National Treasury well in time after submitting the financial reports. But the approval from Treasury, which is something that we have been discussing at CFO's forum, normally comes at the third quarter of each financial year, hence the rollover of funds for the financial year. Next slide. The other slide that comes, next slide, Witty. This is just to indicate to the members of the portfolio committee the budget versus the expenditure incurred for the year under review. You can see that the cost of employee, we had a variance of 4 million, while the goods and services was for 1.5. It's an indication for goods and services that the rollover of funds that was rolled over as approved of 12 million, actually it was fully spent. There was an implementation plan which was monitored by council, and we were happy about that. I think the reason why we have the variance of 5.7, it was mostly because of the compensation of employees, and the explanations will be on the next slide. The explanation for the compensation of employees, the variance is mostly because of unforeseen delays to fill the posts during the year under review. And also the other factor was the budgeted applicable rates, increase in cost of living not paid, which was also budgeted as per the instruction from National Treasury due to national budget constraints and labor dispute within labor unions in the country. Just to add on that before we go to the next slide, to reflect to the members that most of the unforeseen delays, just to also highlight that so that members can understand where we come from. The time to process the recruitment process until the acceptance of the offer by the prospective candidate also plays a major role. You'll, for example, let me take, for example, if one of my colleagues from my units resigns in June, you'll recall that the budget was from April to March. If he resigns in June, the time to recruit and also to finalize the process is going to impact, and then there will be an accumulation of unspent funds for that particular post. So what I'm trying to say is that there were certain posts that were occupied, but certain individuals resigned during the year, which resulted in this particular breakdown of 8 vacant funded posts per sub-program, which is research monitoring 1, institutional audit 3 as indicated, accreditation 2, national standards, and review 1, management of HQSF 1. Just to indicate to the members for their benefit is that most of these posts that are 8 posts are mostly administration admin clerks. For example, in institutional audits, we had a manager who was promoted to a senior manager, also impacted on the accumulated of vacant funded posts, and also the executive administration clerk and administration clerk. Some also for accreditation, was also 1 manager post and admin clerk. The rest, most of them are admin clerk posts. Just to highlight to the members, all the mentioned posts that you are seeing before you are currently being filled in the year 21-22. Next slide. The next slide is just an explanation of the variance on goods and services. You will see in most of the slides before you, it was more on the governance, it was more on the legal fees. Legal fees fluctuate because we don't know, we cannot actually have the correct estimation to say how much will be the legal fees, but you'll have to budget for it depending on if institutions take CHE to court, then we have to be in a position to can pay that. And in the period under review, there was less legal fees claims for the period under review. For research and monitoring as a sub-program, it was mostly on the project or the inquiry that the chair started by explaining, because then it has to be It was not finalized on time. And then institutional audit, it was mostly around the issue of 3G cards, usage of the 3G cards by all the members of the institutional audit committees. And this is also applicable to other sub-programs. And also the payment, less payment to the peer academics, because what happens for CHE is that for the year under review, because of COVID, the bulk of the budget was focused on the utilization of 3G cards by the committee members, by the employees. So there was less traveling because of COVID. Next slide. You can see some of the reasons are applicable to the same as accreditation is the 3G cards, usage of 3G cards by the accreditation committee members. National standards review, same thing applies to it with the same reason, and less payments to the committee members because some, what is nice about this is some of the committee, subcommittee members of council deemed to at least not to claim certain payments, and which was a benefit for CHE, even though it resulted in underspending. Quality assurance framework project, which the CEO and the chairperson indicated, there was less of 3G cards for the data and for all planned virtual meetings. The next slide. This slide is just for the members or the portfolio committee members to know that the 10 cost drivers for the year under review was as follows: peer academics. And I think as a knowledge institution, most of our peer academics is the one of the cost driver for us because we are using most of the peers in terms of the work that we normally do, which was taking 41%. Outsourced service, remuneration of council members and committee members, IT expense, legal fees, consultancy services and subcommittees as indicated, auditors remuneration, recruitment costs, printing and stationery, and telephone and cell phone and 3G cards. Before we go to the next slide, just to indicate on the recruitment cost, that there was less recruitment for the year under review because there was in and out of people for the institution. So that's the reason why it was at 4. Printing, because people were working from home, there was less printing done from our offices. Hence, the printing is at 3%. And as I indicated, most of the affected issues on underspending was on the 3G cards and data utilization. Next slide. This just explains on the above, from the above slide, what we mean by outsourced services. For the benefit of the portfolio committee members is for the SAQA with regard to the contract that we entered with SAQA with regard to HUQSIS online system contract. And for IT expenses, it includes license fees because the kind of the work that CH is doing is IT dependent, and computer consumables, internet subscriptions, contract on support for HUQS online system, contract on support maintenance. Consultancy, for the benefit of the portfolio committee members, it includes the VIP payroll and HR system, consultancy, and also payment to governance subcommittees, such as accreditation, human resource recruitment committee, and etc. Next slide. For us, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The previous financial year, we reported a fruitless expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So for this for the year under review, we managed to recover whatever that was fruitless and cared for, which is explained on note 25 of the annual financial statement. It is good for the CHE that we never experienced any irregular expenditure, even though even the auditors can testify to that. The next slide. Consequence management with regard to the fruitless expenditure, I think I just explained that the prior year, there was this budget of 1,745 for additional kilometers used by one of our employees, but that money was fully recovered. So the money has been recovered. Irregular expenditure, there was no irregular expenditure incurred as per our financial statements. Thank you. Next slide. The budget report from the Auditor-General. I would like to thank the CEO and Council for continuous support because we are continuously getting a very clean audit report for the financial year from 2017 up to date. Even though for 2021, there were 2 issues that was picked up by the auditors, which is affecting the audit report, was the cash and cash equivalent reconciliation not performed. And then administration matter was the revenue from exchange, which is site visit listing and online program register. I think the details is on this next slide so that I can explain it better. Next slide. The issue around the bank reconciliation is not an indication that the bank reconciliations are not done for all bank accounts. It was only one for the investment account. The challenge is that from the investment account, what happens is that the statement that we were receiving from the bank did not include the interest. It was so different from other, for example, Standard Bank, because Standard Bank will give you a statement which is inclusive of the interest. But with regard to InvestTech account, which is the investment where we made it a CHE, the statement did not include the interest. Hence, when we compiled the financial statement, there was a problem with regard to the interest that was not included in this account. There was a minor issue around the site visit register against what was loaded, but the GL, which is the main supporting document that supports the financial statement, was correct. So we are currently working on it, which is from accreditation sub-program, to make sure that they are registered in terms of all online and offline register aligned to the GL so that we avoid this kind of audit finding in the future. Next slide. The budget baseline for the current year in MTF, as indicated on this slide, is for the members to, just for the benefit of the members, that the bulk of the funds are from transfer from the DHET as indicated in the slide. And others, they fluctuate because you'll recall private accreditation, it depends on whether we get more application from the private institution in terms of accrediting their programs. And interest obviously is around the issue of the amount that is available in our bank, which will inform the interest that is available there. But the bulk of the budget baseline is from DHET. Next slide. The MTF period for 2021 up to 25, as indicated, the budget baseline injection was considered, and I want to thank the committee, the portfolio committee, because in the previous year, if you recall, we had a problem with our budget transfer from DHET, and we had engagement with National Treasury, and I think the portfolio committee played a major role for that, because I can safely say that the budget baseline injection was considered and approved by National Treasury for the MTF product on condition that the budget injection should be used for goods and services. And I think we will have to comply to that. Otherwise, Treasury is closely monitoring on us in terms of that. So the budget injection, it will only be utilized for goods and services. While we agreed, because previously when we reported to this committee, was that in terms of the budget allocation for compensation of employees, the compensation of employees was more than the goods and services. But moving forward for the MTF period, the goods and services budget is more than the employee cost. The requested budget baseline injection will be used, obviously, to implement the CHE mandate, strategic plan, and also the quality assurance framework as the chair and also the CEO indicated, and also enhancements of CHE digital capabilities. The next slide, and I think this is the last slide. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm assuming, Chair, there's no other remarks from yourself. I would like to then note hands from members that would like to engage. I just have a query that in terms of wording, I mean, like if you look at slide 33, you know, it refers to continuous clean audit from the fiscal year 2017, 2018 to 2020, 2021. But as in my understanding, we would refer to a clean audit if there are no findings. But in this case, we do have findings, hence we say we regress. So would we not then call it an unqualified audit outcome? But I'm not sure. Can I just note members' hands? I don't see any.
Chair.
Honorable Litier.
Yeah, maybe it's because we agreed we'll take 2 presentations, Chair.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Woo!
It's
Thank
been a
you,
long day.
It's been a long day. Thank you so much, Honorable Litier. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues from the CHE. Let us move then to our last presentation for the, are we still in afternoon? For the afternoon, depending on, others would say it's evening by now, but for the afternoon, we now have the Quality Council for Trade and Occupations, led by Ms. Antoni as well as Mr. Naidu. Over to you, colleagues.
Perfect, thank you. CEO, I think you're trying to project, but your email is showing and not the presentation. Mr. Naidu? Great, yeah. Thank you so much. Honorable Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee of on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Ms. Mkachwa. A very good, I guess it's still afternoon to you, the officials from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and all the senior officials in attendance. Allow me to introduce the delegation from the QCTO. My name is, it was mentioned earlier on, is Ms. Sibongile Andoni, and I'm currently the acting chairperson of the QCTO and the deputy chairperson of the council. So I'm joined today by our esteemed CEO, Mr. Naidu, and our CFO is also in attendance, Mr. Kumbachuma, and I will hand over to them as soon as I'm done with just the context setting. So first, Honorable Ms. Mkwacha, I think it would be befitting for me just to continue on the theme of acknowledging women leadership, just on behalf of the QCTO, to congratulate you on your appointment as the chairperson of this portfolio committee. I'd also like to acknowledge on behalf of the QCTO, Dr. Sishi as the DG, Mr. Zungu as our DG for TVET colleges, and also just lastly, as I said, Mr. Kwasha, Mr. Zungu, to acknowledge them on behalf of the QCTO. So congrats on behalf of the QCTO, as I said, on your appointment. Thank you so much for the invitation received for us to present our annual reports for 2020-21 financial year. I'd also just secondly, after having done the acknowledgements, just to also formally inform the committee that we're very proud that the CEO, Mr. Naidu, our dear Minister, Dr. Zimande, has extended his contract. So Mr. Naidu, who's with us on the call today, his contract has been extended for about a further 5 years, from June 2022 to May 2027. And we as the council wish to express our confidence and support to Mr. Naidu and the executive as they steer
the organization through what I think we've all mentioned before is uncharted waters over the next strategic period. So I'd like to start our presentation as the QCTO by just reflecting on what our previous chair of the Third Council had shared with us, and I'm going to quote, which is on the screen, and it's in our year-end report. He speaks a lot, Mr. Zongo, who is on the call, he speaks a lot about emergency to emergence. So as we move into the new decade, we are embracing life post-COVID-19, where we do want to look at new opportunities and possibilities, amatuba, namatuba, for those that are closer speaking, amidst the devastation caused by the disruption and long-lasting impact of COVID-19 pandemic on all our lives and livelihoods. And I think in fact, all of the speakers mentioned, alluded to the impact of COVID-19. So our annual report for this year is themed Emergency to Emergence, which illustrates our responsiveness and agility towards the disruptions caused by the pandemic. Emergency is resolve, and as we move to post-pandemic era emergence, and unquote Mr. Zongo. So as we said, the president spoken a bit about ERRP, the Economic Reconstruction Plan, and it is a plan through which all of us as South Africa should work together to build this new economy. So we as this QCTO have played quite an integral part in the development of this draft report, the draft Department of Higher Education and Training's ERRP skills strategy. So we've also developed a plan of action in March 2021, which was endorsed by our council in response to this strategy. So the plan provides us with a framework which talks a bit about how we're going to respond to the interventions, as well as the current emerging skills as we shift the skills development system to a more innovation-led skills economy. So as the QCTO, we have expressed our support of the ERRP through our revised strategic plans for 2020-21 to 24-25. We've also looked at our annual performance plans as a key imperative in this annual 2021, and we're going to show a bit about our commitment towards what we think are ambitious but very achievable plans. And obviously, we definitely are going to be looking at future APPs, and these will clearly indicate the targets and outcomes in this regard. So one of the things that we're very, very excited about is we're very excited to report that, again, the minister has gazetted the OQSF policy on the 21st of September. In fact, excited is probably an understatement. It was gazetted on the 29th of October 2021. For us, this is a major game changer for what post-school education looks like. So Chairperson and the QCTO would also welcome, and I guess the committee would welcome the opportunity to make a presentation to this committee on the OQSF policy and the possibilities that we believe this provides, as I said, for all stakeholders of what this could look like for post-school education and training. So we're very committed to support the country's economic reconstruction recovery plan through DHET skills strategy, as well as DSI's decadal plan, which I think was covered. And we believe that we can make a significant contribution as the QCTO towards the eradication of this challenge of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and the list goes on. And all of this, as I said, has been exacerbated by COVID-19. So we look forward to renewed hope, to opportunities and possibilities of what, whether it's the gig economy, green economy, blue economy, digital economy, the circular economy, and the hydrogen economy. We really, really look forward to looking at how we bring this to life for many, many South African communities. So through our strategic plan and our APPs, we are definitely going to be partnering with implementation partners, and as we gear towards meeting these skill needs for the fourth industrial revolution, as noted in the ministerial task team report. So on the slides in front of you, we've got our strategic imperatives, which our CEO is going to talk again, cover in the detailed presentation. Firstly, prioritize and creating a dynamical OQSF, which I spoke a bit about earlier on, that we launched recently, or that was gazetted recently. Secondly, adopting a special focus on TVET colleges and community education and training colleges, as well as creating a QCTO that is a learning organization. And these are definitely in direct response to the key national imperatives that we've made as the QCTO. This is going to drive our vision of qualifying a skilled and capable workforce that is employable and self-employed. So, Chairperson and the committee members, as you know, the overall mandate of the QCTO is to develop and manage the OQSF and the NQF. So this includes the development of quality assurance of occupational qualifications, which includes trades, part qualifications, which are registered on the OQSF, as well as the skills programs, with a focus on occupational qualifications that address the national demands. So our CEO will further now highlight the performance of the QCTO, how we've performed over the period, some of our challenges. And then we're going to present our 2021 financial year for your consideration. Let me also indicate that we're very excited that the QCTO has achieved its 5th consecutive clean audit under the leadership of our CEO and the QCTO management. We're very, very proud of this record. Before handing over to the CEO, Honorable Chairperson, let me thank again the Portfolio Committee under your chairpersonship for the ongoing role in supporting the work of the QCTO, the oversight that you provide and the guidance as we chart, I guess, the stormy seas collectively. So I'm going to hand over now to Mr. Naidu, our CEO. He is going to lead the presentation to address you and the committee on the matters that I've alluded to earlier on. And then after that, our CFO, Mr. Gombachuma, is going to look at the financial performance and some of the audits that we were requested to present. Over to you, Mr. CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members of the esteemed Portfolio Committee. Yeah, I understand it's been a long day and we have a number of slides, so don't be alarmed by that. I will just go quickly through the slides and highlight the important ones. But let me just indicate that the whole annual report for 2021 is prefaced based on the pandemic, which none of us actually anticipated, but we had to just adjust to what had become the normal at that stage. So in terms of the presentation that we were required to make, and I won't go through these slides, it was as per the invitation that was received from the Portfolio Committee. And Chair, we will speak to these as we go through the presentation. We have no specific slide that addresses these, but we have addressed all of them in the subsequent slides. Chair, I wouldn't take too much of time, but just to indicate that our vision and mission statement has not changed. Again, it is to qualify a skilled and capable workforce, and we want to do that by managing the occupational qualification sub-framework in order to set standards, develop and quality assure the national qualifications for occupations, trades and professions. And as indicated, the approved or gazetted OQSF now enables us to do exactly that. Chair, the year was, in terms of responding, in terms of the plan, we responded to those particular policy imperatives. I won't go through all of those. I think we kind of all familiar with that, but just to indicate that the last two bullets on that slide, the economic reconstruction and recovery skills strategy has become an integral part of the QCTO and the work that it will be expected to be doing. Chair, on this slide, again, it just shows, the documents and highlights the specific areas for the QCTO. In terms of the NDP, it's the 30,000 target artisans per annum. In terms of the medium-term strategic framework, we contribute to priority 3. The white paper, we still have that as an agenda, and that is to expand access to the PSET system. Again, the OQSF is going to help us to do that. Quality provisioning and a renewed focus on TVETs and CETs. And maybe I should also indicate, Chair, that we will be focusing as well on universities also as part of our plan going forward, but there's still some work around that. In terms of the National Skills Development Plan, Chair, I'll just focus on the last part of that, it makes provision for the funding allocation to be reviewed to ensure that we are adequately resourced, and we are hoping that is addressed with the speed that it needs to be addressed. Chair, I won't go through the DHET plan. I think it aligns with exactly what we've set out as our broad imperatives. And then the chairperson has spoken about the ERRP, and I won't emphasize that. Chair, in terms of this slide, it's just to give a screenshot of the year under analysis, the opportunities. So QCTO took the opportunity to implement multimodal learning and assessment due to the COVID-19. The revised OQSF, we had to infuse issues around the future world of work. And obviously the opportunity also is the rise in unemployment, which will mean an increase in demand for qualifications and skills programs. And again, the ERRP provides us with that opportunity. As any institution, we have some threats, which is the long-term effects of COVID, the need for us to become an agile and responsive organization. Certainly there are a number of legislative changes as well as legislative inhibitors at this point in time, and share the long-term effects of the 4-month skills levy holiday, which did not affect us too much in the year that we are reporting, but certainly is affecting us in this particular year, and then the lack of adequate funding. Certainly we want to acknowledge as part of our weaknesses that with the fast changing landscape, we have to continuously look at our capacity, our response rate, as well as attracting and retaining quality staff, and then the disruptive nature of technology, and the unstable funding environment is also, works against us. Chair, I'm not going to go through this. I think the Chair has spoken to it. The OQSF will be a game changer in the PSET sector, and you will hear more of that in some other presentation. In terms of the 2021 strategic plan, chairperson and members, we had the same strategic imperatives as was highlighted by the chair. A dynamic occupational qualification sub-framework, a focus on the TVET colleges, and also creating a QCTO that is a learning organization. And this obviously is in response to all of the national key imperatives, as well as the commitments made by the 6th administration. So, Chair, I'll just go quickly to outcome 1, which was a single national qualifications sub-framework that promotes synergies, simplification, and effectiveness. Chair, the progress here, and I won't go through it in detail, is that we are currently performing the quality assurance functions for occupational qualifications. And as indicated in the DHET presentation, the QCTO is entering into service level agreements with the SETAs so that there is better alignment of the quality assurance functions. And then we focusing on articulation. And again, here the revised OQSF is going to play a big role in terms of how we evaluate articulation over the 5-year period. Chair, the one that we need to highlight here is the uptake of occupational qualifications. You can see that it is still very, very low. Some of the reasons for that is that the historically registered qualifications only expire in 2023. So providers, just want to continue with what's in until 2023. They will obviously have to upskill and invest in technology. And Chair, when I talk to SDPs, it does not exclude the TVET and CET college sector if they have to offer the occupational qualifications. And then obviously restricted funding opportunities. We presented previously at this portfolio committee that TVETs and CET colleges find it difficult to take up the occupational qualifications because they are not funded for them. But we are given to understand that the DHET has looked at that in terms of funding the uptake of some occupational qualifications. So we look forward to that going forward. And then we got the research to look at industry satisfaction of our qualifications. And then we also want to compare our OQSF framework with comparable frameworks across the country. Those are all in progress. Chair, now in terms of this slide, this was in the strategic plan. I won't go through it because the progress was depending on a ministerial plan being finalized. We were advised when we put this that it was a risk. So we have subsequently submitted a revised strategic plan, which still has to be approved, where outcome 2 still remains a focus on public and CET colleges. But Chair, as you could see that we moved the target to be in line with the programs or qualifications that have been identified in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Skills Strategy. And we aligned that outcome to this new target. If I could go to outcome 3, this is a simple one. Well, I mean, it's simple in terms of presentation, but demands a lot of work, and that is to make the QCTO a learning organization. And we've started, the research unit has begun to gather information for the report. The target is a report after five years. Chair, I would then like to proceed to talk to the 2021 annual plan. Chair, I'll go straight to the red. In terms of the revised APP, we did not make any changes to the outputs or the indicators, but however, we did look at the targets of 10 indicators, and those were revised because of the lockdown and the pandemic. And Chair, we are not happy to indicate that we've achieved 64% of the targets. That's 18 out of 28. Last year, we did achieve 75%. But Chair, I just want to clarify that we had 8 more targets this year than last year. And this is the first report against the 5-year strategic plan. So a number of the targets that were not achieved were the new targets, and I will explain them as we move along now. So Chair, in terms of administration, this links to outcome 3. I'm not going to go through all of the achievements. I will go straight through. Sorry, I don't know why the slides are doing that. Chair, I will just focus on the not achieved. In this particular program administration, we had 3 targets not achieved. The one related to the capacity building strategy, the other to the MSP, Master Systems Plan, being developed and implemented, and the third one is the change management strategy. And these were, all three were actually related to SCM, which was really impacted on by the lockdown. However, Chair, I'm glad to indicate that if I can just go straight down to the update on the strategy, that all three, the MSP, the capacity building and change managed strategy, have since been approved by Council, and we are currently implementing those. So those three have been taken care of. In terms of Program 2, Chair, which is our Occupational Qualifications Management and Certification, this relates to outcomes 1 and 2. And there was only one indicator here, Chair, that we did not achieve. So with your permission, I would just go through these slides where we have achieved all of that. The one that's not achieved is related to skills programs approved by Council. Now, Chair, I'll just pause here to say that as I go to the slides, you will see that a number of the indicators not achieved relates to skills programs, which, as you can also see as a new indicator, we planned 80, but unfortunately, we only got 3 skills programs that were approved. Now, this was because it was new. We had a number of applications, but they did not meet the requirements for the skills programs to be approved. And we must admit that there were also some in-house delays due to the remote working. But more than likely, it's because it was something new that was introduced, but we are hoping that this becomes a real driver. And earlier on, the Deputy Minister in his remarks indicated the work that they were doing together with the QCTO in terms of skills programs. So we hope that this would pick up going forward. Chair, I won't go through that because those were achieved. So, I mean, the strategies to overcome the shortfalls in that program, I'll just highlight is probably bullet 2 and 3, where we've automated the skills application process to make it much more simpler. We've also streamlined the skills program evaluation process to make it easier so that you know, these could be done as soon as possible because of the dire need in the country for these skills programs. Chair, I won't focus on any of the other bullets. This is just an update that the template and guidelines to simplify has been reviewed and implemented. And there's an online application platform where people or entities wanting to offer skills programs could make their application. We also hosted a webinar in September, and that was to also bring awareness to the skills programs. In terms of this program, Occupational Qualifications Quality Assurance, it also links to strategic imperatives 1 and 2. Here, Chair, there were 3 indicators not achieved, and I would quickly go through those 3. And again, if you check the output indicator, it relates to the assessments for the skills programs that were to be quality assured, not achieved again because there were no accredited SDPs for those programs. There were no final assessments, so there was a 0% achievement there, but it relates again to the issue of skills programs. And then this was also not achieved. We achieved 69%. We had set a target of 90%. And the Chair here is due to the unpredictability of the number of applications that we get and the limited resources that we have to process these. So, but certainly we've improved. If you look at 1920, we had a 39% achievement. We've pushed that up to 69, and we're hoping that with our new systems, we will be able to improve on that. Chair, this one was also not achieved. Again, if you look at the output indicator, it relates to skills programs providers accreditation, the skills programs are still new, and the QCTO processes were also affected by the lockdown. I'll just the strategies to overcome these. If I can just go to this slide, it's the SLAs that we are entering into with the CETAs in terms of the revoking of the quality assurance functions. So Chair and members, if you see QAPs, it's synonymous with CETAs and the professional bodies that we work with. We've strengthened our relationship and communication with these bodies. We've started to implement the necessary control processes to manage the upload to the NLRD. And we are putting in place processes to manage and coordinate the large data that we would now be receiving from our different stakeholders. And obviously, a very important one is the upskilling of our employees and also improving our processes prioritized to improve overall efficiency of the organization. In terms of research and analysis, the program here is to establish and maintain the QCTO standards for quality through research, monitoring, and evaluation. I'll just go through what's not been achieved here, Chair, with your permission. Not achieved was the output indicator was the accredited skills development providers with occupational qualifications and part qualifications. Now, this, Chair, I won't blame on the skills programs. We did not achieve 65% achievement. We had set a target of 80%, but we were affected due to the lockdown, the movement on restrictions, physical movement. So that was the primary reason for us not having been able to achieve that. The other achieved is SDPs that implement the NATED programs, the N4 to N6. The indicator was 25, but it's not achieved. We only achieved 18%. And Chair, one of the main reasons here is the unreliable database of SDPs would implement NATED. Now, Chair, a very alarming fact that I would place before this committee, and which I will raise with the department as well, is that apart from the TVET colleges offering N4 to N6, which is problematic in itself, we all know the issues around the N4 to N6. There are almost 750 to 800 private providers offering the N4 to N6. So this is going to be a huge challenge for us to actually manage going forward. Chair, those were achieved, so I'm not going to attend to that. In terms of 424, not achieved, but again here, Chair, you'll see that this relates to the skills programs that are supposed to be quality assured. There were no STPs accredited for any skills programs, so no quality assurance could actually take place. In terms of research and analysis, that whole program, strategies to overcome the areas of underperformance. We started with monthly meetings focusing on operations. We're instituting that with our CETAs and major stakeholders. We are implementing project management based practices so that we can better manage these indicators. We have a NATED quality assurance plan that has been approved by Council and will be implemented. And we'll just have to focus on managing our relationships with the DHET, the CETAs, as well as the TVET colleges. Chair, I'll just quickly, in terms of the governance, I'm not going to speak too much about it, except to say that we have responded to all requests, questions, complaints, inquiries from the portfolio committee, and we've complied with all of the necessary requirements in terms of governance. I won't talk to the bullet there. Chair, in terms of the audit action plan, one of the requirements in the invite was that we must indicate the timeframes, the findings, the recommendations, the progress. Chair, I'll allow the CFO, when he's making his presentation, to just highlight this, but these were mainly housekeeping issues. Hence, we did not have a challenge in achieving the clean audit. But if members have any questions relating to them, then we will respond to these slides. And Chair, the last slide is on human resources. We've got all of the necessary equity plan in place. It has been submitted. We submitted our work skills plans, etc. And we are really moving towards electronic processes for all of our HR functions, including performance management, which we have just implemented from this month going forward. That's the structure. Chair, I won't spend too much of time on this, but just to give an indication of, again, in terms of, Chair, I think I must just go back to one slide that is probably going to be a question, but I want to address it here. The vacancy rate shows as 60%. Now, Chair, I want to indicate that that 60% is against the 246 approved posts in our organogram, which was to be implemented in phases depending on the business case approval and the growth of the organization. So if we measure against that, which we would have to do because this is the approved post, the vacancy rate is 60%. But Chair, I just want to indicate that if we look at the funding that's available and the approved posts at the moment, those are 104, of which 99 are filled. So, which means we actually have a vacancy rate only of 5% in terms of the posts that we can actually fund. So I think I needed to bring that clarity in on that slide. Chair, I'll then move on to this. And again, without highlighting too much, again, we are doing well in terms of male versus female, 53% female and 46% male. Chair, and if you look at that top graph, Black African male is 39, and if you go down to the other graph, it's showing 49. So there is an emphasis on, and this is our whole equity table that's presented here. But I'll admit, Chair, that our challenge is at the, as you indicated, women in top. We're quite limited on that, and obviously the QCTO, as the organogram is rolled out, we will address those issues in filling the posts. But at the moment, I think we're doing pretty well on our equity issues. Chair, I'll hand over at this point to the CFO to do his the financial report, which is just a few slides.
Thank you, CEO. Okay, can you see me? I'm trying to put my video.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, I can't see myself. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, honorable members of this esteemed committee. May I also acknowledge senior management of the department here present and all the other colleagues. I'll quickly take you through the financial report of the organization for the year under review. If you can see, these are the highlights. In terms of the annual financial statements, we had no material findings. We had housekeeping findings, which we have also provided as part of the audit action plan so that we can address those. And most of those actually were addressed, hence we have a clean audit. So we have indicated and put them there for the portfolio committee also to satisfy themselves on what actions on those housekeeping findings, because if we don't address them in future, they can become, material findings. In terms of predetermined objectives, we had no findings. Compliance with legislation, no findings as well, which is quite good, and as well as internal controls, we have no deficiencies identified, which means our controls are effective. And like the chairperson, acting chairperson has highlighted, we are also proud to continue with our clean audit outcomes, which is now embedded in our systems. If I look at revenue collection, I'm putting there 2019-20 versus 2020-21. I just want to look at the total revenue at the bottom. For the year under review, it was 132 million versus the 128 of the previous financial year, which represented a 2.8% growth in terms of the revenue. I think if you check there, we've got finance income, other income, which has not been budgeted for, because this is verification, certification and accreditation services that we charge, but we could not put it in the budget for the risk that we had no clear sort of baseline, to estimate that and put it in the budget. But however, for the next financial year, I think we've got a 5-year gap now where we can kind of estimate, if we're going to get something out of it. So we have included it in the 2022-23 budget. So, so we had an over collection of revenue of 9.2 million. If we can go to the next slide, I'll quickly talk about the statement of financial performance. If you look at the DHET grant, it did decrease from the prior year by just 500,000, obviously through the department reprioritizing. The SETA level grant for the past financial year, it increased by 7.8% from 90 million to 97. However, the story for this year, obviously, like the CEO has mentioned, that the level grant holiday, the skills level holiday, sorry, has affected us this year, So there was a growth of 7.8%. If we look at the finance income, there was quite a huge decrease there from 5 million to 2 million. For an organization of this size, it's quite significant. It's a 60% fall. This was obviously, we had challenges this year to collect the money from sitters. Most of them paid somewhere in March or February, March, and we could not invest the money to get the interest like we normally do. But I'm happy with the department. They did intervene and we eventually got all the allocations. And if you can check the NSF funding as well, there has been some good progress there. That is a conditional funding where there is the digitization of learner records, and the work is going on well. I think the expenditure is more than doubled from last year. If I look at the total expenditure, you can see that there was a decrease in total expenditure, obviously because of the pandemic. There was a 2.8% decrease from 118 million to 115 million. And also compensation, there was an 8% reduction. However, if we look at the compensation ratio versus total expenditure, we are at 60%. And I always say that for a human resource heavy organization like ours, we are doing very well because in all essence, it should be around 70%, but we are keeping it just about around 60%, which is quite good. And obviously, this didn't increase because there are certain posts that we couldn't fill. The next slide. Okay, this just gives a synopsis of the statement of financial position, which in the old terms is called the balance sheet. I'm sure some of you know it as the balance sheet, but basically it gives the state of affairs for the organization at the end of the year in terms of its assets. If I can quickly go onto the current assets, you see there's an increase of 4 million. This is basically cash from the previous surpluses that increased. It's under current assets. And non-current assets, which is we normally call it PPE, property, plant and equipment, increased from 9 million to 19 million. Basically, there was a 10 million used to renovate the building. and obviously that was capitalized, and that increased our non-current assets. If you look at our current liabilities, not much change. It's from 80 million to 15 million. These are the liabilities that we had at the end of the financial year, which is very short term, usually 30-day liabilities. And when I look at those liabilities and also the audit report, I am happy, Chairperson and honorable members, to report that in the audit outcomes of the AGSA, the QCTO's number of days to pay creditors was 6 days. So we pay our creditors within 6 days. That's what it means. And the PFMA treasury regulation says 30 days. So we are quite proud that all our suppliers, SMEs, and so forth, we pay them, you know, in the shortest period of time when we confirm that work has been done. Then we don't have any non-current liabilities, which is normally long-term loans, and so the QCTO is no borrowings on those terms. Then if we look at the liquidity ratio, which I've put there, you see it has increased from 5:1 to 7:1. Basically, what the liquidity ratio means is if we were to pay our dues, you know, on the particular day, the assets that we have outnumber the liabilities by 7 times. That is an indicator of the viability and the going concern of the organization, which is quite good, that if somebody is to sue us, we've got enough assets to cover that. So the organization is quite liquid and it's a going concern. So we are happy with that. If we can go to the next slide, this just gives some reasons for the under expenditure. Obviously, there was a reduction in admin expenditure, mainly travel and accommodation due to lockdown. The compensation of employees was reduced. Vacant posts could not be completed, and some posts were put on hold. And then there was about 9 million additional unbudgeted revenue from interest and rendering of services. So that contributed to the surplus of 16 million. And if we do the numbers, it gets to that figure. Going to the next slide. Okay, so in terms of the future outlook, the SITA grant has been increased. This year, our SITA grant was 67 million. Last financial year, it was 97. So this is the current year where we were affected heavily. However, for the 2022 financial year, it has been increased now to 96.1 million. And the DHET grant has been increased from 27 to 28. So the total budget for the 2022-23 financial year will be 129 million, which is a 9% increase from 2021-22 financial year. And this will help the organization put more resources to its core performance areas. If I'm to answer Honorable Letie's question that I know he's going to ask before he asks, I'm sorry, Honorable, I have to answer you. QCTO is still in the process of finalizing the purchase of these premises like we've reported before. We are now at a very advanced stage. The landlord has indicated acceptance of our offer, and all the processes. That is the only process that was stalling this issue of the building purchase. And just to indicate as well to members, because there could be some questions with the current new normal that people are working from home and so forth, QCTO still needs premises. And if you look at the rentals commitments that we have, it just makes sense to buy the building. And we have been saving money towards that building. It will actually increase our operational revenue. In fact, one of the issues, one of the key areas is if you can't increase your revenue, you can decrease your expenses, which is what we are doing in terms of trying to acquire this building. And already we've got, there is a tenant in there, the British Embassy, who also they have a lease agreement there. So we are really looking forward to this as a way of additional funding to our processes. Then also, just to give you an indication, I said the QCTO is included in its budget for 2023 and financial year onwards unbudgeted revenue sources, accreditation, verification, certification, and interest. As trends can now be estimated accurately. However, we're very frugal about that. We don't want to overestimate, and then we don't realize that those funds and then we've got budget deficits. We're quite frugal on that, but I think it's time now we include that in our budget. Then the application for retention of surplus. I know the slides are on you is saying we'd applied to the department, but we got a response. They have approved that surplus retention, some of it going again towards the building, and 23.6 million is to cover for this current financial year's shortfalls, which was caused by, the reduction in the SETA levy grant, which was reduced by 30%. So we are using our surplus, retention of surplus, to fund some of that shortfall, going forward. And so I would want to highlight again, through you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that the organization's funding is still not stable and is relying heavily on SETA levy grant. We are currently 70% of the total funding, which we have to apply annually. So annually, we don't know whether we're going to get that approval or not. And I think this is one of the issues that we've raised in the business case, to try to have a sort of a top slice where we know that, for the MTF, this is what we're going to get, and then we can budget appropriately rather than waiting for every year to apply. Chairperson, I don't think I'll bore you with going to the audit action plans. I've already talked about them. They are just here for more information purposes. Other than that, I think this is my presentation. I hope I've done justice to it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you, Chair. That's our presentation.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for that presentation. I'd now like to note hands of honorable members. I see the hand of Honorable Litiye, and I will, Honorable Mananiso. Okay, then we'll await any other hands that may go up prior to that. Oh, sorry, after that, post that. Honorable Litiye, then Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. It has indeed been a very long day. Let's welcome the two presentations from the two entities, QCTO and Council for Higher Education. Maybe let me start with QCTO, having noted that the CFO there believes that I will be happy that they've made an offer to purchase building. Indeed, I'm very happy. Every little cent, given the strict financial constraints the country has, that can be saved is welcome. Indeed, it will be a big asset for QCTO. We just hope that that transaction goes through smoothly. So we're very happy in that building. Also welcome that the fact that for 3 years running now, you are a clean audit person. So when you come here, when Auditor-General brings a report, we know that QCTO will bring a clean report, a clean audit, just like SAQA and few others. So you are a shining light of the department, given a depressing report we received from the Auditor-General. So congratulations to QCTO for obtaining a clean audit once again. It's a hat trick of clean audits. It really shows that from management, to every staff member, to council members, there's focus. They are focusing. Now, I've also noted that you had an under expenditure. You underspent. I think from 9.5% in the previous financial year to 16.3% this year. So mostly it's according to your report and mostly what the AG would have said. It's mostly because of vacant positions that you have 147 of them. Maybe give us an indication, why have you not filled those? What are the issues? You know, a large number of them are in the professional space. So maybe take us through what would have been the reasons why have you not advertised for those, so that we do not have such high number of vacant position in the entity. And well, at least on financials, I don't think it will have affected you, but on performance, it might have affected you because you achieved 18 of the 28 targets you set for yourselves. So it might be because of lack of human infrastructure that you may need in that institution. So maybe to get this right, you might need to, but you'll take us through all of those things. And to be honest, Chair, that is all I would have on QCTO, just to congratulate them. I think they're doing very well. And on Council for Higher Education, also noting that they've regressed on their audit findings from a clean audit, the previous audit period, to unqualified with findings. So it means that there are a few things that did not go right this year, sorry, in that institution. So maybe let them also fix that, but also tell us what are those issues, those findings, and what plans are you putting in place to make sure that those findings becomes non-findings, meaning you are getting an unqualified report. You see QCTO have just beaten you 3-2 now. So hopefully next year you'll try and equalize. You know, we can't behave like pirates. They equalize and they give away some penalties. On a serious note, I think you also had an under expenditure, which increased from some 4.2% to 6.2%. Also take us through what are the issues. Your target, you achieved 39 of the 51, but you had an expenditure of 126% of the budget. Take us through, why would you have not achieved all your targets, but your budget on targets would have been 126%. But also, I think both teams are led well, Chair. I don't think it will be fair if I don't say it. Both teams are led very well, and we, you know, Prof. Msia and Ms. Bungile on QCTO are doing extremely well. And I think we must congratulate them, give them courage for them to continue doing extremely well. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Somebody, Chair, have just said, I think it's Anele who says, I must acknowledge that we lost to a good team. Imagine calling Kaiser Chiefs a good team. Thank you very much, Chair.
I don't know if Anele said that, but anyway, Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome both presentations. And one would want to say that indeed, colleagues who are leading here, they are trying their best. However, they need to do more. And I want to congratulate as well your QCTO that in a row, they've been getting clean audit for the 5th time. So for CHE, you don't need to go and get some consultants. Just speak with your little sister, little brother in terms of how to do things internally. Because we have noted that the CHE, they have a problem or challenges with regards to internal control deficiencies. So I think that's where they need to close the gap and ensure that they do things rightly. We spoke earlier on today in the morning about wanting to get sense whether these challenges, is it human capacity challenges or systems or structures in place, where I just need them to give us more in terms of what could be the challenge that is posing this difficulties of them having internal control deficiencies. However, at least they are not that bad as they are sounding in their presentation. They are doing so well. They just need to pick up their socks. Chairperson, I have some few questions with regards to QCTO, and the other one has been answered on the issues of premises that they are using. I'm covered on that one. And the other one is with regards to their mandate of skills strategy. My question arises from the issue of ERRP announced by the president. I want to check that given that the role that the QCTO has to play to support the ERRP is not a funded mandate, what engagement did the entity have with the department on this concern? What is the QCTO will be able to do or not do without funding to support the president's ERRP? How much money will the QCTO require for this ERRP mandate? The other one is that noting that QCTO Council Chairperson resigned in April 2021, and the Deputy Chairperson has been appointed to act as the Chairperson until the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation appoints the Chairperson. Whether the Minister has appointed the Chairperson of the board, if not, why? During the consideration of the QCTO 2021-2022 APP and budget, the entity informed the committee that there were 4 vacant posts of the Accounting Authority Board. Whether the vacant posts have been filled by the minister or not. Those were my questions. However, Chair, we need to applaud and stress that indeed it is good to be seeing the collective of intergenerational mix doing well in our public entities. And with QCTO, it's what we see, and it is a good reflection for the good story to tell in government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. I don't see other hands, so I'm assuming members are covered by colleagues. I think we can allow for the entities to respond. I don't know if the DG is still in the meeting. Just trying to scroll, but I think we have colleagues from the department who could perhaps also, okay, I think DG is still in the meeting. So I think we do have colleagues who can also assist perhaps in the question with regards to the office of the chair of the QCTO. I mean, no, I don't want to say, I mean, we love to see Ms. Antoni there, you know, she can stay there, but I mean, it's not our space to determine that. So it would be, maybe the department can assist with that particular question as well. And maybe I should also just thank Ms. Antoni for your acknowledgement in the responsibility we've been given, and we truly appreciate your kind words. Colleagues, I think I'll just allow for yourselves to respond, and maybe some of the remarks that I have are more recommendations than they are questions, so I'll just add them to the closing remarks. So I'll hand over back to colleagues from the CHE to respond to the questions from members, and then to colleagues from the QCTO.
Chairperson, may I defer to the CEO and CFO to respond to the issues on controls and the unqualified audit briefly, please.
Thank you, Chair. To the members again, I think I just want to take you back to because the 2 questions from Honorable Litsie and Honorable Manalisa are the same with regard to the internal control. The main reason why, as indicated by the 2 portfolio committee members, that we did receive a unqualified audit report, it was mainly because of, I think it's on slide 34, where it's indicated that the bank reconciliations will be performed on there was a problem with the bank reconciliation with regard